Anyway, Tesco have put kitchen knives in cupboards. Apparently that's going to solve the problem. The fact you can go into 3 million other places and buy them doesn't really make any difference. But at least they've made the effort. At least they've made the effort. Also, Prince Harry's most devoted fan has died in Australia just after he sent her a thing. She's 99. Obviously, the shock of it killed her. So he doesn't have the biggest fan now there. How old's William Shatner? Come on. 88. 88. It's not possible, is it? Also, Leslie Joseph advises people to steer clear of plastic surgery. Lorraine Kelly says it's really sad that people have plastic surgery. But she never says it to the people on the programme, half of whom look as though they have been plastic surgerised or whatever they do with it. You know, people, I mean, especially some of those ghastly-looking old moggies from The Only Way Is Cheshire, or whatever it's, I can't remember what it's called actually now. There's a right bunch of odd people up there. My God, talk about foul-mouthed. Really, I've never heard anything like it. Just common. Just really, really common. Also, drivers hit by another fuel price hike. Boots the chemist not looking very promising at the moment. They might be axing stores. What is it about Boots the chemist? I mean, I don't use them unless it's absolutely necessary. And that's not because I don't like Boots the chemist. It's because I prefer to support a local independent chemist. I feel that they've got my best interests at heart, and I know they have, because I've been using them for ages. I was with another chemist, and then one of the ladies moved, and so I moved my account, as it were, over to Goods, because they're an independent chemist. Mr. Shah and the team there work really hard, and they're nice. Boots, I just feel they couldn't give a toss about you. I just get that feeling, and unfortunately I've got to that age now. It's odd, isn't it? You do it. It's like going to a pub. If you don't get treated properly in a pub, you go somewhere else. Why should you sit somewhere where they're not interested in you? And every time you go and Boots the chemist, it's a case of, you know, it's like, where did I go the other day? Oh, I was going to go and buy something somewhere, but there was nobody serving. Oh, that's right, Marks and Spencer's in Kingston. So I've got my pants in my hand, and there's nobody there. I felt like saying in a big loud voice, is anybody working in this store? Same time as different time from the breakfast disaster. And this woman appeared, she said, oh, there was somebody round there. I said, no, there isn't, that's why I've come here. And you think, I'm not surprised they're closing stores left, right and centre. Bloody useless service. If you're paying, you know, the price for it, you know, that's what I expect. It's like when we were talking about packing the bags the other day. That's why I go to Marks and Spencer's. A, because it's the closest place to me. Secondly, because they put the stuff in the bags. And when I've got that girl handing me the bag and I'm going, what do you think I'm doing? I don't pack bags, dear. I'm not packing bags. Where are you going today? You're going somewhere? You're back into Top Man's window or something. What are you wearing? Is that a bet or something? What's he wearing that for? Scottish boy's got a T-shirt on with sort of like a jacket over the top. Where's he going? Has he got a job interview? That's very odd, isn't it? That's not normal. That's not... Why is he wearing that? What are you wearing that for, dear?
We're going up a skyscraper to have some drinks at a bar this afternoon.
Who's this we?
Me, the better half, a few friends, celebrate their birthdays.
Who's the better half? Oh, the girlfriend. That's still on, is it?
I know.
Amazing, isn't it, really? That's lasted.
I know.
God. So you have to wear that, do you?
Well, I was meant to wear something nice. I don't have anything nice, so I thought, well, this will have to do.
It's very odd, though, isn't it? Because it kind of... It does look like I'm going for an interview kind of thing. It's a very nice jacket. If only it fitted, it would be great. They're going up... That'll cost him an arm and a leg, won't it? It's quite nice, isn't it? He insists it does fit. Can you do it up? No, you can't. No, it's too tight. So, what size is that? Oh, it's no good holding your stomach in. We can all do that. I can hold my stomach in. That's very nice. Very nice. You need a pair of glasses to go with it, though. You need some cool glasses. Yeah. Got a good what? A good inch? What does that mean? A good inch? What does that mean? Best not to ask, isn't it, really? It's too early in the morning for that kind of thing. I've got a good inch, he goes. But you don't want to wear your jacket all the time. It'll crease. You don't want to get to this bar in the sky. Which bar are you going to? Which one are you going to? Is it somewhere near here? Is it? Oh, right. Oh, it's a secret. Oh, how lovely. Will you be singing in the choir or something? Is it anything to do with the choir? Oh, no, nothing to do with the choir. Oh, right. Oh, that's nice, though. Oh, see, I had that, but I was ill, so I couldn't go to my secret location or my meal. But it's going to be rescheduled, I think. Rescheduled. Which I quite like surprises. On the other hand, I don't like too many surprises, but it's just noticeable when you wear something like that. Very smart, very smart. Right, what else we got? Oh, yes, Robbie Williams advised on Vegas appearances by Matt Goss. Matt goes, because it takes years to get to be a headline act. I thought, what would you know? You're not a headline act. And he was never a headline act. He was in the Gossy room, and that finished, so he's I forget where he is now. But he's certainly not a headline act. He's like a lounge singer. Headline act to be somebody playing, the main rooms in Vegas, the main auditoriums, and that's not Matt Goss. And he's advising Robbie Williams, who is headlining. But poor old Robbie, he doesn't know these things, does he? 1 in 5 Brits, that'll be you and other people, have an energy drink to get them going first thing in the morning. Now, I've never had an energy drink, mainly because they're all sugar. That's what gives you that boost. Plus, police were called because a bloke on a train that was packed went and sat in first class, and they called the police. I mean, seriously. He sat in first class, it's not healthy. I mean, they do that, don't they? And yet, strangely enough, they've obviously got different rules, because when it's Ascot, the trains going out of Waterloo with first class in are packed full of chavs. Chavs. Nobody ever complains about it. So, he would have a very good case for them going, there was nowhere else to sit. Why don't they just do away with first class? Does that really pose a problem? I went on, where did we go 2 years ago? I think we went on a train to Scotland or something like that. Whatever it was, there was a first class carriage and we were in it. Only because somebody had bought the tickets. And when we got to a certain place, can't remember where it was, other people came and sat in there and I thought, oh, chavs. Well, I tell you, they were down like a ton of bricks, out. So it's obviously a well-known thing for people travelling to go, I'll have a bit of luxury. But on our routes, you can sit in first class if it's not the Reading train. The Reading train, you can buy a ticket to Reading first class. If it's only going to Hounslow and it's got a first class carriage, you can sit in it. Or Windsor and Eton, because you can't buy a first class ticket to Windsor and Eton. So it's quite good, actually. 84850, Andrew says Mo is now far enough removed from the line of succession to get the throne. Oh, there's no chance of Prince Andrew ever getting anywhere near the throne. Thank God. I think when Prince Philip's gone, he and Fergie may well marry again. Well, Philip hates her. And, but she lives with him. She lives in a house next door to him on the estate. She's on a freebie. What she's done with all the money, God alone knows. But, no, she lives next to Prince Andrew. I've assumed they've been seeing each other for years. But, they could do what they like, to be honest with you. I think they're both bone idle. But that's just my opinion. Ron says a ropey old limo pulls up at the Celebs on the Ranch place. And out steps another person to join the crass, Louis Spence. Oh, yes, I've seen that. Louis Spence is on there. I mean, he kind of takes camp to a new level, doesn't he? But he's fallen out with somebody on the programme. He's fallen out, and I can't remember who it is. It'll be somebody from Love Island. And Louis Spence, thought doing all his kind of queenie stuff. And he fell out with this girl, and they apparently had a big shouting match. Because she's just a bit naff, but he's a choreographer. He's got more talent in his little finger. Whether you like him or not, I don't know. Sadden Matthew said to see the wooding boarding at Carpet-Right with graffiti on it. Oh, it's been there for weeks. What's next? W.H. Smith's closing down? No, but I mean, if they're talking about the Boots stores facing the axe because of a profit warning, I begin to wonder if R1 will remain. Because I used to watch school children shoplifting in there. It's easy. You walk in, they don't have any security, and you just pick up the makeup and you walk out the door. That's what they were doing from a local school. Disgraceful, really. Lisa says, you're right about Boots. I work in a doctor's surgery and Boots are the worst. Stick with the independents. I like the independents. I just think I should support them properly. And they've got everything. Whatever you need, they will have it, or if they don't, they will order it. And Michael says, Scottish boy doesn't sound very Scottish. Really? Are you deaf or something? He doesn't sound very Scottish. What do you expect him to go, okay, the new, or something like that? I've never heard anything. What rubbish you write. He says, why are we calling him Scottish boy? Because he's Scottish. Yes, and you've done what? Sorry, dear. He's modified his voice so you can understand Michael. It's because to be that stupid, you obviously need. So he'll slow down the speech for you, and so you'll understand him. Yeah, The producer, he's from South London, and when he comes here, all right, Steve, mate, up and down the apples and pears and all the rest of it, and I go, do you know, we're not doing apples and pears today, we're doing orange segments, and then when he comes in here, he sort of turns it down a little bit, and sort of, not as refined as that, but Scottish Boy does the same. I'm amazed you don't think he sounds Scottish. You must go and get your ears looked at. There's obviously something the matter with you. Phil says, in a statement, paedophile former footballer Adam Johnson apologised for his actions and expressed his desire to move on with his life. I know, he said he's doing it for the fans. What sort of fan would support a paedophile? He says, so he's apologised, it's all forgotten now. He says, watch out for a role on Big Brother, Celebrity Come Dancing. Well, Big Brother is no more, and Celebrity Come Dance, they wouldn't touch him with a barge pole. Not with a barge pole. Did you get the glue? No, nobody's found the glue. The glue that that is the glue that I'm using. It's such a pain, it really is, I must say. I thought by now Dawn sent in something. It's the wrong glue. It's the wrong glue. You can find that glue, but it's not the glue that I was buying from Hochanda. Honestly, such a nuisance. Really is. Also, Virgin is giving its flying lady a new look. It's a bloke. They've got a gay guy and different people on there. I've flown Virgin before, although I was somewhat doubtful when I first flew Virgin. I said to them, you know, I'm going to buy a ticket. It does go all the way, doesn't it? Such a good joke. I love that joke. I used it years ago, and I recycle it about every week. It's well worth it. Steve, how good are the Charlie Bingham's chicken Kiers? I saw it the other day, actually. I went and had a look. It's obviously only sold in Waitrose, isn't it, Charlie Bingham? I bet he doesn't exist, does he? Is he another one that's made up, like all Oakham chicken and all that kind of rubbish? And, I mean, Colonel Sanders, we know, did exist. But I think you'll find that Aunt Bessie doesn't. I don't think Aunt Bessie exists, but it's a brand name. Charlie Bingham sounds like he should be a racing driver, doesn't it? It doesn't sound like he should actually be sort of making food. And it must be made in a factory. There's so many different... Really? He does exist? I mean, well, how old is he? Is he young or old or something like that? He doesn't look too old. Show me a picture. Let's have a look at Charlie Bingham. Yeah, but he looks middle-aged. Do you think he's sort of set... It must be... It's all made in a factory. There's so many different types of food that he does. So it must be... Yeah, I mean, look, that... Okay, yeah. I founded Charlie Bingham back in 1996 with the sole aim of creating really delicious, top-quality dishes, putting all the love and... It's in a factory. Yeah, the hair's a little bit peculiar. But, and so they've got pictures of our people. Oh, let's have a look at our people. Our people. In fact, Charlie quit his job to go travelling in India. I suspect that Charlie maybe was working in banking, because he's an extremely big banker. And so he obviously went travelling. Waitrose were interested. Oh, Sainsbury's and Tesco. And the rest, as they say, is history. That's that get-out line. So here we are. So the people who make Charlie Bingham such a great place to work. I'm warming to this immediately. Alicia Golder, the area manager. She's moved up. Vendi, assistant production manager. Marcin, operations manager. Is that it? That's all they've got? My God, they must be so busy in their little kitchens. I'm assuming it must be a factory somewhere. It's a lot of managers, yes. Apparently, we have a unique... Oh, can you freeze our food? Can you recycle our packaging? There you go. I'm vegetarian. Are any of your dishes meat-free? I should imagine they would be, don't you think so? Where do your ingredients come from? I don't know, where do they come from? Apparently, meat, poultry, vegetables and spices, very carefully chosen for a handful of trusted suppliers. They're not actually going to tell you who it is unless you write to them, in which case, if you want specialist stuff, they can sort it. Where do you source your palm oil from? How many people does each pack serve? Who asks these questions? Surely you can look at it, can't you, and you go, that'll serve 2 people. Not, you know, what are the holes, perforations for around my dish? Because you're microwaving it, I'm assuming, and so the steam gets out. It's changed quite... I did look at them yesterday. I looked at their meatballs. I've got a bit of a penchant for meatballs, which I quite like. I'm still trying to find... I was going to get the car out yesterday and go for a little troll round... I got on the wrong bus. I was going to go to Sainsbury's, and so I get on the bus, and it was miserable yesterday, because it was raining, and it wasn't raining hard, it was raining, and it was okay, I could cope with it, a little bit cold, and so I get on the bus, going to Sainsbury's at Hampton, and I suddenly realise when it gets to Twickenham Green, the bus either goes straight up on the right-hand side or veers off to the left, and it veered off to the left. So I had to get off at Fulwell and then walked back, which was okay. That was no particular hardship because it's all free, so I don't really care. Jim says, as an Aberdonian, I can assure your other texter that Scottish boy does indeed sound like a Scottish Aberdonian. Well, of course he does, because he's Scottish. He doesn't sound at all Scottish. Why do you call him Scottish boy? We don't call you Twickenham boy. Yeah, but it's not his programme. It's my programme, and I can call him what I like. And in fact, he signed my birthday card from Scottish boy. Oh, do you think he knows? Oh, that's always a worry, isn't it? Oh, God. Your past coming back to haunt you. Aye. Was Jim maybe a teacher of yours or something like that? No, probably not. But, another one here. It says, Matt Goss, Steve. The sheer baldness of the man. I know. His hair is about as funny as Dave Beckham's. That's the funny hair of the decade. Well, actually, no, Joe Swash's hair's quite funny as well. I reckon that comes out of a can. I always like to think it does. Steve, I always use the automated checkout at Boots as the manners are better, says Chris. I didn't even know they had an automatic checkout. They haven't in R1. Yeah. Oh, look, about 5 in R1s. But as I say, I hardly ever go there. Hardly ever go. Steve, Barbara and Keith, Plymouth and Mevagissey. Mevagissey. Isn't that a lovely name, Mevagissey? It's a great name, actually. And says, we're in Las Vegas. We thought of you when we were in Caesar's Palace. We saw the Creed and Tommy Bahama shops. On Sunday, we're going to see Matt Franco. I don't want to appear ignorant. Who's Matt Franco? Am I supposed to know who Matt Franco is? He headlining at Caesar's or something? Or is he in the aptly named Gossy Room, which has now gone back to Cleopatra's? Oh, he's a magician. He won the 9th season of America's Got Talent. Wow. What does he look like? Is he young? Oh, he's young. Right. Very young. Love a good bit of magic. It just doesn't sound like a very magic name, does it? He's 31. Oh, about to be 31. Oh, well, you'll probably have a lovely time. Lovely time. Love a good magic show. Love a good magic show, as you know. Another one here said, I had to go to Boots to get my prescription as I was away from home. The pharmacist said, have you had these before? I said, yes, ever since I was diagnosed with cancer. They always ask you that question, don't they? When I had something, I had to go and get something, I can't remember what it was ages ago, and they said, ages and ages ago, and they said, have you had these before? And I went, yeah. There are certain things you can't have, and so you have to, could you sign this form, they said, to say you're happy with the medication? He said, why? I won't. I don't know what I'm signing for. Exactly, why would you want to sign for your medication? Surely having the prescription is enough. But I get all mine put in boxes. So, in fact, I collected it yesterday. Was it yesterday? Yes, I collected yesterday. And that was quite good, because it all comes in boxes. So I get 4 boxes with 7 separate compartments with split into 5s or 6s or whatever it is. So, because we take a lot of tablets. A lot of tablets. Shane's having a hot cross bun and a cup of tea. Did you know there is so much sugar in hot cross buns? I can't touch those either. This morning, I have to tell you, we're back up again with the blood sugar, so I'm not going to tell you, it was too depressing. Jill says, Scottish boy sounds like Andy Murray. No, he thinks he doesn't. He thinks he definitely doesn't. It just sounds like Scottish boy to me. It doesn't that sound like anything else? I don't know why. Don't worry about him, for goodness sake. Don't worry at all. So, they've got tiny dresses. Have we not done the break? Well, it's ridiculous, honestly. Why doesn't somebody tell me? I can't. But Wednesday, no croissant today. No, I'm watching my diet. They've got croissants. They've got those butter, isn't it? Butter. They would get all butter croissants, and they're so flaky, aren't they? I mean, you literally take a bite out of the thing, and half of it is dissolved over my lap. So no, I would have had 2. I had another cooked breakfast the other day. I got to stop the cooked breakfast stuff, because that's not particularly good for you, is it? The trouble is, I did have a craving yesterday, but once that had gone, I felt a bit better about life. I just had to have a pudding, and so I went and bought a trifle from M&S, but I scraped all the cream. It seemed a bit pointless buying it, actually. I scraped all the cream up. And then I bought some pancakes. And I started making pancakes. I had a complete sugar overdose. Dreadful. Steve, you talk about Fulwell. I've walked there from Twickenham the last few days, and the South West trains to Shepperton are either cancelled or heavily delayed on a regular basis. Yet, sadly, the fares will still increase in January. Not for me. I don't pay for it at all. I noticed the other day there was an elderly woman got on the bus, and she put a thing on and it said Freedom Pass. It's the first time I've seen it. And so I put mine on there. Mine said Freedom Pass as well. How cool was that? She was much older than me. 84850. Ron says, I went to Boots in Chiswick. Whilst waiting for the prescription, noticed that the security bloke spent his time playing on his mobile. Oh, exactly. They don't. I don't know why they bother employing security people in stores. It's ridiculous. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Jim says, of all the places you've lived, you must perhaps consider yourself over and above a South West Londoner. I don't live in South West London. Well, of course I consider myself over and above. I'm a West London boy. I'm a West London boy. Yeah, no, South West London, South London. No, I'm West London. Always been West London. But of course, when you've lived in Yorkshire, Brentwood, Isleworth, Berkshire, Egypt, Germany, Hong Kong, yes, I do consider myself above South West London. Of course I do. I don't live there. I don't think I've ever been there. Where would be in South West London? Where would be places? Would you? You call Twickenham South West? It's outrageous. Don't you start. It's not. Well, on our trains it's got South West. Well, I'm having that changed. I should be going around today writing, this is not right. Don't want things like that. David in Nottinghamshire, he says, the Spice Girls tour, in order to save on touring costs, perhaps the girls should share rooms. Or on second thoughts, maybe not. God knows what could happen. I mean, and Lord above, honestly. Warren, no, not at the moment. Not at the moment. Mo says, like you, I never use boots. Yeah, I mean, it's not I prefer the service I get in goods. It's as simple as that, actually. But, it says, I write on my prescription request, do not send to chemist, otherwise they send it to Boots. Well, mine actually goes automatically. It's an automatic thing. Unless there is a change on it, and they say, we need to see him for this and that. Duncan says, I'm in agreement with you. Always prefer to use a local pharmacy. Shooters Hill Road, Bhavesh and his team go over and above and beyond to help out, and always remind me to administer my flu jab. Saves time at the doctor's health centre. Yeah, they do all of that. Mr. Shah does that. Down here as well. Did I hear right yesterday when you were talking about Fergie and Andrew going to the motor racing? I thought you said Fergie knew nothing about the subject. No, I didn't. No, what I said was, I thought she wouldn't know anything about the human rights issues that they have over there. I didn't think she was bright enough for that. I mean, we know she was shacked up for 17 years with Paddy McNally before she even married Prince Andrew. But glad to hear that George Clooney's urging a boycott of Brunei business interests. Absolutely. They're so backward, these places, but they've got tons of money. But frankly, you don't need to stay in the Dorchester. You don't need to stay in the Beverly Hills Hotel. You don't need to go to the place where their human rights is so bad now that they murder people. They murder gay people and adulterers. And yet, perhaps they need to check on whether their citizens are using these services of prostitutes. Maybe in the Edgware Road. That'd be a thing to check, wouldn't it? Because there's more prostitutes calling cards in the Edgware Road than anywhere else in London. Steve, I had a stomach upset this morning, and an old, very old queen I know told me to go to the chemist and buy some kaolin and morphine. Oh, right. I love the smell of kaolin and morphine. You never had it before? Love it. That's got a really, really good smell. It smells like kaolin and morphine. I don't know what kaolin is, but it comes in a bottle, and you shake it. I always thought it was a bit like calamine lotion. Calamine lotion, but it isn't. But kaolin and morphine's very good, and I think it's for an upset tummy. I think. Perhaps I should have a croissant. Oh, I don't know. Life is so complicated, isn't it? Why can't things be interesting? I wanted yesterday to go and get some pasta, but the bow tie pasta, but I didn't manage to get the car because when I came back I thought, this is ridiculous. You're driving around and around to buy some blooming pasta, and the only pasta that they've got in Waitrose and M&S is sort of that Fusilli type stuff or whatever. Anyway, it isn't the one I want. Steve, I think your producer is most definitely correct, says Jim. Where you live is South West London. I'll tell you where I live, mate. I live in Twickenham, okay? We're not affiliated, we're not even in Middlesex anymore. Bang on, Steve, with the staff in Boots. Well, in R1, they're actually really young. They're all very, very young. But I just get the feeling it's not personal. I mean, you're just somebody else in there. Whereas I'm looking for something a little bit more personal. Yes, Warren, you can. Yes. Much like I've got an interview to do this morning. Under the Moon of Love. Bit of a hint there. So now we've got Theresa May. I know we don't do the B word, but Theresa May talking to Jeremy Corbyn. I mean, it's hilarious, isn't it? Years ago, there was a Lib Lab pact, and now we've got a Con Lab pact. So they're going to try and sort it. I mean, seriously, where are we going? Where are we going with this? I have no idea. Oh, we're going to the news, aren't we? Of course we are. Well, wonder where we're going. The LBC News Time, 4:30. Those headline companies. Have you noticed that sometimes our courts in this country, I think, get it completely wrong? It's like, nobody can agree on one thing. So in certain parts of the country, you can get away with driving offences, and yet in other parts of the country, you can't. So here is a rugby union player, okay? And the reason I tell you this story is because you begin to wonder what you have to do to be sent to prison nowadays. This is a guy who works for Sale Sharks. He's called Mark Jennings. I've never heard of him. He lives in Manchester. And he threatened to rape a female PC whilst being arrested over a drunken fight with his girlfriend. The PC told the Manchester Magistrates Court, he looked me straight in the eyes and said, "I'm going to rape you." This is Mark Jennings. He also headbutted another police officer. He blamed his behaviour on a past history of consuming drink and drugs. 3 days after his February the 2nd arrest, Sale Shark said he was taking a sabbatical for the foreseeable future. Thank God for that. At least somebody's had a bit of sense. He admitted threatening behaviour and assaulting an emergency worker. And what did he get? 80 hours unpaid work and a 12-month community order. Hardly worth bothering, is it, really? But at least Sale Sharks have put him on sabbatical. I mean, you don't want somebody like that. You really don't. It's like that paedophile footballer, isn't it? You don't want him anywhere near anything at all. They had to stop him going to the golf club because there was a junior section in there. I mean, you don't want things like that. And who, if anybody now, goes to Aintree and damages the course? I mean, are these simple people, these people whose brain cell is out for the day, being shared with the rest of the family? Because the yobs here damaged guide rails and tore up turf. They drove through a security gate. They left deep tyre marks. I mean, they must have CCTV there that they can find this thing. Get these people in prison as quick as possible. I mean, it's just ridiculous. The damaged grass at the 12th fence, they've got to put sheets over it to dry it all out. So far, all this happened on Sunday. Last Sunday gone. Taken them 4 days, they're still looking at the CCTV. They must be slower than anybody. Well, I mean, even we can check our CCTV within hours. Doesn't take very long at all. Max Clifford has lost his appeal. Do you remember that this was launched by his daughter against his sex convictions? This is from Beyond the Grave. He was serving 8 years in jail. Lawyers argued his convictions were unsafe. He won the right to appeal, but at the Court of Appeal, they threw the case out, saying nothing we heard came anywhere near imperiling the safety of this conviction. So, even in death, still guilty. Still guilty. What else we have? Do you know, I don't know anything about bitcoins. I don't know anything about it. I couldn't care less, really. I'm not interested. David Attenborough has warned that humans are critically dependent on the health of the natural world for food and oxygen. Yeah, I think so. We like him, but I'm not sure whether or not, as he gets older, he's saying that he's very much against Trump, I think, for what Trump wants to do. Ulrika Johnson, sad at the breakdown of her third marriage, so you get a page and a half on it. Somebody that 99% of you have no idea who she is. She was the weather girl on TVAM many, many years ago. She was a secretary in the office, then became the weather girl. And she's got 4 children with 4 different fathers, so she was called 4x4. And now her third marriage has just broken down after 11 years. And you think, why is this of any interest to anybody? You know, I mean, she wants another cookery show. She's been on a cookery show. That's all people do now, isn't it? It's reality shows. There's nothing else on there at all. Oh, by the way, did you hear that Katie Price appeared on the television the other day, and she's gone right off Peter Andre. She now says he was the worst husband ever. Oh, you wait. You know what the next thing's going to be? She generally starts talking about their appendages. She generally makes some terse comment about, there wasn't much to talk about in the downstairs department. You know what I'm saying? And in fact, I think she said that about Peter Andre before. And also, she wants to move in her personal trainer. No. Not the one she's going out with. This is another one. She wants him to move into her mansion, or as I prefer to call it, the local rubbish dump. And so his wife has said, if he moves in there, divorced, instantly. He's one of those desperate people who wants to hang around famous people. He's obviously got some insecurities or something. But she's going out with a personal trainer. Why would she not want, what? I mean, Chris is going to be in the house as well? I mean, how's that going to work out? Harvey, by the way, isn't in the house. He's been packed off somewhere. about an hour's drive away. They couldn't find anywhere more local, and apparently she's in bits, according to friends. Yeah, funny that. She's done loads of interviews in the past few days, didn't seem to see any evidence, and nobody on Loose Women asked her about Harvey. That was one of the stories she was talking, that he's now got so strong that she can't control him and the other kids are frightened and everything else. And so she was talking about, but why did they not ask about that? So how is Harvey? Because it was only a few years ago she's saying, he'll always be with me. Well, quite clearly not. More lies. More lies. But you can't tell the way that, people are going to turn out, can you, really? But, no, he's in... Oh, shoved him in a home. He's in a home, and he only comes home at weekends. So, and the other day she had to do a TV appearance, but she had to do it with no makeup on because she was running late. I mean, she doesn't drive. She's not allowed to drive, so could she not sit in the back of the car and trowel on some polyfiller? I mean, surely it can't be that complicated. Kaolin and morphine, stomach medicine, says Susanna. I knew you stopped yourself. Brilliant. I love the Kaolin. I love the smell. Boots and Ealing is a big store. I'm not sure how they keep going, says Nigel. Well, they're, Brentford is the county town. Middlesex doesn't exist. Middlesex finished years ago. We still put it down there, Twickenham, Middlesex. But, it doesn't exist as a place. But, yeah, I mean, some of the Boots, they're saying because there's a profit warning, some of the stores could face the axe. I mean, our one's big-ish. Big-ish. It's almost two shops put together. But, it's ridiculous. Pablo says, I can 100% categorically assure you I am boycotting the Dorchester on my next visit to London. As a protest, I'll stay at the Euston Premier Inn. It's not very nice, is it? Nothing about the Euston Premier Inn, which is about 60 quid a night or something. I have stayed in a Premier Inn. I had the all-inclusive breakfast. Woo! Eat as much as you like, and I did. Although first thing in the morning, there's a limit to how much your stomach can take, isn't it? I always shop locally, says Sanita, because I know I'm guaranteed more quality and better service. Listen, if it's a local shop as opposed to a chain, they're much keener in cultivating you as a customer. If it's a chain, they couldn't give us stuff. They seriously couldn't give us stuff. If it's a local shop, they rely on local people. I can remember going to a local restaurant years and years ago, and the service was so abysmal. As I went out, we actually crossed the service charge off the bill. And so she went, excuse me, service charge. I went, I'm not paying it. There wasn't any service. They had to go and buy the food for us. I mean, they had to, we asked for melon and ham. So she came back with a melon and a bag and some ham. Seriously, I thought, how stupid was that? But anyway, neither here nor there. But you are quite within your rights to cross off the service charge on a bill, okay? They might ask you for your name and address. You can give it to them. You don't have to pay service charge. Why would you have to? I'm sorry, you brought the food from there to here. I'll tell you what, tell me when it's ready, I'll go and get it. Much easier. But I did say to her on the way out, because I'm quite prone to saying things, I said, you should remember, I said, we live locally. We won't be coming here ever again. And luckily, about a month later, it closed. So that was good. J. Collis Brown's, that medicine for upset stomachs. Can you not buy J. Collis Brown's? I'm sure we checked that the other day. I'm sure we did. Boots downgraded their service when they were part taken over by an American CVS stores who have similar poor service, added to the stony faces at the beauty counter who seem to have a till allergy. No wonder people go elsewhere. I think the trouble is, we've lost the art of doing service. The Americans generally do service very, very well. Generally speaking, they do service very, very well in restaurants, although we did actually push them at Disneyland. We thought that would be the trick, because if you can upset the staff at Disneyland, you've kind of achieved something. And so we went there, we were doing a documentary on it. On LBC, actually, on how the Magic Kingdom works. But then at a certain time, they have people standing at all the road junctions with flashing lights like that. Keep walking, keep walking. And then at a certain moment, they will close the road, and then you're going to be right at the front for the big parade, which is worth watching in itself. They do it every single day. And so we were doing it. We just went backwards and forwards. And one of the guys said, keep going, guys, keep going. And we went, yeah, okay. So we crossed the road again. He said, I told you, keep going. I said, we want to be at the front. Keep going, keep going. In the end, he told us to... He was very rude to us. I said to her, we're really annoying you now, aren't we? Yes, we were. Yes, we were. But it was interesting. Steve, going to Aintree on Saturday. Looking forward to Tiger Roll winning the National 4-1. Says Matthew. Yes, I'm not sure about Tiger. There's a piece about Tiger Roll in the paper today. Is it the National on Saturday, then? I shall have to go through the card. I shall have to go through the card. I always do the national. I had 4 winners one year. 4 winners. I got first, second, third, and fourth. I did just pure guesswork. I like, if I like the name, I go for it. So we'll have to go for it this year, won't we? That'll be quite nice. Steve, I can't imagine the frustration of being a copper, making an arrest, going through all the correct procedures, gathering all the evidence, which takes time and a lot of effort, just for a judge or magistrate to give community service or nothing at all, says Anthony. I could agree with you. That's why sometimes the police come out of court and they go, no, they didn't go for it. It's magistrates, isn't it? It's very odd. Very strange. Chris on Shooters Hill says, Herbert Pharmacy is my local chemist. Always spot on. Yeah, the personal touch costs... Of course it doesn't. The personal touch costs nothing. If I go into my... If I send a message to Mr. Shah from Goods Today, a text message saying, could I have so-and-so to... If I need some insulin urgently or something like that, you say, yes, absolutely, it'll be ready for you. That's the service I get. With Boots, they'd be writing back going, I'm sorry, who is this? Where did you get our number from? So away it goes. Susie Boniface, guest columnist. I don't know who she is. I've got no idea. Anybody on? Oh, she writes for the Mirror. Oh, this is in the Mirror. So it says she's guest columnist writing in columns. A bit peculiar. She talks about. She says, wait for this one. I mean, this I seriously wasn't sure if she was in the real world. 12 years after she disappeared, we've forgotten who Madeleine McCann is. Of course we haven't. Don't be so ridiculous. We know exactly who she is. We know exactly what happened on that night. Well, barring the disappearance. We know that the parents disappeared off with their friends to go and have dinner and left the kids in the room. She said Madeleine is used as an excuse for the Portuguese cop who failed in every aspect of modern policing, who contaminated the scene. She says somebody knows what happened to Madeleine and is keeping it secret. They've kept it secret for 12 years, dear. I don't think it's going to go any further. She says the public should really remember Madeleine. Well, we do remember Madeleine. We can't get away from it. I don't know if we had a result from the police yet, or the Home Office, on whether they're going to fund it again. Most people are saying, no, £12 million, you're not going to find anything now. Nothing. They don't even bother going to Portugal anymore. What are they going to do? Go back to the hotel again? What are you doing? Would you just like to have another look at the room? What? The room that you're renting out to loads of other people? Oh, dear me. Clockwork Orange star, Malcolm McDowell. Do you remember Malcolm McDowell from Clockwork Orange? I never saw Clockwork Orange. It was a bit too... It's odd film, but he says that Stanley Kubrick made him view horrific movies daily for 9 months. He said they were the most horrendous films. And, I'm not into things like that at all. Paedophile Adam Johnson finally publicly apologised over 4 years after his sex offended. He said he's deeply regretting his actions. Bit late, pal, isn't it? Standing there, coming out. Balloons as you came out. A convicted paedophile. And at last, he finally says it should never have happened. I deeply regret what I did. Bit late now, innit? Shame he didn't say it at the time. Here he is with his £100,000 watch on his wrist. Sunderland fan John Johnson, a campaigner for victims. He says, I don't think any club will take him. Good. I mean, it's just ridiculous. Just absolutely ridiculous. And here we go. This is lovely. This is a baby fox. Why do people pick up baby foxes? This one here was left in a box in Kensington in West London. The cub was found stuck in a cavity wall. Afterward, the box had gone. Most likely the mother came back. What, she took the box away? How does that work? And Paddy Power, Betfair and Betfred have removed new products amid concerns they undermine strict new rules governing betting machines. They're known as crack machines, aren't they? Do you know what they take? On average, one of those machines, 40,000 a week. 40,000 pounds. That's why they don't want to lose them. 40,000 a week. Amazing. Morning, everybody. A car has just sold. Nothing unusual about that, but this is a special car. It's a Mercedes-Benz owned by Adam Levine. You remember Adam Levine from Maroon 5? I don't know anything about Maroon 5 at all, actually. Is it a group? Or is it a film? Moves Like... Oh, right. Was it? Oh, right. Are they still going? Or something? Oh, right. Well, anyway, he was often snapped driving about LA in this silver 1955 300 SL. And the celebrity status of Moves Like Jagger helped boost the hammer price. It was sold in Sotheby's. Is he dead, or is he... Oh, no, so just wanted to oversell it. It's got those gull-wing doors. You know, the doors that open upwards, which I always fancied on a car. £900,000. And there was a programme on the television And it's from America, and it's a bloke who goes around different auctions. He buys and he sells cars, but these are cars at the top end. You know, 30, 40, 50,000, 60,000, 100,000, 200,000, 300,000. And he's obviously got a company, and he buys these things, and they take them back, and they do them, you know, up, or they do a little bit of respraying or something like. I mean, really, it's an interesting program, but it's obviously for petrol heads. Because these cars, they bring them on, they say, here, yeah, there's a 1943 Chevy and this kind of stuff. And you think, that's great, but £900,000. It's a lot of money, isn't it, really? Oh, I noticed the other day, they were so desperate on Gemporia, which apparently, by the very name Gemporia, they sell gems. Obviously, they're running out, because a few weeks ago, we did sunglasses. Hilarious. All the poor people who were selling gems all of a sudden had to sort of turn their attention to, these are the best sunglasses ever. Then we had candles, they're really scraping the barrel, and the other day, face cream. And all these poor people, I mean, they do have some of the oddest presenters, they're most peculiar. Okay, we're really bringing this down, are we? Yes, of course you are, dear, because you've arranged it with the producer. I love the way they think that they're in charge, whereas they're not really. But there are hardly any gems, and when you do see them, you look at them and you go, who would buy that? You know, they go, and this is, I've got collected, there's one woman in the morning, I mean, she looks as mad as a fruitcake. She's there with this hair, which looks like it doesn't move. She's going, I've got collectors in East Lothian. Mari is here, and Sunil, and Rod. They must just have a list of names, and they just read them off the screen. And you think, who cares? As bad as Ideal World. Listen, more than 20% of the stock has gone. Well, don't worry, there's 80% left. Ridiculous. Steve, the service in South Africa is really bad, especially in Durban. Slow, long faces, bad food, and they do this thing where they clear your plate as soon as you put your fork down, despite everybody else still eating. That's Paul and Wayne over there in South Africa. It's funny, we were talking about South Africa the other day. I love the place. I don't want to go there. I don't think I feel at all safe. Seriously, somebody was talking about Egypt the other day. I thought, I don't want to go there either. I love all the history and would love to go. But I'm not sure about it. The anaesthetist has been and given me a local anaesthetic of my broken ribs. You can make me laugh now, says Geraldine. Ha ha, oh, it's worn off. Ow, 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 ow. Not so good. 4 in 10 of you. 4 in 10 of you. I'm saying of you, I'm generalising here. Admit spying on their partner's phone. Have you ever done that? Have you ever picked up somebody's phone and gone, I wonder who this is? You might find a phone on the desk, and then it's unlocked. Do you go further? Do you look at their photos? Oh, do you? You don't. Tell me you don't. Would you really? I'm glad my phone's locked. You send messages from their phone? That is outrageous. You're not allowed to do that. What sort of messages do you send? Love you, mean it. Really? Is that... I'm so glad my phone's locked. I've never done that. I go straight to photos. That's always very entertaining. Very entertaining. Josh Coops banned me from anywhere near his phone, so as we can all well imagine. Anyway, Steve, on a customer service training course, we were shown a video of the training of staff working at Disney, where they were taught how to smile correctly. Also, the actors who work inside the costumes. La 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 la. Don't say that. And how they were educated to think of Mickey Mouse or Donald Duck. They had to sign a disclosure. Oh, you see, I mean, I've been backstage at Disney. They call it backstage. And down the main street, there are doors that lead you to the cast places backstage where, and this was the problem they had some years ago, because the heads of the characters were on poles while they had a cup of tea and something like that, because it was quite hot weather out there. And some woman, her son fell ill, went backstage, and he was traumatised by seeing the heads on poles. Perhaps children believe things like that, which is quite sweet, actually. So you and Scottish Boy could be working next to each other and you wouldn't have a clue who each other was. Oh, no, you would. Well, they don't have that anymore. That's gone out now. They are characters who work there. But it does go, as you go through the door onto Main Street from the cast area, it's got a big mirror and it's got smile. You're the entertainment. You know, because they have lots of different, to go no further, lots of different characters. So in other words, there might be 2 or 3 Mickeys. So when they do the big parade, they've got to get them all off the street. And when we were there, Goofy was having a bit of an issue. He didn't want to go off the street. They had to drag him off the street. So funny. Because the Goofy was coming down on the big parade, and Mickey's, there, and so, they have to do these things. It's so cleverly done. I mean, it really is. It's, they're sort of, but it's all franchised out now. All the main street, all the shops are all franchised out. But I've been there. A friend of mine's been to Disney about 15 times. Loves it. Absolutely loves it. It's great, actually. I always recommend people pay extra so you can jump the queues. You do not want to stand in blazing sunshine in a queue. You know, from here, it's 3 hours. No chance. No chance. And another one here. Carl says, you said that the Gem Channel has peculiar presenters. Sounds a bit like LBC. We don't sell jewellery, Carl. We've never sold jewellery. As far as I remember, we've never sold jewellery. Anybody around there sold candles? Have you ever sold candles or sunglasses or face cream? No. I don't think so. Dave O'Brien has got a little bit of a size. All right, girls, here it is. He has to do it, that voice. Bit like Del Boy with a little briefcase, opens it up and sort of takes out, you know, all sorts of strange things. Steve, years ago, I booked myself in to have laser eye surgery. The night before the surgery, I watched Clockwork Orange. I cancelled first thing in the morning. Thank you, Eric. And I always agree with you that Madeleine McCann and the babies should never have been left alone. Maybe there was no CCTV, but think of childminding. No, the childminding service was not available. All the people they had were used up. I mean, that was the problem. But then, as I say, we've had this discussion over the years, 12 years of it now, and we're still talking about it, that if you've got children and you go on holiday, when we used to take the godchildren on holiday, or we went out for the evening for dinner, they came with us. You know, in their pushchairs or whatever it happened to be. And if they fell asleep, they fell asleep. Certainly wouldn't dream of leaving them, but that's just us. Obviously, different people have different things. Steve, Rachel's in Gloucester, and says, you're making me feel a lot better. A sore, uncomfortable time, off sick. Still setting my alarm to make sure I listen to the beginning of the show. Well, I mean, if you don't do that, you can always podcast. If you go to the LBC website, lbc.co.uk, do go. Got loads of pictures of me and loads of other people, and it's got my global thing. Is my global thing still up there? I suppose somewhere up there. You have to hunt around for different things, but you can see my acceptance speech at the Globals, and very exciting, very exciting. And what else? There was everything on there, but you download the app, and that means wherever you go in the world, you've got the app and you can listen to LBC. Makes it so much easier. We've got a great local chemist in Sun. Customer service great, and the blister pack delivery always on time. So I don't have the blister packs. I have I've got plastic boxes, which I quite like, actually. And Mr. Mukesh Patel and his head pharmacist, Paul, are accommodating, says Dev. Yes, I'm interested to know if you were working in Disney, which character you'd want to be. Which character would suit Scottish Boy best? I think possibly we'd be... well, he's quite tall, so he couldn't be a little character. Tigger. Yeah, the irritant factor. That would go, with the sort of Tigger. Yeah, Tigger. I'd quite like to be... I don't know which character I'd like to be, actually, because they have so many over there. And they've got... Well, they've just got loads of people. I can't think of anything I'd like to be. Sorry? I'm too tall to be a dwarf, aren't I? They're looking for little people for that. Queen Victoria could have been a dwarf. She was only 5 foot tall. Strange woman. Didn't believe that lesbians existed at all. Just strange enough, she obviously had loads of gay men surrounding her. But, so, yes, I could see you as Tigger. I don't know what I'd be. God, we are so bitchy. It's so bad, honestly. If you could hear the conversations that went on, during the little bits and pieces, we'd have a very successful programme. Steve says, Helinka, the boxes you receive your tablets in are known as Dosset boxes. Are they? Oh, I didn't know. They're all different colours, and they just stick all the things on the back. Because I tried it years and years ago when I first started doing tablets. You end up with boxes. I'd walk around with a carrier bag, and you've got to sit there and every day push one out of a blister pack, and then you can't remember which one you've had. And then they say, oh, we actually do that for you. And I thought, hello? That was Brenda, used to sort me out, which was good. Dan says, are you scared to speak on Moyles' show? No. Why would I see him every day? We always wave every day. Scared. But I work on another radio station. You don't have people popping into other stations. I've done it on a few occasions. But you can't just wander into somebody's studio and go, hello, like that. Scared? Nobody's scared of anything in my entire life. Oh, I was scared, actually. What was I scared about? Oh, yes, I was scared when the Sunderland fans were down here. Dirty people. All the rubbish. And Dan says, will you pop into Chris Moore's show? No? What for? Is there something special going on? Am I missing something? Is he celebrating a birthday? Is he celebrating? He's just had a birthday, exactly, yes. I left him chocolates. Wrong thing to leave, of course. Wrong thing to leave. And Rachel says, I agree with you about taking children with you to restaurants when on holiday. Well, of course, that's the whole idea. You take the kids... I mean, the fact that they didn't, I thought was odd to start with, but there again, I'm not into the parenting, thing, so you just, that's what people do. But I've noticed they've never had any trouble there before. They haven't lost any other children. Not them in particular, but, nobody else has been there and lost children in Praia da Luz, have they? Bad news for diabetics. Bad news. What's the big thing that diabetics fear the most? Well, you probably don't, actually. It's foot and leg amputations. Foot and leg amputations have increased substantially. 7,545 lower leg amputations in the 3 years to 2018. That's an 8% rise. Patients had 147,000 hospital stays for diabetic foot disease. And so every so often... Now, this must be people who do not get their feet checked. I had my feet checked the other week. The other week. Where you go there and you take your shoes and socks off and they look at them and they go, you've got some hard skin here or whatever else. They laughed when I said I've got loads of those machines which are sort of battery operated for taking the skin off your feet, skulls and things. They're very good, actually, very good. And it's an easy thing to do. You could sort of say, no. And that's very good. And then they've got a little plastic, like a needle thing, but it's only plastic, it bends. And they touch your feet to see what your circulation is like. And my feet came out fine. So that was good news. But if you are a diabetic, which maybe you don't know you're a diabetic, maybe you just think, you can carry on eating whatever it is and you're sort of getting ill or you're sweating a lot. That's always a big indication. Go to the toilet a lot. Usual sort of things, which I've told you about over the years. Perhaps you don't go and get your feet checked. Because you must. Because if you get an infection in your feet, there is a very, very good chance that with your poor circulation, it will spread up your leg. I've heard of people before who've gone in and they've had to have their leg amputated above the knee. Above the knee. And it's quite common for diabetics to have their toes or their... toes. I kept thinking big toe, and I couldn't think, what was the name for the other toes? Toes. And a lot of people have those amputated, so you've got to be very, very careful, and somebody says here, Dr. Jennifer Smith, it's a tragedy that so many people are unnecessarily having to face the life-changing consequences of diabetes. And it's people who go, I don't need to go to the doctor. You do need to go to the doctor. You do need to take your medicine. I mean, I'm good at doing medicine. I do take medicine, mainly because I have to. What else we got in the paper? We've got William Shatner, 88 now, William Shatner. Apparently they hated him on the programme. He was loathed, wasn't he? They didn't like him at all. He says he avoids seeing his younger self on television. Well, I mean, that must be the same for a lot of other people. A lot of other people who sort of look back at themselves. We've all got it, haven't we? We've all got photographs that you look back on and go, oh, where did it go wrong? Where did it go wrong? Especially in this business, because you get loads of pictures taken, and if you go out, people take pictures. In fact, there's probably more pictures of me out there than quite a lot of other people. Also, a secondary school has banned pupils from drinking water in class. It's a distraction. Okay. And also... what was the other one? Oh, yes, Graham Norton hosts the TV BAFTAs. That was after Sue Perkins was such a disaster the other year with some very inappropriate jokes. Leslie Joseph. Dark chocolate really is good for your health. Always was, actually. Only in moderation. Dark chocolate, very good for you. And blue or pink for the nursery? Blue for a boy, pink for a girl. I don't know why. Pink all of a sudden became a camp colour and they go, oh, pink, that's a girly colour. Don't know why. But anyway, no, grey. Grey is the new colour for the nursery now. They don't... So we're sort of gender neutral, because we've gone down that peculiar road. A boy fell from St Paul's Cathedral's Whispering Gallery. It's not the first one. There was one who threw herself over and died, and this one fell over. Now, what he was doing, I've got no idea, because I'm terrified of the Whispering Gallery. You go up there, you go up a little windy staircase, and then you go onto the Whispering Gallery, and it's only like 2 foot, 2.5 feet, and it's stones pushed into the wall, and you sit there, and apparently if you whisper into the wall, somebody on the other side can hear you. We all tried, and it never worked for me. And I can't look over there. But if you go all the way up the stairs, in St Paul's Cathedral, all the way up to the top. You then climb in over all the work that Wren did and his workmen, and there's graffiti from those years chiselled into the stone, our sort of workmen with the year and stuff. It's really interesting. But then when you get to the top, there's a piece of glass, and you look down and you're right above the big semicircular that's in there, this marble floors. It's beautiful, but God, it frightens the life out of you. And then you can go right up to the top of St Paul's, and then go out onto the little gallery, and then up to the next one, the top bit of the wedding cake. I've walked it a few times. I know. Stuck in A&E for 7 hours with my 86-year-old mum. Please say hi to her to cheer her up. There you go. Hope you're going to cheer yourself up. There was a bloke the other day, he was walking around Waitrose with his dad. His dad really didn't look very well at all. He was quite old and everything else, and I was sort of thinking, he doesn't look long. You know, when you look at, I know it sounds awful to say, you look at somebody and you think, you've got that grey pallor, and he was going for his, I'm thinking, oh, why would you bring him to Waitrose? You know, let him stay at home, put his feet up, stay warm. I've got a house, Steve, in rural Egypt, near Luxor, safest houses, locals look after me. I know there was a man who came back because they'd had, an incident over there. I don't know what the Home Office restrictions are about Egypt. I can't remember. There were certain bits that I was watching a documentary on the television the other day about the Valley of the Kings, next door being the Valley of the Queens, and they were finding all sorts of tombs and everything else, and they were saying, you know, the visitor numbers have dropped off because they weren't sure, and we're just checking on what the Home Office advice is, so we can sort of find out, because I can't remember. There are certain places, if ever you're going to certain places in the world where there could be trouble, you have to check with the Home Office and go by their guidelines. Sometimes they say it's safe. There you go. Don't go. This is from the Home Office to North or South Sinai. Where's that? I don't know where that is, actually. It doesn't help me, does it, really? East, right. So don't go there. That would be the bit that wouldn't be safe. Mind you, you go to Vienna. They go, Vienna's beautiful, it's lovely, and all the rest of it. And they always say in the guidebooks, don't go to the Prater, the fun fair, at night. It's a permanent fun fair. I love it. It's like really, really dated. Touristy bits and the Nile are okay, say the Foreign Office. So there you go. We'd like to help you out. So Robbie Williams advised on Vegas appearances by Matt Goss, who seems to think for some reason he's a headliner. I'm sorry, has Matt Goss ever played anything apart from a little piddly room? Where is he playing at the moment? Is he playing at the, I'm sure he was playing some room, but he wasn't doing many dates there. He's not a headline act. He's just a lounge singer. She gets too hungry for dinner at 8. You know, that's it. And then he might sing it. He's back at the Mirage. How many days does he do the Mirage? Because he was at Caesar's Palace, then they dropped him after a while to try and inject some interest in it. I was imagine he just does Sundays. Is that it? What's he do the rest of the time? He's not waiting tables again, is he? How do you work on... He's in the nightclub again, just on Sundays. And that's it. It's a small nightclub, isn't it? It's not very big, I don't think. Not very big. But I love the way that Matt Goss thinks he's a headline act. I think not. In the same way that, you know, can you name me anybody else working those sort of little rooms in all the hotels, from the from the Hilton to the Luxor to all these other places? They have little rooms where you go in there, you have a bevy, and some bloke comes on, you know, with a silly hat on and funny hair, and sings some hits. That's not headline act, because you can't tell me anybody who's working any of those other rooms without checking it out. So that's why I love the idea. Robbie Williams is headline. You know, Donny and Marie Osmond are headline. Matt Goss performing in a cupboard. He's always had that ego, though, hasn't he? Always had that sort of huge ego, which he cannot control. It's difficult, really. Once somebody's got an ego, you can't do anything about it. You can't advise them. They know it all. You know, they think you've got to dress like this and dress like that. But, I mean, he's not. You could go ask people in America. Matt Goss? Nothing. Nothing at all. What else we got? So we got the chocolate, didn't we? Which we quite like. Also, the lone columnist who thinks Sarah Ferguson could be good for Andy because he's so arrogant. You can't tell him anything. And yet they all go to the Grand Prix in Bahrain, which they shouldn't have done. But there again, you can't tell. He just thinks he knows it all, doesn't he? He's a right clever clogs. Also, great white sharks feared to be swimming off Britain's coasts because the water is a little bit warmer. So there you go. Having told you that, in the paper today, temperatures set to nosedive further. Well, I didn't think it was as cold this morning. It was cold yesterday, but this morning I didn't think it was as cold. We have an interview to do today, Scottish Boy and I. Looking forward to that. Ready? Under the Moon of Love. Do you know anything about Showaddywaddy? No, I didn't think you would. He's a Leicester City supporter. Leicester City. That's all I've discovered. Well, actually, I knew that, and also he now manages, Dave, the Showaddywaddy. They're still going. They're still going. They do about 120 gigs a year, which is 120 more than Matt Goss. Still singing those little songs. And he's at the Mirage. The Mirage is where Siegfried and Roy were. It's got a volcano outside. It's one of the older hotels. But and behind the reception desk there's a tank with baby sharks swimming in it, which is quite nice, isn't it? Yeah. Baby shark, do. Is it Baby Shark? What was the Fox one? What was that Fox thing? Mr. Fox did. I thought it was Mr. Fox. Was it? What does the fox say? What? Yeah. What? Yes. What does the? What? Oh, that's right. What was the Baby Shark one again? Don't play it. We'll get into trouble. Baby Shark, do. Oh, really? Honestly, I tell you. This programme's a winner, I tell you. I'd be listening to it. If I was at home, I'd listen. Baby Shark. Yes, exactly. But there was that other song, wasn't there? Which we played all the time on LBC years and years ago. And I can't remember what it was called. It was another thing. And it was a kid singing it. A kid singing it like a kiddie song. No, it wasn't the Crazy Frog. Oh, it was something else. Somebody will tell me because we played it so often on the programme. Alan Dodgen found this song for us. And this kid sung it, but I now can't remember what it was. But I'm tempted to play Baby Shark. Is it a kid singing it, or is it? Oh, how cute! How cute! Talking to cute, better find out what the road and the rail are like this morning. Yesterday there was a disaster. Well, yeah, come on. I mean, I'm just generalising. When I got to Waterloo Station yesterday, loads of cancellations apparently due to an incident. An incident. There's more incidents on that line than apparently in America, says John. Matt Goss is more famous than Robbie Williams. Well, Robbie Williams is headlining. Matt Goss is doing 1 day a week. Robbie is quoted saying he likes his house in America because nobody knows him. Well, they booked him into Vegas. They booked him into Vegas, so that means he's more important. He's doing a residency. Matt Goss is doing 1 day a week. 1 day a week. They're not going to put Robbie Williams. Bear in mind, America is huge. You could be huge in New York and not known on the East Coast. Oh, that's right. The song, thank you. Then it goes back into Schnee. No, there is actually a song, isn't there? But it's the Schnee Schnapp Schnapp. It was a huge hit. It was the German boys singing, says Alan. Thank you. And Eric says, please stop singing the Baby Shark song. Last time he did that, it was stuck in my head all day. Baby Shark, dun-dun-dun-dun-dun, Baby Shark. I think I vaguely remember the song. I vaguely remember it. Steve, I went to see Showaddywaddy in the Southport Theatre, says Jimmy, about 1978. They're one of the best groups I ever saw. I get my feet checked every 10 weeks, my eyes once a year. Yep, you have to. Seriously, I only tell people, I know a lot of people who are diabetic don't want to go and do things like that, but I'm telling you, once you go in there and you've got problems with your feet and they go, we're going to have to amputate your toes or something like that, or worse, the whole leg. Seriously, I would think, do they give it to you to take home as a souvenir or something? What do they do with them? Sounds too awful for words. Love Donnie Marie in Las Vegas. Go to see Penn and Teller next month. Have you seen them? Yes. They hate each other. They don't get on at all well. At the very end of the show, it's a very good show. But, all these people, they get paid a fortune for doing, David Copperfield doing 3 shows a day. 3 shows a day. And then I think he works 3 weeks, then he gets a week off or something like that. And he goes away and performs magic again. Totally obsessed by it. But, Penn and Teller are good, but at the end of the show, they will come off the stage, go into the hall, you can have your picture taken with them, they'll sign an autograph, but they're separate. Because it must drive you mad. If you're in a group or something like that, a bit like the Spice Girls, I suppose, and, you spend a lot of time with somebody, eventually you're going, oh, God's sake, just go away. Drives you mad. Please ask Showaddywaddy if the pinnacle of their career was the lead act at an open-air concert 1 November at the Centre of the Universe, namely Drum Chapel. There was one show that they did, which they put as the highlight, and I can't remember which one it was. I'll have to go back to my notes. Steve, can you use your influence and get Joe Allen's to put calf's liver back on the menu? Oh, I love liver. Liver and bacon and mashed potato. Have they taken it off? Perhaps they're just doing a revamp of the menu again. I can have calf's liver all the time. I know not everybody likes it. I'm the only one. My 1-year-old grandson, says Julie, is called Finn. So, baby shark, dee-dee-dee-dee-dee, baby shark. He giggles so much when I swing him round and sing it to him. Visiting the UK next week for the Easter break. Can't wait to see his little face again. Baby shark, do-do-do-do-do-do, baby. You watch, you'll all be going home today going, that bloomin' Steve Allen was singing that baby shark thing. At every radio station, as all the radio presenters, this is the show that more radio presenters listen to, going in to do breakfast shows, because they go, what is he doing today? So I run through, dark chocolate, really good for you in moderation. Blue or pink for the nursery. No, grey. That's always a good one. Also, Virgin, giving its flying lady a new look. Apparently one of them's a gay man. That doesn't, hit hard, does it really? Ulrika Johnson getting divorced again. And, the tiny dresses handmade for Queen Victoria, who ended up with a 50-inch waist. I mean, good God, she was fatter than me. Also, great white sharks, temperatures. Also, what's the other one? Tesco putting knives in glass cabinets. That might not go for local radio, I think, today. Local radio Shropshire. We've got nothing to talk about. Robbie Williams being advised by Matt Goss. Hilarious. Graham Norton to host the BAFTAs. And the police called because a man sat in the train carriage's first-class area. There was nobody sitting in there, he just went and sat in there because the train was packed solid. I don't really see what the problem is, but there you go. Plus, Prince Harry's most devoted fan has died, which was 99, for goodness sake. I mean, how much longer? Boots stores facing the axe after the profit warning. And the Saudi blood money. What do you think this one is? I don't think this is for local radio at all. This is certainly far more for LBC. The Kingdom has handed out cash and 10,000 a month and homes to the children of the murdered journalist. Remember Mr. Khashoggi, who was murdered, and in an effort to keep them quiet. Oh, have houses. Nothing to them at all, is it? Might as well give them all Rolls Royces and everything. Drivers hit by another fuel price hike, and the Grand National will go ahead despite the vandalism. I hope they catch the people, and I hope they put them in prison for a long time. 25 minutes past 5. I don't do many time checks on this programme, which you probably noticed. We don't do a lot of time checks. Mainly because I don't want you thinking, I'm going to go and do something. Looking at the photos as out of the nude protesters at the House of Commons, the one on the left looks like you. Isn't it funny? Because actually I thought one of the women was you, Howard. Isn't that funny? Well, it turns out it was. Poor old Howard, honestly. Still desperately trying to find friends and not really succeeding very well. But never mind. I'm sure one time you will find, even if they're in the police force, I'm sure you'll find them. Also, front page of the Sun this morning, 7 hours of cabinet lockdown. Now, she's sent a message to Corbyn. Help! I mean, to be honest, I'm so bored with the whole thing. Also, Sue Perkins axed as host of the BAFTAs. Well, because the gags were so awful. I'll read you some of the gags she used last year. This is why it was so dreadful. I'm working alongside a massive organ. I know how Susanna Reid feels on Good Morning Britain. Died. Give me... No, I can't do that. Jodie Whittaker's the perfect Doctor Who. If anybody's got experience fighting monsters, it's an actress. Again, just died. And so many sequins have gone where the sun doesn't shine. I'll wake up thinking I've been bejazzled by pixies. Again, died. So they've dropped her. Somebody says the performance either wasn't loved, either internationally or by audiences at home. Time to change before more turn off. And so Graham Norton's gone back onto it again. I think it should be Stephen Fry. Either Stephen Fry or Graham. I'm quite happy with either of those. Also, Danny Cipriani bedded a mum of two, mainly because she wrote to him saying, can I have a kiss and all the rest of it. So she's already got two children. Her name is Amy De Ambrosio, makes it sound like a tin of rice or something. Claimed the rugby bad boy turned up at her home for sex after she asked for a kiss. You got the word desperate stamped all over you, haven't you, really? Thank you. Thank you. You taking much money to the tower? How much money have you got? How much have you got?
Just a
Card. Just watch it, it's like...
They buy drinks for us. So.
Oh, they buy drinks for you? Oh, that's nice. Make sure you get food out of it as well. Go for nibbles. Just go, I'm a little bit hungry. What time are you going?
3, I think.
3, you definitely get food. Little chips or something. It's always good. Lovely. I think he's putting on weight. Do you think he's putting on weight? It looked like he was putting on weight. But anyway, it doesn't matter. So anyway, this Danny Cipriani is another one who's naked on the internet. What with Prince Andrew the other day and Danny Cipriani, And you sort of think to yourself, what is it with these people who want to take their clothes off? It's Caroline Flack. She's sort of going out with him. Everybody's been out with him. Anybody else want to put their hands up and claim that one? Also, Jez, the two of us. That's such a good line, isn't it? Jez, the two of us. We quite like that. Also, Virgin, blah, blah, blah. And... oh, there was some... I liked this one. I like this story here. This is a slip and trip fraudster. Slip and trip. What she did... her name is Farida Ashraf. She's a crook. She tripped over in a store some boxes which two people had put on the floor. Two accomplices. And she then did the fake tripping. They did it in America. They had this old man and he sort of went down very slow and then lay on the floor. She did the same. But she left it for quite a while. So she went to the supermarket and then I think about a year later, she tried to claim for injuries. And so they then went no. And surprisingly, the insurance firm, who are Aviva, brought a claim against her for falsely. She's a crook. Farida Ashraf pretended to trip, claim for injuries, and Aviva said no. So all she got was a 21-month suspended jail term after admitting fraud. You know, she thought that they would just cough up $3,000. You can do that. You get a lot of people who do it. There was a woman years and years ago, she used to claim her luggage had been nicked from trains and everything else. And it turned out, once they amalgamated all the insurance companies into the one big computer, they discovered she'd made claims against everybody. If it was only the one company, you had to investigate them. But nowadays, it's all the that's why the police can stop you in your car and go, you haven't got any insurance. Who are you with? And they go, oh, I think I'm with, Bacra Insurance or whatever it happens to be. And they go, well, I don't think so. Because they then phone them straight away and they go, no, they cancelled it after the first week. That's how you know they're bent. And this woman here, Farida Ashraf, pretended to trip in the supermarket to get $3,000. Anyway, now she's got a criminal record. Always good news, I always think. LBC. Ian says, I'm off to Norfolk tomorrow. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Keeping me company. Shropshire tomorrow. Shropshire. I've never been to Shropshire. That sounds nice. Kevin the Milkman says, I was delivering to an office block in Clerkenwell and the night guard took a while to let me in. I found out why. When he opened the door, he was too busy listening to you on the radio. I get that all the time. Mainly taxis in London. Mainly taxis. Get loads of taxi delivery drivers. In fact, actually just loads of everybody. So we've added another one to the list, Kevin. Shane says Harpo Marx from the Marx Brothers pretended he couldn't talk. Yeah. He was a bit sort of like the Clangers. Because he couldn't remember his lines. Do you think Penn and Teller are the same? No, absolutely not. One of them's into magic and one of them isn't. And I'll leave you to work out which one's into magic and the other one isn't. One did it as a job. It's just a job, like some people go out to work and bake cakes. He does it because it's a job. We went to a magic shop in Vegas. I went with my friend Daryl, and which one was it? The Venetian. And we walked into this magic shop. I can't remember what it's called now, Joker Magic or something. Because we were interested. We were in town for a convention. And immediately the blokes behind the counter started demonstrating and this. And, hey, guys, you see this? Because they were working on commission. They demonstrate something to you, you buy it, they get commission. And so the moment we said we were at a convention, they stopped demonstrating. They ceased immediately, and we said to them, it's really strange. Why would you stop? He said, because you're not interested in buying anything. He said, we only demonstrate. And so we said, are you really interested in magic? And the blokes went, no. He said, that's just what we do. We learnt how to do these things to demonstrate them. Much like the Penn and Teller thing, the producer says, I won't name them, but there are some Premier League footballers who don't really like football. They're just good at it. Really? I never thought about that. Interesting, isn't it? Mind you, I know radio presenters who are absolute rubbish but have still got a job. I always think, in radio terms, you're only as good as your... amuse myself then. Only as good as your last rage are, as they say. If you get good figures, people like you. People like you. And if they like you, you're kind of set for life. It's the people who can't move on with something. I don't know what makes this job, good or means that you can be doing it for a long time. When I look at a lot of people now, and there's a lot of very young people in the industry, you look at them and you think, do you still be doing it? Do you think in 40 years' time? That's what amazes me, because I've been through so many incarnations. I feel as though I'm transing in radio terms. I've done phone-in, I've done this, I've done that, I've done beauty, I've done a DIY program. I've done car maintenance. I've done just about everything. Central heating with Roger Bisbee. I mean, just loads and loads of different things. And I think that sort of is good. I think that's actually a good thing. You know, where sort of you're doing something and you love doing it. You know. Little Julie says, did you find the glue? No. I'm really disappointed about the glue thing. I've got a bottle somewhere in the flat. I don't know where it is. I'm going to have to try and find the thing. And Paul says this year we'll probably see the end of May before the end of April. The weather's gone. Why is that funny? The end of Theresa May. Oh, sorry. Clever little bit on there. Very clever. You should be working for the Sun, I think. Steve, professionals listen to you too. I know. Oh, I've got lots of people in radio that listen, and lots of people, you know, from television programmes and producers and all sorts of people. It doesn't really matter, actually. Radio is very, you know, it's open to everybody. You know, as I say, we don't care. I don't know what a lot of people look like unless I've actually seen people. So I couldn't care less whether you're black, white, pink, green, blue with red spots, gay, straight, lesbian, bisexual. I couldn't care less. Makes no difference to me as long as you feature in the figures. That's the important thing. Ray says, you are using an electrical hard skin recoverer. It's advised that diabetics shouldn't use them, though. And because I think you're worth it. No, I've no problem with that with the doctor at all. No. When I say electric, they're battery operated. Skoll do one, or Scholl, whatever they're called. And quite a few other companies. No, you take that hard skin off. I've got loads of cream. And my feet are very good. So I'm the odd exception. Alex says, cancel prison sentences below 12 months. No, build more prisons. Get some proper judges. Well, absolutely, I agree with you. So that bloke, the rugby player who threatened to rape a WPC, and he just gets community service. Mind you, luckily the rugby club have dropped him, so that's good. Let's hope, and we hope that the paedophile footballer doesn't get any work ever again. Dally says, getting my Creed today. Can't wait. That'll be Creed Aventus. Jane Moore, in her column, talking about Patsy Kensit, photograph looking the worst for wear. She said, we've all been there. It's the first glimpse of spring. The kids are elsewhere. One e-mate suggests having just a quick drink in the sunshine. Next thing, people are arriving for dinner. Oh, I've done that. Sat outside pubs, you go, should we go and eat? You go, oh, I can stand up. Does work, actually. Also, apparently, as part of the UK's aid budget, writes Jane, we handed 52 million to India last year and will send 46 million more for 2019-20. This year, India declared itself a space superpower after shooting down one of its own satellites. That's right. Our money literally going up in smoke. Why are we sending money to India? It's hugely rich. Are they sending any money here? No, not as far as we know. Also, Theresa May pictured in a designer puffer jacket with 3/4 sleeves. Sorry, says Jane, don't get it. If it's cold, you want a puffer jacket that completely covers your arms. I agree. Perhaps it was just one that didn't fit. And they were talking here. This is a receptionist. Jill Walker's car was involved in a prang with a 4x4 in Birmingham. She was shocked when it drove off. Seconds later, an unmarked police 4x4 pulled up to deal with the situation, telling her the other vehicle had a royal on board. They're not allowed to stop. The only royal in the area that day was the Countess of Wessex, otherwise known as Mrs. Prince Edward, begging the question, does the 48 squillionth in line to the throne really need so much taxpayer-funded security? After all, put her in a baseball cap and jeans and the majority would struggle to identify her in a lineup. And Princess Beatrice's new boyfriend, Edoardo Mapelli Mozzi, just spent his first weekend away with his potential in-laws. Andrew whisks the couple and his ex-wife Fergie off to Bahrain, where the Crown Prince treated them to luxury suites at the Ritz-Carlton and a VIP day at the Grand Prix. Onlookers said Edoardo seemed to have a lot in common with the Yorks. Not least, says Jane Moore, it seems, sharing their penchant for freebies, and also in a disgusting country whose human rights doesn't even bear looking at. So that was that. I wish Jane Moore had asked the other day, so how about Harvey? When they had Jordan on, who's becoming more boring by the day, I'm afraid. And, I'm having a great year this year. Just put him into a home, an hour away. There's obviously nothing more local. But he'll be going home at weekends. Apparently she's far too busy to drive over there. Dreadful. Steve, go to the Ideal Home Show in London. Ask for JB on Harrick's Glue. Do you a good deal if you mention me, says Susan. I don't know, the Ideal Home Show is it still on? It's at Olympia, is it? Oh, yes, because Earl's Court's gone. For what? Housing. Housing, I ask you. Good Lord. Olympia. I like Olympia. I like the Ideal Hotel. How long is it on for? Is it on for... I could wander around and just go and buy glue, couldn't I? I could probably find the right... I've seen them demonstrating glue on different things. So, runs till Sunday. Oh, right. I could go on Saturday, actually. I'm not doing anything this Saturday. Is it? Is it the Daily Mail sponsored? Zoopla, that's why. See, with the Daily Mail, we saw all about it in the newspaper. If it's not, you don't hear about it. Steve, talking about people taking their clothes off, it would be awful to see Prince Andrew naked. However, Danny Cipriani says Jan is another matter. It's not difficult to find, put it that way. Not difficult to find. Or Prince Andrew. Or Gareth Gates. Or any one of a number of people. It's really almost become like some tedious game where they go, oh, I mean, it's like sort of going through LBC. I mean, we're far too sophisticated to worry about things like that. Tricia says a recent blood test shows I'm borderline diabetic. Do you think I should adjust my diet? I'm not on any meds. When you say borderline diabetic, I mean, I'm assuming that they've actually tested your blood and they've said, oh, you're sort of, 9 or something like that. So, that's sort of pre-diabetic, they call it, don't they? Pre-diabetic. The only thing you can do is it depends whether you're overweight. If you're overweight, then you need to sort of watch the stuff you're eating. So, here we go. Fried food out, cakes out, biscuits out, orange juice out, grapefruit juice out. There's quite a number of things which are out. Fruit, not too much fruit, just a little bit of fruit. I've stopped fruit completely, whereas I used to eat fruit every day. But now I don't. I'm better. And I was debating whether to have 2 croissants this morning. But I've decided not to. Although I know what'll happen. I'll see them. I go, perhaps I could just have a croissant. That'd be quite nice, wouldn't it? Just to sort of keep me going. Getting a nose job could soon be as quick and easy as having a lunchtime manicure. In and out in 15 minutes, they reckon. How much it costs, I've got no idea. And so they use these 3D printed moulds. It's an American, Dr. Hill, who's come up with this one, so that's good, isn't it? Travelling by rail now takes twice as long as by car. Isn't it funny? I always thought that rail would be really quick, but obviously not. And here's this poor bloke. This is Edward White. Faced with standing up on yet another overcrowded commute, he decided to take an empty seat in first class. But his journey to Birmingham New Street ended with the police being called after a train manager decided to make an example of his fare evasion. Oh, God, a job's worth. Nick. What a waste of time. I mean, admittedly, I'm assuming that there is a first-class ticket to Birmingham, so he was sitting where he shouldn't have been sitting, and people have done that before. So he hit out at the heavy-handed action. He pays £142 for a monthly ticket and said he'd gone to first class, which had just 4 passengers in, because there were no seats in standard and it wasn't safe to stand. I'm sorry, I'm veering against you now. It doesn't matter whether it wasn't safe to stand. It's always safe to stand on a train. But to say there, 4 passengers in who probably paid an awful lot of money, and you are going in there and sitting down at a seat you hadn't paid for. So, in theory, the manager's right. If you became mouthy, which I suspect you might have done, he said it was patronising and condescending. Whilst I feel for the people who paid all that money, I think first class should be scrapped. Why? Why? They didn't want to sit with you. So why would you worry? But anyway, British Transport Police officers boarded the train to talk to him. He said there's rising knife crime, violent crime, and they're called to deal with me. He said I was sitting down reading a book in a seat you hadn't paid for. Come on, get your brain in order. Goodness sake, Mr. White. He says sometimes staff declassify the carriages so anybody can sit there. Yeah. Eventually he paid 16 quid for a first-class upgrade, but has now asked for a refund. Why should you get a refund? Why should you get it? Police confirmed they attended the incident, but it was a civil matter. It was resolved by railway staff. Cross Country said crowding can occur on trains, and though it can be uncomfortable, the train remains safe. Exactly. He was trying to cheat you out of your money, and that's why he coughed up the 16 quid. You cannot sit somewhere. It's not for you. It's like going into the theatre and going, well, I don't like the seats here. I think we'll go and sit down there. And somebody goes, no, I've paid for these seats. Do you remember we had it? Do you remember when we went to see Cliff Richard at the Royal Albert Hall? Great show. Great show. And we were in a box. Me, Paul Gambaccini, Elaine Page. There were some lovely people. And Warren. And it was great. But when we went into the box, there were all these women. who'd come in, they're going, oh, right, and they were looking at the seats, and I'm sort of thinking, who are they? And so Warren, I think it was, says, who are you? And so she went, oh, we got our seats here. And I went, no, this is a box. You're upstairs in the gods, where you need oxygen. And so they all trooped out. It was terrible. See, Peter Simon from Ideal World and the other presenters go to the Ideal Home exhibition. Well, if it finishes Saturday, I'm going to go, but I don't want to pay for it. How much does it cost to go to the Ideal Home show? I bet that's not cheap, is it? I suppose I could go, but it means I'll have to sort of I don't know. Can't take the car, there's nowhere to park. Oh, I don't know, there's a problem, innit? But I wouldn't mind going, I like wandering around. I end up buying all sorts of balmy stuff. I love the demonstrations. Saturday. £14. What, because I'm a pensioner? How do you prove you're a pensioner? How do you prove that? Driving... Oh, is it? Oh, right. Oh, never thought about that, actually. How lovely. £14. So £14 is what the discounted price is. 60... not a lot to save, is it? Actually, I've done before. I've gone into... is the press centre here? And they go, it's just in there. So you walk to the press centre and then you just go straight in. Did you see Katie Price running onto G&B Live yesterday morning? And she said, are we live? Is she thick, says Harry. Yeah. And, yeah. Jane says, I've just taken you to Amsterdam from Keukenhof. Stunning tulips. Well, of course. When it's spring again, I'll bring again tulips from Amsterdam. Steve, of the duo, I would guess that Teller is the proper magician and Penn joined after. Pretty sure Penn was in an episode of Friends as a salesman, which would suggest he wanted to be an actor, says Matt the Trucker. Julie in Germany says, I remember when... Oh, I've missed me out time, actually. Sorry. Let me do this. I'll come back to you, Julie. Don't go away. 5:45. Check on the road and rail with Joanne. Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Wednesday, 3rd of April. Well done, says Joe, regarding diabetes. I've been talking about it for 15 years. My late father had his toes, then up to his ankle, and finally up to the knee amputated. As you inform people, looking after your feet is vital. It is, I keep saying, but I know a lot of people who are diabetic and they don't go for the, all the stuff you're supposed to go for, the medication. They don't go, the doctor says, can you come in, get your feet checked and we'll do your blood pressure and all that kind of stuff, and they don't bother. Because diabetes, there's nothing, whereas I know if I'm not feeling very well, I can tell by what's going on in my stomach. I know it sounds peculiar, but most diabetics, people say, have you ever had a hypo? And the answer is no. If anything, I'm desperate to bring it down. I'm always up high. Julie says, so the Ideal Home exhibition held at the Bingley Hall in Birmingham. We were so excited to see colour television for the first time. It was showing the Andy Williams show. We thought we'd stepped into another world. Couldn't believe it when my parents took delivery of our very own 22-inch colour set a few weeks later. Felt so special. Do you imagine? We used black and white. I'm that old now. I find it very depressing that we started off with a black and white television, and we were quite happy with black and white. And then my parents rented colour, and the man sat there, brought it round, put it in, and went, oh my God, it's like being at the cinema. It was amazing. When is Harry and Meghan's baby due? Says Jackie. I think it's the end of this month, early next month. I mean, she's decided she's going to sort of snub the Lindo Wing and all these other... I don't know what they're doing. Doesn't make it... It's only a baby. People bring them into the world every single day. Doesn't make any difference. Steve, in London now, says Sandy, as hubby has his treatment today at Mount Vernon for prostate cancer. I'm staying in a very nice apartment in Wembley. Looks fairly new and nice facilities. Would recommend it to anybody. It's an Airbnb or something like that. Did you see the hail yesterday? Says Sandy. No. I saw a programme on the telly about some people going down to a volcano and it started hailing. And they were mountaineers and they were climbing down to get to the crater. Why you want to go anywhere near that? I can't imagine. But it's not Urta Alley, which bubbles away 24 hours a day. Molten rock. You've never seen anything like it. It's amazing. And this particular one, they said this is climbers' worst nightmare, rain, because it loosens rocks and stuff like that. So I turned that over. Hospitals have vascular and paediatric departments. Podiatric. Diabetic souls must at all costs attend the appointment without fail. My wife, sadly, Steve, had her right leg amputated above the knee, says Dev. Yes, I mean, it's actually, it's quite common. Chris in Cardiff. He says, do you know, with all the recent developments, whether the building in Soho that was the Raymond Review Bar is still there? I think that the arch is still there, and it's got a lock on the door because it closed. It's called the Box Soho. Is it open then? Oh, it's actually like a cabaret nightclub. But yes, it was Raymond's Review Bar. I'd never been there, but I passed it loads of times. Loads and loads of times. 15 years ago, was it? Good God. Paul Raymond's empire was huge. And so it all went to some girl, didn't it? I can't remember. She inherited the whole lot of Paul's empire. Because it was a lot of property. It's worth serious amounts of money. Millions and millions and millions and millions. And she got the lot, I think. So that's what it is. I think the arch is still there. And there used to be what they used to call clip joints. Clip joints. And a clip joint was where you'd go in, you'd have somebody standing on the door going, see a strip show, see a strip show. Don't ask me how I know this, because I'm always interested in people working. And you'd go in, you'd pay your money, then they'd shove you out the back door. Because it wasn't a clip joint at all. It's like the people who profess to selling alcohol in some of these cheap Soho bars. They weren't licensed, so they sold you coloured water, and if you didn't pay, you were in big trouble. Big trouble. What else we got today in the paper? I definitely want to go see these Queen Victoria dresses. They must have been taken when she was very young. Also, 500,000 pensioners paying too much tax. They say the over 65s have taken their pensions and it's pushed them into a different tax brackets. They're saying if you can live without your pension for a while, then that would be the best thing. 2 high street bookies under fire for launching games after new rules came in over addictive betting terminals. Leslie Joseph saying steer clear of plastic surgery. I mean, you don't, to be honest with you, unless you're really vain. I mean, I was looking at a picture of one of them in the Housewives of Cheshire or something like that, whatever it is, Garcia old baggage, and she was in there, and apparently they've all had something done, but they're all so vile. They really are. You've never met such a bunch of most awful people you could ever bump into, including Christine, whatever her face is, who hardly ever features, thank the Lord. But the rest of them, the language is atrocious. Don't you speak to me like that. Don't you speak... And they're effing and blinding and all the rest. It's awful. Absolutely dreadful. So, is it going to change? Tesco putting kitchen knives into glass cabinets? I mean, it's a start, isn't it? I suppose it's a start, but I don't think it's going to stop people, because you can go into anywhere. And also, what's the point of, sorry, how old are you? I'm 16. I can't sell it to you. You need to be 18. What? So 18-year-olds can't do damage with knives? Ridiculous. I'm certainly no fan of Katie Price, says Wendy. In fact, I can't stand her, but I can understand why Harvey needs to go into a special care home. He's an enormous lad. Yes, he's got this eating disorder where he just gets bigger and bigger. He's in his early teens, probably with lots of testosterone, far too strong for her to control. Well, it was the children who complained. He smashed up computers and all sorts of things. And so she's placed him in this special care home. But yeah, it was only a short while ago she was saying, I'd love to adopt another disabled child. I thought, you can't look after this one. What's the point? He's an hour away. I mean, is that the closest that they can find to put him in? Is that the closest? I don't know why his father never got involved with him. I really can't get... But as you say, nothing to do with us. Nothing to do with us at all. Connie says, how come that people look so much like each other, even though they don't have the same mother? I saw a man in a supermarket who had a very strong resemblance to Steven Spielberg. Unbelievable. Well, they say that everybody's got a double, don't they? Wherever you are, you will see your double. Somewhere. Daily Star today, the man-eaters off the coast of this country. And apparently Robbie Williams has swapped cocaine and strippers for hummus and celery sticks. Riveting. What a dull story. What a very, very dull story. Susanna Reid says loudmouth Piers Morgan has nearly driven her back to the drink. But sometimes she dreams of a stiff drink. Whee! As you do, when she hasn't drunk for ages and ages. And the weather. On the change at the moment. Temperature set to plunge. So we've got winter conditions. I don't think it's going to be winter conditions like sort of snow and drifting and stuff like that. It hasn't been like that in London for a long time. Long time. And, I can't do that one. Plus. June Brown is scared that killer robots will end the world. Do you know she's 92? 92. Mind you, Doris Day is 97, I think. Paul Raymond's estate went to his granddaughter Fawn, says Avril, who's on the committee at Brinsworth. Huge amount of money, wasn't it? I can't remember exactly what it was. It was millions and millions. And people were saying, oh, right, she was a granddaughter, but I don't think they'd seen each other very often. I think that's how it went. Also, what do we got here? Hugh Jackman, Carly Rae Jepsen, Brilliant. I've never heard of some of these people. Ava Max has the biggest song of the year so far. That's probably the last you'll ever hear of her. Drake gave fans at the O2 Arena a teaser of drama Top Boy, which he's now producing for Netflix. David Walliams can help send you to sleep, apparently. He's written Sleep Story for Calm, the popular app for sleep and medication. Ariana Grande. Hasn't she just come out, Ariana Grande, as bisexual or something? I can't remember. I lose track of all these musicians and singers who go, oh, by the way, I'm gay, and we all go, oh, who cares? Seriously, it's so tedious. Coming up very shortly, the news. Just me again, then. Just me again. Oh, right. You never heard of that one before? Yeah, very much on my own on that one. Sorry, we were just having a private conversation about, where you put your money to save it nowadays. And mine was most original. Wednesday, 3rd of April. Sorry. I'm not actually coughing. Although there's a lady coughing on the television. Oh, I just remembered it was Katie Price's mother. Anyway, it's Wednesday. And we're here till 7 o'clock, when Nick Ferrari will join you. Time for national unity to solve the Brexit crisis. So over to you, Jezza, because they're now both talking. I mean, the whole thing is just a farce, isn't it? I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. William Shatner can't bear seeing himself on television. Yeah, but we all age. And somebody said, oh, somebody's dying. I said, we're all dying. You're not exactly sort of going to halt the ageing process. You might have had loads of plastic surgery, in which case you don't look as though you're dying, but I promise you, inside, you're dying. We found the serial blood donor, 156 pints he's given over 55 years. 156 pints, that's like 10 bodies, isn't it, really? So, the Cheshire housewife and a football wag, and her breasts. They've been branded a safety risk because they're too big. That's how shallow the programme is, apart from the fact they're all vile. And all trying to outdo each other. Seriously, it does look at... you look at them and think, do you really wear this stuff all the time? It's like, when you look at the people from Towie and they go to Sugar Hut. I mean, most of them are way too old for that kind of thing. Way too old. I mean, Arj turned up on a scooter the other day as if he was 17. He's an old man. Doesn't actually have a job either, does he, really? Also, the lone columnist who thinks Sarah Ferguson could be good for Andy... Well, let's face it, she'd been out with Paddy McNally for 17 years before she got round to Andrew. And then they had these two daughters who apparently have jobs, but they don't sort of seem to go in very often, or they seem to get loads of time off. So I suspect it's probably just one of these, they work really hard. And imagine if you go to an event and they go, oh, by the way, it's Beatrice. Oh, God. Or Eugenie. No, thank you. Also, those tiny dresses, handmade for Queen Victoria. Do you know they keep everything? They don't throw anything out. You won't find... I mean, they could have a great bring and buy sale, couldn't they? But they don't get rid of anything. So all the Queen's outfits, from the very first moment she stepped into the back, all saved. Where they keep them, I've got no idea. They've actually got all of Diana's, the dresses that weren't sold, and they've also got all of Queen Victoria's stuff. Occasionally a pair of knickers makes it onto the open market. But the majority of the time, they've got everything in storage so they can bring out and do an exhibition. And when you look at it, they've got Queen Victoria. The waists are very tiny. Well, we all know. She had a huge waist. 50 inches. So these must have been from the very early part of her career. They look fantastic. I mean, they're beautiful. I remember going to see at Kensington Palace the Diana dresses. And again, that was, very, very popular. Even though the royal family hated her, the dresses were very, very popular. Ulrika Johnson splits from her third husband after 11 years. Luckily, she's not ruled out with another trip down the aisle. And she says, OK, biologically, I'm a 4x4, because she's got 4 children with 4 different fathers. And she wants to make a return to the limelight. She said, I do need to live. So it'll be another reality show. That's all these people do now, is reality shows, don't they? Everybody does a reality show. And they do reality shows because you don't need to be particularly clever or bright or anything. If you're doing the cooking programme, then you've obviously got to be a bit cleverer than other people, because they presented them the other day, John Turode and the one I don't like, and Greg Wallace. He just comes over as creepy. There's something about it. When he smiles, you think, ooh, no, not sure about you. But anyway, and they were doing a thing, and they sort of gave them all these ingredients, but it was all throw-out ingredients, and they had to create something. Well, I'd just stand there and cry. No point in making anything. Steve, I've just read KP is thinking of starting her own pricey paper, so you can hear it from her first. God, no, please, says little Julie. Listen, nothing works for her. She's a dismal disaster in everything. Every single item, that she's ever touched has collapsed. Her clothing, collapsed. Her horse riding stuff, collapsed. Everything, all collapsed. There was never any 42 million, 45 million, nothing like that. She's never had that sort of money in her life. She just got, the topless pictures went for ages and ages. Now they're just going, her face has been so altered by all the Botox and fillers and everything. It just looks ridiculous. And desperately unhappy. Desperately unhappy. Also, apparently, Steve, read Virgin Atlantic. There are no gays in the airline industry. There's only butch boys, says Simon. Stop it. Stop it fibbing. Stop it fibbing. I've seen these people swishing up and down the aisles, tea, coffee, duty free. They don't do duty free on planes, do they now? Do they do duty free on planes? Can't remember. Do they do it at the airport? Who goes to duty free anymore, to be honest? It's really a bit naff, isn't it, now? And we all used to get the same thing, 200 fags and a bottle of booze. And that was it. And it's not really cheaper in a lot of cases. Yeah, they just sort of, oh, look. I mean, they always go, oh, look, would you like to come and buy a pen? What, you go all the way to the airport to buy a pen? Very naff, very naff. Going to see Aladdin the musical, says little Julie on Saturday before it closes, to make way for Feed the Birds, Tuppence a bag. Yep, Mary Poppins back in the West End. Old celeb Steve, Olivia de Havilland and Kirk Douglas, both 102. Did they ever act together? I don't think so. No, I don't think so. 102, honestly. I don't know. Whenever you look at... I saw Olivia de Havilland. She was getting sort of an honorary Oscar or something, which must have been some years ago. And she was getting on a bit then. When you get to 102, I'm quite sure the brain does start switching off a bit. And they just sort of wheel you about places, which actually I don't have a problem with at all. Mike says, I saw the Jill Dando documentary last night. It was very, very sad. Brought back all the memories of that day 20 years ago. Well, her brother has said that he doesn't think it was somebody who deliberately set out. It was just a random shooting. Could have been anybody. That's what he says. That's what he obviously wants to believe. And Alf on the Wirral. Oh, please, honest. That's not your name, is it? Nobody's called Alf and lives on the Wirral. Goodness sake. He says, bit grim here, we're all dying first thing at 6 a.m. What do you think it is? Well, you're not getting younger, that's a fact. Not called Alf, are you? You must be late 70s, wouldn't you, with a name like it? It's not a young name. Nobody's called Alf if they're young. It's an older name. You don't hear it being used now. People says Dan in Essex using energy drinks first thing in the morning. Could be a new line of work for Katie Price. She could offer a service where she turns up in your bedroom every morning. He said, I'd be up now quicker than a greyhound in Trap 6. Well, she's tried everything. Nothing's working for her. Nothing. She's got to make 12 grand a month. It's not going to work. Steve, I couldn't agree more. Read first-class sections on trains. When I go by train to visit the aged parents in Liverpool, I go by the Trans-Pennine Express and pay first class. Nice and quiet. The seating is nice. Antimacassars on the headrests, and I sit there with my Prosecco watching the world slide by. The last thing I want is the great unwashed in the overcrowded standard class spilling in. On one trip, one of the standing passengers came in and put his standard class banana skin in the first class bin. How awful. Yes. My little girl a few years ago asked why we travel first class on the train, and I said, you've seen Titanic, haven't you? That was a good line, isn't it? Because the first class passengers just... the ship's going down? Okay. Last drinks anybody. That's what it was like. But they do have... We have it on a lot of our trains. Sometimes it'd be a first-class carriage which has slipped on, if it's a 10-coach train, and people go and sit in there because, you can't get a first-class rail ticket to Hounslow. I don't want to be rude about it, but, you're not going to be going there. If you're going to Reading or you're going to Birmingham, something like that, there will be first-class carriages and people pay extra. That's why that bloke who was charged should have been charged. They should have actually incurred a surcharge on his ticket. 16 quid so you can sit here, and there's a £50 thing because you're sitting here illegally. You didn't buy a ticket for it, you cheapskate. Dawn Neeson today talks about the semi-naked climate change protesters. She says, cue all the usual jokes about the house being full of even more... Can't even say that. I can't say that. It's the T word and then the A word, the normal. Funniest moment was the goggle-eyed look on Ed Miliband's face. Still, finally, most of us actually grasp what's meant by a soft Brexit. She said very soft from what I saw. They were all so unattractive. So unattractive. It's all these people who complain about it. Jihadi bride Shamima Begum has declared she was brainwashed and wants to return home. And she describes, writes Dawn, her weekly trip to the grave of her latest dead child. Heartstrings tugging yet? Nope, mine neither. She also said the other day that even people in ISIS are fed up with people talking. And you think, so you're still in contact with them, are you? You're definitely not coming back here, darling. Absolutely not. So carry on rotting, writes Dawn Neeson, in your self-made hellhole, and let the rest of us worry about the children's graves you didn't give a damn about a few weeks ago. This is third child she's lost, isn't it, really? Quite clearly. You know the Yazidi sex slave girls, the youngsters of ordinary Syrian women, victims of the Manchester terror attack, and all the others murdered by the hideous blood cult you chose to join. Stay there. We don't want you back. If they did a survey instantly, you know, in any of the television programmes, nobody's going to want you back anytime soon, dear. You've made your bed, and you can lie in it. We really don't care. I think it's absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Here we go. Hate April Fool's Day, says Dawn. Deeply unfunny, downright stupid and often offensive. However, former Big Brother star Aisling Horgan-Wallace, you can tell it's chav, can't you, by the Horgan-Wallace, posted a spectacular naked shot of herself on Instagram, boasting of her new bum implants. Of course, it was a wind-up, but in today's mad society, where 16-year-olds think they need plastic surgery, it was scarily believable. And that really isn't a joke. I know, I mean, she was a bit naff, Aisling. I mean, it was so long ago now. I mean, 90% of people have completely forgotten about her. Also, lovely pictures of cats asleep and dogs asleep and everything else, which is all very sweet. We love, you know, we're supposed to be a nation of animal lovers. Sadly, we're not. Thrill seekers looking to go to the limit are in for a treat at Bear Grylls Adventure. The new theme park's attractions include scuba diving with sharks, flying in a wind tunnel, and Europe's highest free roam high ropes. Good Lord, it's at the NEC in Birmingham. You can compete against each other to try and beat a record set by a Royal Marine. There's all sorts of things you can do there. I like Bear Grylls, actually. I like Bear Grylls. I don't want to do any of the stuff he does. Isn't Alfie the chav's nom de jour, says Julie. That mean? That nom de plume? Is it? Oh, name of the day, common name. We've never had an Alfie on this show, an Alf. On this show? I mean, out of all the people, we've never an Alf. It's just not, that's not your sort of... Is it really? It's a popular name among chavs. How do you know that? Oh, they call their kids that? Because you're from South London, aren't you? Little Alfie. Hello, Alf. Oh, right, little Alfie. Yeah, but Alf is the old name, isn't it? Alfie would be different. Yeah. God, thank goodness for that. Nearly upset half the nation. Are you well? Bit chilly, actually, today. And Phil says, I saw a close-up of Katie Price's face on the TV the other day. She'll end up looking like the Bride of Wildenstein. She looks like it now. So I don't know why they go glamour model. For glamour model, Reed, you've got a really hard face. And as somebody said who met her once, empty eyes. Empty eyes. Jennifer from Edgware says, Katie Price is bringing out a kids' clothing line called Princess and Bunny. Wonder how long that'll last. About 5 seconds, I should imagine. She couldn't even flog her old clothes. Jackie says, is stoning for adultery in Brunei for men as well as women? No. Only women. Only women. Oh, the men get away scot-free. You know, there might be a little tap on the back or something, but no, it's just for women. It's really, I mean, these people are sick. Mike says, I've always found one gets a far better type of long-term delay stroke points failure stroke operating difficulty in first class on the trains. I've sat in first class a few times. I'm more than happy to sit in cattle. ALF, Steve, is short for alien life form. Figures, isn't it, really? I suppose. Alien. There was a programme on the television called ALF, and he was an alien from outer space, so that could be alien life form, yeah. ALF. I remember it. It was like sort of... Can't remember what it was now. But, interesting. Steve, come next week unless May and Corbyn can sort out an EU exit deal. Duty-free will once again become significant. Thank you, Mike. Also, the ISIS bride, says Carl, keeps changing her story. I just wish the do-gooders would wake up and realise how many lies she's been telling. Listen, I couldn't care less what happens to her out there. I really couldn't care less. She knew exactly what ISIS was. She knew exactly what a bunch of murdering paedophiles they were. And for that reason, she can stay over there and rot. I couldn't care less what happens to her. Why don't she go and live with her husband in Denmark, isn't it? The Netherlands. Good. Go and live over there, darling. You're not coming back here. If anybody lets you back here, they'll be voted out so fast. Steve, give me a shout out. I'm struggling to get out of bed, says Barry. By the way, my grandson's name is Alf. Oh, don't start that one. I mean, Alfie I can understand, but not Alf. Definitely. Alf is also short for Alfred, says Alf on the word. No, it's not. No, it's not. If it's somebody called Alfred, they call them Alfred. They don't call them Alf. That would just be stupid. John says, do you ever get anybody recognise you were on the bus or on the train? Constantly. And Simon says, Steve, Katie Price, glamour model? More like freak show. I don't think she's glamour modelled for years. I mean, she can't. They'd have to retouch the face. But I told you she wants to get her personal trainer to move into her mansion. This is not the bloke she's going out with. This is another personal trainer who's a bit of an exhibitionist. He apparently used to be a bodyguard for Michael Jackson, so he said. And, And his wife said, he's obsessed with sort of hanging around famous people. So he's got Megan Barton Hanson and Katie Price. So we are dealing at the lowest level step. And Katie Price wants him to move in with her so she can train 3 times a day, even though she's going out with a personal trainer. Perhaps he's dippy. Perhaps he just wants to sit in his underwear. But the wife has said of the other personal trainer, if he does, there's a divorce on the line. And she'll make him pay for it. Good. I think you should absolutely do that. And how stupid is Katie Price, who's also now been slagging off poor Peter Andre? We know he's not the brightest penny in the toolbox. But she said he was the worst husband ever. Although it was only a short while ago she was madly in love with him, wanted to go out with him, and was hoping that he'd ditch the doctor he's with. That's not likely to happen, is it? But they're always going to do infighting. And then somebody else. Is it those ghastly Fahir sisters, the Mummy Diaries? What a dreary programme that is. Why you'd ever watch it unless you really are ace chav, I've got no idea. They want to see Mark Wright and Lauren Goodger end the bickering. He hates her. Absolutely hates her. She's peculiar. She's not the full ticket. She really isn't. That would be mad. Neil says, "Oi, my youngest grandson is Alfie." No, Alfie we're fine with. It's Alf. Okay. Great to see our lovely Tony Polledri from Little Italy on last night's BBC One in the factory making pasta. I bet he looked really good, didn't he, Neil? I bet he looked really sickeningly good. I bet you. He's got that look about him. So, lovely Tony from Little Italy. We've been there many, many times. Actually, my friend Christopher has been to Little Italy. In fact, actually, I think that was that they were doing a car thing probably a couple of years ago, and I walked past. It was so packed. I thought I can't bear packed places. I'm happier, when somewhere isn't as busy as you would like to think it is. So Monty Don, grow your own summer berries. We like Monty Don. He's great. And where have we got here? Anna's hypocrisy. Sarah Vine's column today. She says, why is it considered a hate crime worthy of police investigation to misgender someone? Yet the Labour MP David Lammy can stand on a platform at a rally and denounce those who don't agree with him. In this case, the ERG as Nazis. More to the point, who was Anna Soubry, who's been so shamefully and viciously branded a Nazi herself, seen applauding enthusiastically next to him? Are these people really so blinded by their own egos that they can't see the double standards? Yep, absolutely. James Corden, writes Sarah Vine, laments the fact that chubby people are never seen falling in love or having sex on screen. Certainly no one ever finds you attractive, he says. I'm not sure that's true, otherwise how do you explain Gemma Collins? Either way, what does he care? One day all those beautiful people will no longer be beautiful, whereas Corden, like anyone who's had to compensate for their looks with their wit, will always be funny. So true. So true. If somebody's funny, you look beyond the looks, don't you? I don't. I'm very shallow. But, you always go beyond the looks. And you see the person underneath, which is quite nice. Sarah says, I woke up on Tuesday with a massive crush on the BBC's Laura Kunisberg. Kunisberg. So sorry, Laura. Her show, The Brexit Storm, Laura Kunisberg's Inside Story, managed to be calm and clear, whilst at the same time offering a real insight into the atmosphere at Parliament, which has turned what ought to have been a fairly simple task, leaving the EU, into an ongoing tragedy. If what Brexit needs is a sharp mind to lead us out of this mess with incisiveness, impartiality and unflappable composure, I can't help thinking there's only one candidate. Laura. There you go. It was nice to get something nice written about you, isn't it? Also, crocodile tears won't blind us to the truth. Sarah Vine talking about the Begum woman. She's just given another interview claiming she'd been brainwashed and regretted everything. Meanwhile, in a BBC interview, former British jihad Hamza Parvez complained he'd not fully realised what he was signing up to when he left his comfortable life in West London to join ISIS. All crocodile tears, writes Sarah Vine. What really adds insult to injury is the way these individuals still command the spotlight when the victims of their vile crimes struggle to get any coverage or help. ISIS fighters systematically raped, tortured and butchered members of the Yazidi people of northern Iraq. Women and children forced into sexual slavery. So that's it. They say here, there's a simple solution. Give the British citizenships rejected by ISIS fighters to those whose lives they destroyed. Nothing could undo the horror visited on the Yazidis. And so, anybody like Hamza Parvez We don't want to see your face ever again. And Shamima Begum, I think you've started enjoying the limelight, dear. Rot in hell. Rot in hell. All these lies that they come up with. Wouldn't trust you as far as I could throw you. David in Aviemore says a good covering of snow on our lawn today. Really? Actually, that's not... I shouldn't be so surprised. I shouldn't be so surprised because they were saying that the weather's turning, and up north, and in Aviemore, that's where you would get... They go skiing in Aviemore, don't they? Aviemore always sounds quite nice. I've never been, but it always sounds quite nice. Have you seen the Fisherman's Friend film, says Scott? One of the best feel-good movies I've ever seen in years, with Daniel Mays and Tuppence Middleton. Oh, and oh, I've got to ask the producer something in a minute. Remind me. EastEnders. Just say EastEnders. Okay, to me in a moment. Steve, my uncle was called Alf, but really Alfred. Woe betide anybody who called him the latter, says Alec, who's a Chindits paratrooper in Burma. Cool, I bet it's hot over there. The male name goes Alf on... Oh, he's getting now boring, isn't he? Oh, hello, I'm Alf on the Wirral. He says, is derived from the Old Norse for elf. Oh, for God's sake. Who cares? It's also the shortened form of various Germanic names, with Alf as their first part, notably Alfred, Alvaro, or more directly from Atulf. God, it's true what they say about the Wirral, isn't it? It really is. It's true what they say. Also, Burger King. Scottish boy will like this. They're bringing out a vegan Whopper. A vegan Whopper. You haven't had a vegan Whopper in your hands for some time, have you? Look at this one. This is amazing. It's made from soy protein, coconut oil and potato protein as a vegan alternative. Oh, sorry, it's only in America. Typical. Why do they do it in America? They don't bother about us here. What are they telling us about it? But it sounds quite nice, actually. In February, Greggs have made a strong start, claiming that publicity around its corn-filled sausage rolls had helped boost sales by 10%. I've never had one, actually. I've never eaten corn. I've always thought it's a bit naff. You know, if you want to eat it, you eat it. But, you know, I don't really want a meat substitute. But, I mean, listen, if it's doing well for them, good for them. Good for them. Also, talking about having it both ways, today's A-listers like nothing more than splitting up before shamelessly flaunting how well they get on, you know, like Andrew and Sarah. Oh, we really get on so well. She's been on television programmes droning on in that ghastly voice of, he's like my rock to me, you know, and she just makes up any old toffee, doesn't she, really? Brunel, icon of the Industrial Revolution, apparently was an eco-warrior. He had lots of concerns over pollution. And Brunel came up with all sorts of... I mean, he said the waste created by the Great Western Railway, as well as other industries, polluted water supplies. Well, there you go. At 7 o'clock this morning for breakfast on today's programme, after her own backbenchers and the DUP both refused to help Theresa May get her Brexit deal passed, now the Prime Minister's asking Jeremy Corbyn for help. Would a softer Brexit possibly trigger civil unrest in this country? A group of MPs has suggested scrapping jail sentences of less than a year in order to deal with the big safety problem within prisons across England and Wales. Nick will find out what Prison Officers Union boss makes of this idea. Plus, with the London Mayor repeatedly claiming that the police aren't funded well enough to deal with the knife crime crisis, it's emerged that spending on cultural events in the capital has almost doubled since Sadiq Khan moved into City Hall. Can it really be justified? No, is my answer. No, it isn't. Stop wasting money. You know, we don't want runs, we don't want cycle things, we don't want Trafalgar Square taken over. You know, it's just wasting money. All of that with Nick Ferrari at breakfast this morning on LBC from 7 o'clock. And the day I see Gemma Collins falling in love or fornicating on the TV, says Dan, I'll throw it out the window and apply for a refund. Oh, I don't think you're likely to see that. I mean, most of her stuff is just fake, isn't it? Steph in Malvern says, Fisherman's Friend, brilliant. Nicely set up with your interviews with Daniel Mays and Tuppence Middleton. Do see it if you haven't seen it already. Thank you for your company. And I do slightly sympathise, says Matthew, with the first-class fare invader, as the trip to Windsor and Eton is constantly overoccupied on SWT at peak times, and the ticket inspectors are a load of thick yobos. Well, actually, I've sat in first class on that one. They always say to you, you can sit in that. You know. Paul says, I haven't listened to you in years, but I tuned in this morning and find you as raw as ever. Yes. And when I came out of Richmond Station the other day, which was aptly named Gloucester for the purposes of some film, even though I know it's Richmond, there was a lovely poster for Richmond Theatre. Rita Simons is going to be down there. Rita Simons. And in fact, actually, I looked, oh, it's Rita Simons. I went past her and Rita Simons. Rita Simons is going to be at Richmond Theatre. So there you go. Just thought I'd tell you that now. Paul says, many of the decommissioned subs are in Devonport, including the one that sunk the Belgrano. And one here, Kevin the Restaurateur says, on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being very naughty, how naughty is our new lunch sandwich, giant croissant filled with mayonnaise, crispy bacon and cheddar, grilled in a panini machine? I could do that. I don't think that's actually naughty. If it was naughty, it would come with a side order of chips. That would be the naughty bit. But lunchtime, so a giant croissant with mayonnaise. It's going to be very messy, isn't it? Crispy bacon and cheddar. It's making my mouth water now. I've decided I'm definitely going to have the croissant. I wasn't going to have the croissant earlier on. I'm going to have them now. I've changed my mind. Happy birthday today to Doris Day. Doris Day, whip crack away, whip crack away, whip crack away. The American star of Calamity Jane, the man who knew too much. Discovered in 2017, she was 2 years older than she thought she was. It's believed that she was up for a role when very young and the age was misprinted. She said, it's great to finally know how old I really am. She's 97. 97. They interviewed her. Sorry, they interviewed her on television years and years ago, but it was all done in a bit of soft focus. But I still think she's amazing. Didn't she work with Rock Hudson? I'm sure that Doris Day and Rock Hudson worked together, and I think you'll find it was in the Pyjama Game. Don't know why, I remembered that. That's another stupid piece of information. Pillow talk. Well, something to do with pillows, isn't it? Also, Dame Jane Goodall. It's birthday. I bet you don't know who Dame Jane Goodall is. Would you like to have a guess at who you think she is? She's a dame. Okay, she's a dame, so she's obviously done something quite well. It's not a name, so she's not sort of showbiz. She's arguably the top expert in the world on chimpanzees. How would you... I mean, that is amazing, isn't it, really? She spends 300 days of the year on the road. Her suitcase always contains a jar of Marmite, a small bottle of whiskey, and a toy monkey mascot called Mr. H. She and her friend David Attenborough are nicknamed Tarzan and Jane by colleagues. That's sweet. Mad, of course. Quite clearly mad. I'd love to know. I watched this Monkey World. Excuse me, have a quick slurp. Monkey World programme on the television. And it's lovely, actually. They have to go and rescue monkeys from around the world and put them in there. But the hierarchy within the monkeys, I think we might need to talk to Dame Jane on that one. She could probably explain how it works. It's very clever. Probably works the same in society, doesn't it, really? You get sort of the hierarchy, and then you get sort of the lowerarchy, and I'm down with the lowerarchy. And what was the other one? Oh, on this day in 1882, April the 3rd, outlaw Jesse James was fatally shot by Robert Ford, a member of his own gang. How did that happen? Charlotte Coleman, born on this day in 1968, died in 2001. She was Hugh Grant's quirky flatmate in 4 Weddings and a Funeral. And also she was Marmalade Atkins on TV, and her co-star Simon Callow described her as a Sally Bowles de not jouer, outrageous and vulnerable and impossible not to watch. She died of an asthma attack. She was only 33. Only 33. Born on this day in 1930, Helmut Kohl, the long-serving German Chancellor, oversaw the country's post-communism reunification. Margaret Thatcher, often at odds with Kohl. He recalled that after she reluctantly signed a document supporting German reunification, she said angrily, "We beat the Germans twice. Now they're back." 22:07 is the time. Steve. Neil says, "Can you wish my darling wife, Lorraine, a very happy wedding anniversary? You've met her many times. How does she put up with me?" Oh, God knows. Tablets, probably, Neil. 37 years. 37 years. God blimey, I've been working here longer than that. 37 years. So there you go, Lorraine. Hope you get something nice. You probably will, actually. You probably will. People like to look after wedding anniversaries. It's important, unless it's on the television, in which case they get very angry because you've missed an anniversary. Also, actually, we were talking about submarines. Apparently, a fleet of obsolete Royal Navy submarines is costing the taxpayer 12 million quid a year because of the Ministry of Defence's failings to dispose of them. What on earth do you do with old submarines? You can't make a hotel out of it. What do you do with it? I can't think of scrap metal. If it's nuclear, though, you can't, can you? I'm not sure if these are nuclear. They're stored at Devonport and Rosyth, while arrangements are made to break them up and dispose of the radioactive waste. They reckon the estimated cost of disposing of a submarine is how much? 96 million to dispose. Perhaps they'll just leave them sitting there. Turn them into a hotel or something like that. That would be a lot easier, wouldn't it? Also, Virgin giving its Flying Lady a new look for 2019. They've got all sorts of people here. It's nice, actually. Mira, an Asian woman known as Mira, a black man, Daly, and a woman, Zadie, and a gay man, Oscar, sporting a rainbow design. I've never even looked at that on the back of never even thought about it. Never even crossed my mind. Premiums are rocketing. A nightmare to claim it can be cheaper to insure your home than your dog. Yeah, I mean, seriously, pets cost a fortune nowadays. Pets cost an absolute fortune. Monty Don doing, let's grow fruit and strawberries and everything. It's lovely, actually. Strawberries got to be the easiest thing. And the kids think it's so good. You could also do raspberries, blackberries, gooseberries, tayberries, rhubarb. Rhubarb's very easy to make. And you don't need a vineyard to plant grapes. So you can grow all of this stuff at home. Kids love it. You know, if you put in some tomatoes on a patio or a balcony or outside your front door, they'll grow quite happily. And the strawberries as well. You just pick them as you go. I mean, obviously, you've got to sort of water the blooming things and look after it. It'll be a living plant. It's nice, though, isn't it? I mean, I think kids love that sort of thing. Secret to keeping young and fit as I turn 60, goes Lorraine Kelly. Trouble is, 60 now is nothing. 60 is nothing. It's, get to 90 and come back and tell us. It'd be lovely if we all get to 90. More on disgraced paedophile footballer Adam Johnson. He has to register his address and bank details with the police and inform them of any intention to travel out of the country. But his girlfriend, Stacey Flounders, with whom he has a daughter, supported him at the trial, but she told the jury the relationship was over. Well, there you go. Let's hope nobody employs him. Definitely not. And TV's Phil. This is Phil Harding. Admits he no longer carries a knife as a tool because it makes him feel like a thug. They've got another suspect seized after stab victim number 5 fights for life. Just getting ridiculous. And Meghan and Harry get 1 million hits on Instagram. Plus, the Duke and Duchess of Sussex will write privately to the family of war widow Daphne Dunn to express their condolences. Or just do it via the papers or send an email or something like that. She's died at the age of 99. I mean, I think she met Harry 3 times during his visits to Sydney. And so now they call her a royal devotee. So there you go. 99. Not bad innings, is it? Not bad at all. And a battling boy who cheated death is now a baby fashion model, which is lovely. And also, what was the other one? Oh, the diabetic stuff. Far too depressing to read about that. And William Shatner, who's talked about Captain T. Kirk, claims to avoid seeing his younger self. He says they play it every day here on a channel in Los Angeles, and I carefully skip it. Nostalgia is a very hazardous mixture. I wouldn't. Yeah, return the subs into floating prisons. Well, we could do, although Will Guyot wants one. He said, I'd have one of those submarines for the Kennet and Avon Canal. I could commute to LBC from where I live. You don't seriously think we get up the Kennet and Avon Canal? My father's boat's at the bottom of the Kennet and Avon Canal. Jane Goodall, Steve, worked at London Zoo. People are still talking about her riding a rhinoceros at one of the very jolly Christmas parties, says Steph. And Don says you failed to give the age. 85, Dame Jane. 85. Scott says you mentioned EastEnders and then didn't go on to talk about it. Well, it's because Rita Simons from EastEnders is starring in, and I know she's a listener to this programme. Bella says, as an insomnia, I've had a grotty night with no sleep. You make lights like that a bit easier. I know, it's not much. If you can't sleep, I know I always depress people and go, I slept like a top last night. Like a top. After learning, says Lucas, that you cut your meat with scissors and don't like runny eggs, I think you must be a simpleton in the kitchen. I eat out, Lucas. I'm very rich. Okay? Not like people like you. You'll probably have to make your own food. Poor soul. A soft Brexit, says Paul, could lead to unrest. Weather and Weatherspoons dependent. Nice idea. Right. Front pages. Lorraine Kelly, Express, getting... What is it, this obsession with 60? 60's not old. Dame Jane, 85. And then you've got Lorraine Kelly going, oh, my secret's to keeping young. It's because you wear a lot of makeup. Appear on the television without any makeup on. There was a woman actually walked past me on the train the other day. I remember looking at her thinking, I think you must have put your makeup on in the dark. It was way too bad. They need to get expert. It's not easy. Also, time for national unity. Over to you, Mr. Corbyn. Do something, for God's sake. Oh, actually, the reason that they've got Lorraine Kelly is because she's done an interview in Good Housekeeping magazine. There's not a lot I could say. Not a lot. Also, the final push will ensure MPs debate the cystic fibrosis drugs scandal. Ulrika Johnson says she's off men. Jackanory. Also, disgraced former paedophile footballer Adam Johnson says he deeply regrets his actions. Shame he didn't say it years ago. Also, the dementia dilemma for A&E. Apparently, lots of people are being recommended going there, and what they do, they end up putting them in beds, and they stay there for ages and ages. Tesco locking up blades in the attack area. This is at Edmonton. So, in other words, not the other ones, just Edmonton. So people will just go to another branch, won't they? Meghan and Harry get 1 million hits on Instagram. Lovely. The Daily Mail, Teresa's last stand. A bit like Custer, isn't it? And so they're talking. It is just ridiculous. We're in such a mess. Seriously, in such a mess. Daily Star today, Mini Mike, Schumacher's son, spitting image of his race age. It is, actually. It's not, I think baseball caps make people look younger. Definitely. Great Fright Man-Eaters off the UK coast fears. This is great whites. I don't like great whites. I'm frightened by things like that. Luckily, I don't go swimming in the sea. Because chavs go and wee in it. And so I don't do the sea at all. The Sun, PM to Corbyn. Help! After 7 hours of cabinet lockdown, May's gone soft over Brexit mess. Is that your bright idea? Danny's already done the dirty. Says Danny Cipriani. Once again, we're concentrating on somebody's dreary love life. Who cares? Who cares? And tax staff are tricking callers into forking out more than necessary to set up payment plans for outstanding bills. That's, I don't know, it's directly aimed at Jordan, who's managed to get her tax bill reduced. I wish I could get my tax bill reduced. But as I say, I'm not a failed businesswoman. Daily Mirror, Ulrika's pain. I'm getting divorced for the third time. What? I mean, who cares? Must be thousands of people getting divorced today. They don't get covered in the paper. Also, help me, Jeremy. Help me, Jeremy. It just sounds a bit pleading, doesn't it, really? Hardline Tories fury over move to the softer deal, while Jezza says he'll talk. Or somebody needs to. Seriously, I mean, it's just getting absolutely ridiculous. Also, the Daily Telegraph. Cabinet backs no deal Brexit, but May turns to Corbyn instead. And so they've got a list of, all the different people who are involved in it. Seriously, you won't have heard of most of them. And you'll be glad when it all finishes. So, will it be a rebellion? Who knows? I keep thinking and sort of having a quick look through, see if there's anybody I know. Gavin Williamson, I don't know of, but I know Liam Fox, Penny Mordaunt, Liz Truss, Sajid Javid, Chris Grayling, Jeremy Wright, I'm not sure about either. Also Brandon Lewis, Alan Cairns, James Brokenshire, we like James Brokenshire, Stephen Barclay, Baroness Evans, not a clue. Titles mean nothing to me. Andrea Leadsom, yes, and Jeremy Hunt. So there you go. You can read more on that in the papiers for today. The Guardian. This is the activists fighting to keep the tech giants out. It's people who stand there going boycott Amazon and all this kind of stuff. Nobody's going to, are they, really? It's just there. I went on a World War II sub, says Neil, at HMS Dolphin. It was a submarine base in Gosport. The most cramped and smelly experience I've ever had. I couldn't get off quick enough. I know. I mean, they really are small, aren't they? They look quite big from the outside, but when you're actually inside it, I mean, it must be terribly claustrophobic. Of course, there is still that submarine at the bottom of one of the seas there. They couldn't get it back up again. You'd think they'd just lower a line and pull it up, but you can't do things like that with submarines. And so all the people in it, they were Russian, I believe, perished. I mean, whether or not they carry things on board in case of stuff like that, I've got no idea. During the war, all the Nazis, the hierarchy, used to carry these little tablets, little cyanide pills, so they could end up, taking their own life, as indeed many of them did. The Times this morning, May invites Corbyn to break Brexit deadlock. Do you know, I think it might happen. I think it might happen. To be honest with you, I'll go for anything at this late stage. Also, judge causes outrage with right to sex comments. Have you heard of this one? This is a really bizarre one. A senior judge has provoked outrage after telling a court it was a fundamental human right that a man should be able to have sex with his wife. Mr. Justice Hayden made the comment in a sensitive case because they had to determine whether a man should be banned from having sex with his wife who's got learning difficulties. I think it's a bit early in the morning for things like that, don't you? I do. The Eye. Why England keeper Pickford got involved in street brawl? Because he's an idiot. That's why, if it was him. And we had it confirmed. Oh, somebody had to go at his fiancée. Oh, there you go. The trouble is, you've only got to look at him to think, few drinks, we know what you're going to turn into. And we weren't wrong. Plus, Brunel's lost letters reveal his fears for the planet. He's gone up in my estimation, actually. Very impressed. The Prime Minister paving the way for soft Brexit. MPs in cross-party efforts to stop the UK leaving without a deal. And the deep trouble, the diver who lost air for 30 minutes on the bottom of the North Sea and lived. There is a thing, and I can't remember what it is. It's people who can hold their breath and go down. Some of the fishermen, which they use around the world, they can hold their breath for a long time, go down, catch fish, and then go up. And they like 10, 15 minutes. I mean, I used to do it under the bath water years ago, you know, when you lean back. But some of these people do this deep sea. Have you never seen it? They take a big gulp of breath and then they go down, and you think, you're going to have to breathe in it. No, they're doing it with like a peg on their nose. That's it. And while they do it, their heart rate drops. It slows right. It's the most amazing thing to watch. Most amazing. Living in a stressful area can make you age faster. Well, I tell you what, we're not in a stressful area, and I have no intention of aging anymore, so we'll be back with you tomorrow morning. Phil says, whenever I swim in the sea, I'm paranoid about my legs getting grabbed by a shark. You never know what's under there. Oh, the great whites come hurtling up, don't they? Woo. And they just grab. And they grab at people on surfboards, because to them it looks like a seal. Not bright, but I mean, who's going to argue? Who's going to argue with these things? That is it for this morning. It's another chilly day. But the rain we had yesterday was okay. It was a little bit sort of dribbly. I'm determined to get the pasta today and try and be healthy, but I don't think pasta's healthy. So before I go, I'll let you know what's coming up on my free podcast today. On a little bit extra, I'll talk more about old Pricey's appearance on the telly yesterday. She barely even bothered to turn up on time, and it just went downhill from there. And her mother's take on Brexit was pretty astonishing too. You'll also hear the latest twist in the Spice Girls saga. They'll be calling the United Nations in to sort this one out before long. Plus, I'll tell you the marvellous news for Cheryl Tweedy's fan. Yes, the woman with stick-on hair, who apparently sings some of the time and might not have paid enough tax, is bringing out a new single. Like, I'm sure you'll be downloading it the moment it's released. I think they won't. My little bit extra apparently banned Meghan from wearing Diana's tiaras and anything else, although she doesn't mind Catherine wearing it. I wonder how that's working out. That's a bit... It depends whether you believe it, doesn't it? If you actually believe all the stories that emanate about Meghan in the papers, you probably believe she's the most hated person ever. I was watching a programme on Channel 5, I think it was this morning, actually, and it was on the infighting within the royal family and, you know, how the Duke of Edinburgh hates Sarah Ferguson, you know. But at one time, she was invited for Christmas, provided the Duke wasn't there. If the Duke was there, she didn't go. If the Duke was away, she got invited in by the Queen. I mean, it's the whole thing. I can't even remember that's right, I remember what it was. It was the toe-sucking incident, where she let herself down, she let the royal family down, and it was just a bit naff. A little bit naff. There were a couple of interviews with her. Of course, she's become far more pious now. She was interviewed, I think it's the Australian radio station, who've actually got an interview with her, and he asks her something in the book. And I can't remember it might have been about the fake shake. Whatever it was, it all went a bit pear-shaped, and she went, no, stop, I'm not talking about this. And he went, it's in your book. And she started to, and then she just got up and she took her microphone off. 60 Minutes was it's on YouTube. You must watch it, actually. She's having a major meltdown over it, and I'm sorry, as if she's somebody important. She's a nobody, but she might be getting back with him, but I think they've already been back together ages. I mean, she's been living practically next door to him, so there you go. Pret's millennial makeover to attract vegans. Well, they've tried everybody else, haven't they? The poachers who are nicking from Dragon Island. Can't believe it, the people are nicking Komodo dragons. Plus, being clever in school boosts the risk of bullying. And disgraced former England football manager Big Sam Allardyce is apparently signing up for Strictly. Oh, God, how boring and dull. Can't they find anybody better than that? I mean, it was bad enough when we had the bloke who... Oh, Redknapp. You know, we had him doing various things. Every time I turn on the television, another blooming advert with Redknapp in it. And also, as a child of the 70s... Well, I sort of was fairly old for it by that time. It was the kids' favourite, the super cool Raleigh Chopper. The super cool Raleigh Chopper, which is lovely. Plus the MOD, which I think Nick's going to be talking about later, who are investigating a video of Paras shooting at a picture of Corbyn. Well, that's like setting fire to Guy Fawkes, isn't it, on the bonfire night, and they have ones where they pick a sort of a naff celebrity, and they build an image of this person and they set fire to it. I think they've had them all on there, you know, people that you love to hate, and they go, oh, you know, let's burn Piers Morgan or something like that, and people go, it's only a bit of fun. It's the same sort of thing, I should imagine. But Nicola asked the question whether or not they should be fired, whether or not they should actually be fired, these soldiers. Dr. Range, whoever he is, apparently urges Piers Morgan to shut it. He's obviously another one suffering from a dearth of publicity. And, who's the other? Oh, Dame Barbara pops out to the theatre and loves every minute of it, which is fantastic. The jailed MP who's out, you know that one? The one who lied about the driving thing, the one who's tagged, Fiona Alessania. Remember her? She's now accused of discriminating against disabled. So that's good, isn't it? That's good. She just lurches from one disaster to the other. The sooner they get rid of her, the better. Plus, what was the other one? Oh, the care manager. She's looking after vulnerable people, and she thieved from them. She was raiding their bank accounts. She bought various holiday homes, and she was earning $50,000 a year. She was on benefits as well. She's a right old crook, this one. And she stole just over £900,000, just over £900,000 from the people in her care. Luckily, she's in prison now for 7 years. Rot in hell, darling. Rot in hell. And, the drunk flyer. It's another passenger who's on a plane drunk. This one started doing anti-gay stuff with the crew. So he's just been jailed as well, which is fantastic. Gets better and better, doesn't it, really? We go through the papers this morning. We take all your texts and emails. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Yesterday, we did do Dave Bartram from Shawaddy Waddy. Really had such a nice chat, actually. A nice chat. And they're also amazing because Noreen, of course, went to see them. She said, we're looking forward to the in-com. That'll go out next week. It's going out next week, okay? And Ian in Warwick says, I went to the Harrods of Norwich yesterday. They had Creed Aventus available to spray. First time I'd smelled it. Lovely. Yes. First time you'd be smelling it and going, it's quite expensive. Quite expensive. Did you get the booklet I sent you that the Water Rats published in 1989 for their centenary? That's from lovely Bryn up in heaven and lovely Annie down there in France. I didn't. I don't think I'll check. There's something to collect from the post room, which I haven't collected as yet. Lovely Annie, I hope you're well as can be expected. We've got dreadful weather over here, as you probably know. Really terrible weather. It's cold. It's sort of a little bit of rain, load of snow up north. I mean, really quite a lot of snow up north. Not very nice at all. And what else are we going to do this morning? Oh, we might do a little bit on Brexit. Maybe not too much. And Kate Beckinsale. Now, Kate Beckinsale, as far as I remember, she was the one who did Titanic, I think. And she's Richard Beckinsale's daughter. But apparently, this has come out of, while they're making the ITV thriller The Widow in South Africa, she's put in some demands. Demands of what people... It's called a rider. So in other words, you know, if you get groups who go out like the Rolling Stones or it doesn't matter who it is, but they have riders like, we want to eat M&Ms, but we don't want any blue ones in there. So take all the blue ones out and we'll only have this bottled water and that. We had a couple of people in it. We had some of the Kardashians in this building a few years ago and they had a rider, only coming in for an interview, of special water. So they went out, they sourced the water, brought it back. They never touched it. I mean, it was ridiculous. But this one here, they say she's insisted that chefs chop meat into precise 1 centimetre cubes, which were cooked and then reformed into shape so she could track exactly how much she's eaten. I'm assuming it's some sort of joke. You can't really be that serious, can you? And also her, she has to have somebody wandering around with something called ice chips. I don't even know what ice chips are, but apparently she has this. So the PA follows her with this freezer box. Also, she wants to be able to smoke anywhere at any time. I just thought it was a bit funny. I didn't treat it as being particularly serious. I mean, we had one. The tea had to be at a certain temperature, and the walls of her dressing room at the BBC, I think this might have been Mariah Carey, had to be a certain material and this and that. It was all a little bit sort of finicky. But there again, I mean, everybody gets riders on their contracts, and that's just what Diva Kate has to be. There's nothing new. Go check out Dave O'Brien. seriously, do not talk to him before the programme. Do not mention the fact that he was featured in The Guardian the other day. Do not mention the fact that he's reinvented talk shows. Do not mention it. I mean, basically, and also this thing that he puts in his glass in the morning, which is like a Triffid, seriously, don't even mention it. In fact, actually, unless he speaks to you directly, don't bother talking to him. It's getting like that. I feel like putting my hand up, in which case it makes it look like I want to go to the toilet. Actually, sometimes I do want to go to the toilet, but you have to put your hand up and you have to be you have to be very nice about these sort of things. Because there's obviously a pecking order, as in every TV station, every TV programme, there is a pecking order. It's whether or not you kind of push it to one side and go, don't worry, I'm just the same as everybody else. Which, of course, is rubbish. So I quite like the Kate Beckinsale story. I don't believe it. I mean, she might have little riders on various things, but they've all got it. Is there anything you want? Yes, I only want vegetarian sandwiches because I'm vegetarian. No point in putting potted meat out there or ham or something like that. That would be silly, wouldn't it? Also, what else we got this morning? Brex minister walks out on PM. Tories fury at Labour talks, rebellion. Do honestly, you can't win with this lot, can you? I mean, as they said the other day, Guy Fawkes maybe got it right. Also, victims of age discrimination are more likely to fall ill. Apparently, if you're discriminated against because of your age, you're more likely to be ill than anybody else. Plus, Rod Liddle, talking about Jon Snow. He says, time for him to go. This was after the comments that he made the other day. He attended the Brexit march, and all he came up with, I've never seen so many white people in one place. 2,000 complaints they got on that. 2,000. I mean, that's actually quite something. Anyway, a lot of people say that he's male, pale, and stale. And it's time for him to go. I don't think so. Listen, everybody says something, don't they, at some point in their life? You've all got an opinion, which is good. Steve, I read in the papers, says John, that Prosecco, the bubble has burst and sales have taken a steep tumble. Surely not a coincidence with your new healthy eating regime. You could up the intake for the national interest. For the sake of the Brexit balance of imports, take one for Britain. I don't know where they're getting that from. I mean, every time I go out to buy Prosecco, there seems to be loads of it out there. Loads of Prosecco. So, I think you take it with a pinch of salt. I think they're trying to get you to drink sort of more British stuff, the fizzy wine and all the rest of it. And then they got very carried away because apparently Lorraine Kelly, you're gorgeous, you're marvellous, you're wonderful. Why don't you just bog off? She's 60. Like it was, she's 90 or something. This is the actress Lorraine. This is not because real Lorraine is not, well, for the purposes of the taxman, she's acting. Okay, so all that, oh, you're really gorgeous, I love you, that's acting. Okay, she doesn't mean any of it. It's a pile of old poo. And so now they've decided who looks better. Do they look better then, or do they look better now? And so they've got a picture of Lorraine. I mean, to be honest with you, I think she looks better now. David Beckham, well, now he's got somebody else's hair stapled to his head. It's hilarious. Davina McCall looks very, very good. Kate Beckinsale probably looks better now than she did. But then you see hairstyles were different, because when you look at Susanna Reid at the age of 25 and you look at her now at the age of 48, she now looks better at 48 than she did at 25. George Clooney looks roughly the same, apart from he's gone grey. He's gone grey. He's got a little sort of white beard and all the rest of it. So I'm looking at a picture of him at 33 and one of him at 57. And to be honest with you, I mean, there's not really much to choose between them. David Tennant actually looks better now than he did at 23. He's 47 now. Carol Vorderman, we don't talk about Carol Vorderman anymore, ever since she let us down very, very badly by going over to a country that supports the killing of adulteresses, only the women, by the way, and gay men. Apparently gay women don't exist over there. Yeah, right. And still to come, the Bentley owner nailed a yob who posed for pictures whilst vandalising his motor. The daft dad who pulled in on a motorway so his son could go to the toilet. What a buffoon. Luckily, they've got the car registration number, and I'm assuming he will be prosecuted. I mean, has he not heard the adverts that were running on LBC? You can't just pull into the side of the road and start having a wee when you feel like it. And the pantomime relationship between Jack Fincham and Danny Dyer is finally over. Somebody says here, I just wish that they'd stop boring us all to tears. The dullest couple ever. The man who, he had a little interlude with Columbia. I'm sure it was the only one. I'd like to think that. And she's just so boring. It's just Dullsville. So, the fact that they've split, not that I ever thought they were a relationship, is hilarious. Oh, she has a book out. a book out. I don't know whether it's colouring in or, join the dots. I've got no idea. I can tell you it's 16 minutes past. It was Kate Winslet. I knew that. I was just winding you up just to wait and see if anybody picked up on that one. Kate Winslet, of course, was in Titanic. Len in Manchester pointed that out, which is great. Thank you. Jackie says we took some of our residents down the Thames on a boat from Richmond to Hampton. It's lovely, and it's about 2.5 hours. It must have taken ages. When you can imagine when Henry VIII and his entourage came up from London, it would have taken about a week. A week to get. They had to row it. You can imagine they go, we've got to row it again. Here we go. And off we go all the way up to Hampton. I mean, it's a great place to go to, Hampton Court. It's lovely going up by boat. You can get a cup of tea on it. And it's a great thing to do. Great thing to do. About 2.5 hours. You get to look at some of the nice houses, which are bordering the Thames. That's very good. All very nice. And you sort of think, well, what better thing to do on a day? But it was cold yesterday. It was very cold. I got, I've got a new book to tell you about. It's a book, actually, which is to do with my hobby, which is magic. But this is unusual because it's about women. It's written by a woman, a female magician. And before you go, we don't have many female magicians, you're right, we don't have many. But on the Britain's Got Talent, they had a group of girls who were doing magic, which was really quite good, actually. Very, very good. So I was very pleased about that. Also, Britain's Got Talent, again, scouring the world to find people on other countries. So they've got a bloke from India's Got Talent, and he's on it. I think he's about 13. He does sort of like and you think, I'm sorry, I thought this was Britain's Got Talent. And the answer is, they don't have anybody else. They don't have anybody else. They have to sort of top it up with people from East European circuses. So they bring them over and you go, oh, that's great. Were they brought up in a council estate? No, they're working in circus. They're doing that. They do acrobatics. They've got people. You don't think people keep, set of dumbbells and bars to swing along in home. No, they're from circuses. So they try and they go, would you like to appear on this? Yeah. Oh, we're just in a good puppet show. Never in this country. It's always abroad. And they bring them on. They go, well, they're really good. What do you think about a bloke who runs onto the pitch at the end of a game? This is a bloke called Harry Eccles. Okay, Harry Eccles is 21, and he was celebrating at Swansea in the FA Cup last month, and so he ran onto the football pitch. Now, I don't know, because I've never been to a football game in my life. I couldn't really care less. It's not going to affect my life. If I want to watch it, I can catch it on the television. But it's very interesting that he runs on and he gets into trouble because he's going to be a copper. So he's been dropped. He hadn't even started. When I say he was going to be a copper, he was going to be a police control room operator, which I don't think the same as being a policeman, but he was working for the police service. 25 grand a year for North Wales Police, but now he's actually lost that because he was arrested. So he was pointed out, and you just can't do that. So buffoon of the first order, he admitted going into the playing area. He was given an 18-month conditional discharge, ordered to pay £85 costs, and he's lost the job. I wouldn't have thought, is it that bad running onto the pitch? Oh, it's illegal. Oh, right. I see loads of people doing it, though. And it's illegal, is it? Oh, right. Oh, there you go. I live and learn. Yeah, the 1780s, it was quite, rugby, we had Erica Rowe with her huge bazookas running onto them. We had blokes running on. There was a bloke who used to run onto the Small Inn regularly and jump onto the map, start naked. Judy couldn't believe her luck. Could see her looking over her shoulder. I should be going, behind you, Judy. All of it. Steve, Neil says, you can't take Prosecco with a pinch of salt. That's what you do with tequila. But whatever you like in Prosecco, of course you can. You could put, but yeah, have you never done that before? Amateur. Of course you do. You put a little bit of salt there, you get like that, and then a swig of the Prosecco. Apparently you can do all sorts of stuff, can't you? Steve, if the paintballing paratroopers are so wrong, why do the television channels keep airing them? It made me chuckle. I expect he smiled, says Jenny. Well, I don't know. I don't think he did, actually. I don't think he did. He was shocked, because everybody's shocked nowadays. Oh, I was shocked. And you go, why were you shocked? And you go, because I thought it was offensive. Whereas, in fact, if somebody had put, a picture of me up there, I wouldn't have been shocked. I'm a bit too adult to be shocked about it. It doesn't make any difference to me. You could have a doll at home and stick pins in, call it the Steve Allen doll. Am I going to be bothered? No, of course not. You're the one going to prison. I couldn't care less. Kevin the Milkman says, politicians of all sides have had effigies of the Maiden destroyed. Nobody complained before, but Whinger Corbyn, we can tell where the political leanings are, and his snowflake followers had to prove they're the anti-fun party. What choice do we have in politics. Fun-free Corbyn or Theresa. It's my Brexit plan or we don't leave. May. No wonder Europe's perplexed with us. I mean, it's ridiculous, isn't it? I tell you one thing I noticed. I was watching Prime Minister's Question Time the other day. I listened to a bit in the car. Dave had it on his show. And I got home and I watched a bit of it. And normally, all the MPs bob up and down when somebody starts speaking, or they go, and John the Burke has to go, order, the right honourable gentleman has the right to speak, and so and so. And the only time they went hushed is when an MP stood up and said, I would like to talk about, and it was two people who had taken their own lives. You could have heard a pin drop inside the House of Commons. You really could have heard a pin drop. And I thought, now that's how it should be. Because if they'd carried on talking, I'd have been really, really annoyed about the whole thing. But they went absolutely dead silent because they were talking about somebody who took their own life, and she wanted to make sure that there were things. And then somebody else raised the thing about a disabled staircase at a station, and they laughed. The Prime Minister went, no, this is absolutely right. We have to look after... I can't believe in 2019 we're still worrying about things. That should be automatic. Should be automatic. I'm sorry, disabled person needs to get onto train, needs to get into building, needs to go to the toilet. That's what the Fiona What's-It debacle is all about, because the disabled woman was told, use the gents. But there again, I never liked that Fiona woman. I knew she was a wrong-un, as they say. Will Britain's Got Talent survive Brexit? Interesting, actually. I don't know. They certainly won't be able to use all the East European circus lot. I don't think you better have them wandering into the country like that, because that's all they do now. When you actually go through it, you'll have Britain's Got Talent, which is sort of like the X Factor, only they've got novelty acts. So you'll have somebody coming on singing, and you think, I'm sorry, you should be on the X Factor. This is not, Britain's Got Talent. You come on and you've got some 13-year-old kid who sings a song. Oh, that's brilliant, isn't it? Riveting. And then you get sort of people on, and it's always singles. They never put a group on, She Loves You. Yeah, I've never seen that. Why did they put tribute acts on there? That'd be so much more entertaining than some of the crap that they're putting on the television at the moment. I'm inclined to agree with Prue Leith when she said too many cookery programmes. Every time I turn on, there's another blooming cookery programme, and I'm fed up with it. I don't care anymore. I couldn't care less whether these people can make soup, or they could sort of go with a little squirt of something. They were doing something the other day, meals for 80. I thought you just get caterers in, or do KFC and get them to deliver, 50 party barrels and just put it on plates with a bit of squirty mayonnaise on the side and pretend you made the stuff. And they'll go, oh, it tastes just like KFC. And they go, of course it does, it is KFC. Why would you bother cooking? And they do this thing, and then they put a little bit of lamb on there, which had to be a little bit pink in the middle. And then there was a bit of salmon on one of the other ones for those people who didn't like the lamb. And then I was reading this morning a review of peanut butter with Marmite. And they said there is no point in buying it. I think it comes on sale about the 7th or the 8th of this month. So a few more days in Sainsbury's, then it goes to all the other places. And it's a case of, if you like peanut butter and you like Marmite, you're going to be fine with it. If you don't like either Marmite or peanut butter, don't buy it. It's a waste. It's about £2.50 for a little jar. And apparently you taste the peanuts and then you get the taste of Marmite. So it sounds, I did see there was a pot next door in our sister station, and I nearly pinched it. And then I saw one up in Hart, and I thought, oh, I could borrow that. And then I thought, no, somebody would probably like it. I think they were sent in for people to try it, just so people go, oh, it's an acquired taste. But if you don't like Marmite, don't buy it. If you don't like peanut butter, don't buy it. If you like both of them, then you will like it. Sort of. There's a Disney fan in the paper today. When I first saw it, I thought, I love a Disney fan, because we like Disney. And unfortunately, this one nicked from a chip shop. 6,500 quid. I didn't know there was 6,500 quid in chip shops. His wife worked there, and then he bought a holiday to the Florida resort. Gareth Stone stole keys from mum-to-be Sarah, drove to Gatwick to book £2,000 flights for the next day, but the crook, who has Lion King tattoos on his back, class, apparently chose to skip the trip and went to the police. Sarah left him when she learnt of the raid in Cwmbran in South Wales. He admitted burglary, got 1.5 years in nick. That'll teach you, won't it? Prat features, honestly. These people are so stupid. It is so worrying. Why do people nick from people? Answer is because they can. Although who on earth leaves 6.5 grand in a chip shop? That must have been over a period of time, mustn't it, really? Also, there's a new dog on Blue Peter. And that's all I can tell you, because I don't know who the presenter is on Blue Peter. I've never heard of this particular presenter. In fact, I've never even seen a picture of her before. But and they've got a new dog. See, years ago, it was a big deal. Blue Peter getting the new dog. We'd sit there with eager anticipation in front of the television, and it would be a case of, oh, right, so they're going to introduce us to the new dog, or the new tortoise, or the new pussycat, or the new something. You know, never an elephant. Well, they did bring an elephant on, didn't they? A little bit of trouble with that one that embarrassed them. But, and then they bring on the dog, and we go, yeah, they've got a new dog on Blue Peter. And because the reason it went on there, as you probably are now well aware, it's well documented, was that it was there for all the kids who didn't have a pet at home. And you could pretend that the Blue Peter dog was really your dog. So they used to send out the Blue Peter dogs to doggy shows and things like that with their handlers, never with any of the presenters, only very occasionally if they were filming it. And people could go there and sort of pat Petra or whoever it was, because we sort of imagined it was our dog. Because, you know, people just couldn't afford to keep pets. Mind you, they can't afford to keep pets now, can they? Mark reckons there's too many yoghurt adverts on telly. I don't mind that, actually. I don't mind too many yogurts. Mind you, it's full of sugar, so you don't want to eat it. That's your problem. Also, Ron says, Erica Rowe, known as the Twickenham Streaker, remembered for a topless run. Yes, I mean, we hadn't actually seen things like that before, and then all of a sudden it started a spate of people streaking. I mean, she just whipped her thing off, her breasts hit the ground, and then she picked them up and ran with them. And then there's a policeman. There's a picture, actually, I think, of two policemen holding their helmets, their hats, over her bosom. I think that was that one, or was that the naked man? Might have been a naked... We had all sorts of people who just started streaking. I don't know why, honestly. The carriers never show the streakers, no. You know, they sort of show, oh, look, let's have a look down this end of the field where nothing's going on. And we go, no, bring the cameras back. Come on, show us a bit of naked bum. Come on, let's have a look. Why not? Steve, if you run onto a football pitch, you lose your job and get fined. If you walk into the House of Commons half naked, nothing. Yeah, I agree. Totally. Right, let's see, with Steve Allen's Early Breakfast till 7. Paul Dannon, you might remember Paul Dannon. He was on television donkeys years ago. He's now past it. He went on, I think, Celebrity Love Island ages ago. He claims the bosses gave him Valium to help with his drug come down. I mean, I don't know if they did. I don't know if they didn't. That's what he's claiming at the moment. And I made a mistake the other day. I have to correct it. I'm so sorry. I don't know how on earth it slipped through, but I seriously believed I was right. We were talking about animal experiments, and I said I thought we'd actually stop doing animal experiments. I have to tell you that last year we did 4 million animal experiments. They're still doing them now. You have to get special dispensation if it's a dog, I think, or a horse or something like that. But there's loads of other animals that slip under things. You don't need any sort of guidance whatsoever. You can inject mice or cats. Cats were very popular at the moment. See, in my day, all it was beagles, who they were sort of teaching them to smoke. And so you had smoking dogs. They could see what the effect was. I mean, we knew what the effect was. There were people dead in mortuaries through smoking, through emphysema, through all the horrible illnesses that you get. And so I seriously thought that we'd stop doing animal experiments. I thought we didn't need to do that anymore. No, 4 million in 2017. 4 million experiments. I know, beggars belief, doesn't it, really? There was a bloke on the television. Have you ever seen this programme? 24 Hours in A&E. It's always quite interesting, because I'm sort of interested. I can't watch them doing injections. I look the other way. They start doing a needle into somebody's vein. I'm like, no, not like that. I don't like that at all. That's not very nice. But they had a bloke in there, and he couldn't breathe. Young bloke, 20. And, it's like pain, it's like pushing, and it's like all the rest of it. And he was going on about it, and they were trying to make him comfortable, and he was really suffering quite badly. And so what they did, he was sort of in, and then they sent him off to get, the chest x-rays. In fact, they did every x-ray that you could possibly think of. And after a number of hours had elapsed, they said to him, the expert came back in again. I don't know if she was a doctor or if she was radiologist. So I can't remember what she did. But anyway, she seemed to have the answer to it. And she said, we've actually checked. She said, all of your things come back perfectly okay, perfectly normal. And so she handed him a bit of paper. She said, these pains that you get, which ones are they on this list? And he went, oh, it's the top one. It's like, breathing out is all right, breathing in hurts, and all the rest of it. So every test that he'd had done was perfect. And you know what she came up with? A panic attack. She said, you've had panic attacks. She said, that's where you get a little twinge, in your heart or whatever it happens to be, and you go, you make yourself ill. And he went, oh, you could be right. Because he'd had it before. And so she said, what you've got to do now, when you get this little pain or something like that, you just think of other things. She said, because the more you think about the panic attack, the more it will happen to you. And it can make you quite ill, to the point of he couldn't breathe properly and they had to put a mask on him and everything else. And I thought, that's interesting. And then they had some poor bloke married with his wife. And he'd been in the forces long time ago in, I can't remember, it's Bangladesh or something like that. But anyway, he was having his eyes checked, but he was a real hypochondriac. He went, oh, that's it, I'm going blind, aren't I? And she went, no, they haven't told you that. Well, they've told you. See, mine, I had pressure on the back of the eyes. They had to relieve the pressure on the back of the eyes, and so it went on, and then we had to get the sugar levels down because that can affect your eyesight if you're diabetic. But he was going, every time the nurse came back to tell him about it, he was going, I'm going blind, aren't I? And he went, no, we've caught it in plenty of time. And so the moment the doctor moved away, he said to his wife, he said, they're just flanneling me. They're just... And so she went, no, they're not. The tenant, why would they want to do that? Why would they want to do that? They're not going to waste time now going, you're going to be fine. Do you remember I told you last week there was one on the same programme, and the bloke said to them, he said, I'm dying, aren't I? And the bloke went, yes, you're dying. And so he's lying there, and he said, listen, I'll get your wife back in. And I'm thinking, it was a bit matter of fact. It's like, you are going to be run over by a bus today. No, you're definitely going to die. There was no way out of it. He couldn't. And then they had another one the other day whose aorta was about to rupture. Now, you remember the trouble we've had with aortas before. They do check you at certain ages. I've just had it, I've had it done. And they check, because if it's enlarged, if it bursts, you're gone. It's as simple as that. There's nothing that they can do about it. You just got to watch your diet and everything else. Not very good. Apparently, Channel 4 are now showing the spin-off, 24 Hours in Police Custody. Sometimes at the end, they actually don't get charged with anything, but sometimes, oh, you want to see what the police have to deal with some of these tow rags? Oh, my goodness me. Kick off. So, you know, no comment. That's all they do. They sit there like complete dumbos. We have this ridiculous scenario in this country. They have it in America. So you robbed the jewellery store, then you shot him dead. No comment. That's all they come up with, no comment. So the police have to write down no comment. I just connect them up to an electric shock treatment. You know, zzz. Got a thought now? Good. What's the point of peanut butter? Says Sunil. Oh, it's lovely. Peanut butter's lovely. I love peanut butter. And Stewie says, you're right. Chefs say I'm going to make a simple meal, then they use 40 ingredients. Paul reckons, he said, I don't know why they're bashing bangers and burgers. If home cooked, they're fine and tasty. Did somebody streak at Wimbledon tennis once? Oh, I don't know. Can't remember that. They might have done. I mean, they seem to do it everywhere else. And Steve, the old Blue Peter Pets, life was so simple. Yes, it's too complicated. I couldn't even tell you the presenters of Blue Peter, although one of them might be going on to Strictly. That's all I know, I'm afraid. Billy says, great to hear your voice as usual. Hope you're keeping well. Well, so. You said Bill was an old name for a student. Well, my apologies. You were indeed correct. I forgot to add the Y, so now you're Billy. See, Billy makes you sound far more chav, you know, than sort of just Bill. Bill's an old name. What's your name? My name's Bill. It's an old name, isn't it? You know, you don't get different names. I've spread Marmite on my toast, then spread peanut butter. I'm not a celebrity chef, but it tastes nice, says Phil. Well, now, you just buy a jar of it. It's all mixed in together. Very cleverly. I didn't even know they were maybe the same company. I thought they were different. Mo says, what a hypocrite Prue Leith is. Can we assume she'll stand down from her baking show? She's only got one. You've seen shameful Gemma Collins necking half a pint of brandy on Celebrity Juice. Such a crap programme, isn't it? Oh, I'm sorry, that's twice I've used that word, and I don't like it. But I can't think of anything that sort of defines Celebrity Juice apart from the biggest pile of doggy-doos on the television you've ever seen. You know, so they put Gemma Collins on there with the naff boyfriend, and they get her to drink half a pint of brandy. I mean, no surprise there. Steve, the MPs weren't laughing at the question of more disabled access at stations during PMQs. They were laughing because the MP had resigned from the government a couple of hours before, and they thought he was going to rip into the PM, but he didn't mention his resignation. No, she did. She mentioned his resignation, Matt. Can't fool me on... You know, anything you talk about, I've seen it on the telly. I've seen it. I'm always very good at things like that. So, Conor McGregor. Remember Conor McGregor? This is the fake fighter. You know, I'm a boxer. And he's in the paper today because he's been accused. You know, apparently there have been a number of streakers at Wimbledon. Male and female. Really? Oh, dear. I mean, how would you jump over the net if you were male? You know... I mean, dear me. So streakers at Wimbledon, whatever next. Dear, don't... Have you got Oh, I don't want to see pictures. No, I really don't want to see pictures. Thank you, I'll live without that. So Conor McGregor accused of Islamophobia after he used a racial slur to describe an opponent's wife. I merely quote the quote, because the fighter tweeted a picture of somebody called Khabib Nurmagomedov. Okay, that's about as good as it's going to get. With a veil covering her face. Now, McGregor has been engaged in a bitter war of words since the Russian Muslim beat the Irishman last October. And despite announcing his retirement from MMA last week and rumoured new wrestling career, the Notorious has continued to challenge Khabib to another fight. He tweeted, "Don't be scared of the rematch, you little scurrying rat." And then he said, "Your wife is a towel." Mate, I mean, either Conor McGregor's a bit thick, which I assume he is, or he just doesn't understand. Somebody says here, because it went up, and then quickly they whizzed it down as fast as possible because he's a bit dim. Somebody said, "Wow, what's the point of attacking another man's wife and their culture?" Somebody else said, "As an Irishman, my default setting is to support any Irish competitors in any endeavour. We're a small country with an us against the world spirit, but McGregor's racist, homophobic bull stuff is a black eye on what's being Irish is." Yeah, well, he's an idiot, isn't he? He's a bit of a plank, poor soul. He doesn't know. It's not his fault. You just have to put it down to the fact he's dim. You know, he doesn't realise what he's saying. That's what they said, wasn't it? You know, he knows not what he says. A Hungary crook was caught leaving his fingerprints on a packet of Frosties. He broke into a house and stole a motorbike, 3 remote control helicopters and a power drill. And then he helped himself to a bowl of Frosties on the way out, which is a bit thick, isn't he? But he then finished the impromptu meal with half a packet of biscuits. He then tried to pinch an electric saw. He had been jailed in 2011 for 4 robberies. This is Dean Griffin, 26, but again, a bit simple. And so after leaving prison, he got a job at a recycling plant until his bosses were informed of his convictions for robbery and he was sacked. So he just carries on thieving. I mean, quite clearly, some people just don't learn their lesson, do you? I don't know what you could possibly do to this poor bloke. At one of these robberies, he was armed with a 2-foot-long machete. Charming, isn't it, really? So, let's just put him back in prison, leave him there. Makes it so much easier. What else have we got? Cara Delevingne, whatever it is. The Vamps. You know the Vamps are the only band to ever headline the O2 for 5 consecutive years? I mean, that's some achievement, you know, not a lot of... Even Peter Andre couldn't manage that one. And we all know how dim Peter Andre is. As far as I'm concerned, there were only 4 great Blue Peter presenters. Peter Purvis, John Noakes, Leslie Judd and Valerie Singleton. There was history, wasn't there, with all of them? That's what it was. If you read the book, there was a lot of history, actually. I like Stuart Miles. Stuart Miles was good, and I thought there were quite a few other ones. I tell you, I couldn't tell you who they are at the moment. I got no idea. Care precious little. New balls, please, says Gary, for the streaker at Wimbledon. I didn't quite understand, unless it's somebody who just wants to exhibit themselves, what is the point of going streaking? I did streak myself many years ago. It was only down a road, you know, where we lived in London. But I mean, that was just a fun thing. I wouldn't do it in front of people at a big events like rugby or anything. It's just not. I just don't think it's necessary. Not necessary to do something like that. If I want to be noticed, I'll stand up and go, "Steve Allen!" You know, and see what happens, see if anybody recognises me. Geraldine says, "I'm still in hospital. I've had a tube inserted into my chest because I punctured my lung with broken ribs." God, blimey, honestly. What are you doing with yourself? Nice to hear Andy Ivy, says Julie. My voice crush. Reading the news. Oh, don't start that, please, honestly. That's sort of something for HR. But never a mispronunciation, always a smooth delivery. That's what they say about him. Andy Smooth Delivery Ivy. No idea whether he's good-looking or not. Stunning. Stunning. I don't know. It depends your idea of what good-looking is. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. But he makes me feel all warm and fuzzy. You're not drinking, are you? Are you drinking this morning? Why do you... Warm and fuzzy as I snuggle under the duvet here in chilly Germany. Oh, goodness me, honestly. I don't think I can comment on that one at all. No clubs want perv like you, Johnson. This is somebody writing to the Daily Star today. And Zac Efron is trying to pull off the latest role as the serial killer Ted Bundy. Ted Bundy. So you remember him, don't you? Plus the Grand National, I'm afraid I haven't done. Don't tell him, because O'Brien might wonder where the middle pages of the Daily Star have gone, because he always likes to have a little look. And it's got the Grand National horses. So I'm going to go home today, study form. I'm just going to pick out names that I like the sound of and do my usual sort of £5 each way, or £5 to win, or £5 place, or whatever it happens to be. Racing Post. We used to get the Racing Post. Then all of a sudden they stopped delivering it. Oh yes, so here we go. Lindsay Russell. You know who Lindsay Russell is? She's a Blue Peter presenter. I've never even heard of her. Ever since they moved the thing to Manchester. But Henry is the show's 10th dog. We have somebody called Henry who works here. But he's always such a friendly dog. To date, they've had 5 tortoises, 9 cats and 2 parrots. Parrots? I don't remember them being parrots. He'll be a regular on the CBBC hit. Apparently, pets have always been an important part of Blue Peter. I know, but now it's in Manchester. Nobody watches the thing. I should imagine their audience you'd probably count on one hand. You know, because kids have moved on. It was for children. Now you'd probably find it's adults who sort of watch it, hoping to see, you know, sort of a glimpse of a... It's not even on BBC One, is it? It's shoved onto CBeebies, which is on the CBeebi channel. Yeah. It's all very disappointing, really, because I grew up with it. If it hadn't been, you know, for the Advent calendar and the elephant and, you know, John Noakes climbing the ladders on Nelson's Gollum, which made me feel quite queasy, and all the other good things that they did, you know. I mean, to Tracy Island, I didn't care about because I was so bored with Anthea Turner, you know, just milking something for the publicity purpose. Steve, if you want to see somebody screaming out in agony, watch last night's Doctors Behind Closed Doors. A man's given a vasectomy, said Bill. Why would you want to watch that on television? I can't think of any reason, actually, why I'd want to watch something. I thought it was fairly straightforward. Just a little injection, and then a little... whatever. Steve, I'm thinking of popping down to Twickenham after work tonight. Will you be in for a cup of tea? Yeah. Pop round any time you like. Just bring round fish and chips or something. That'll be fine. Call the police first. Anyway, what have we got? We got 12 to... Morning, everybody. So loads of stories in the papers today about Prince Harry, his fear for our children. I'd worry about your own life. Please don't worry about us. We're very capable of doing things. Very. He slammed online gaming for the effect it has on kids, singling out Fortnite as one thing that shouldn't be allowed. I mean, it's been out for ages, Harry. Ages and ages and ages. Why are you doing it now? Why are we coming up with this now? He's 34. He said, social media has become more addictive than alcohol and drugs. I mean, is this does somebody say to them, listen, why don't you try saying that? That'll be something good. And we're all going, you're about 20 years out of date. We know that, I mean, perhaps, do you think they take newspapers? Do you think within the royal family there are newspapers? We know that they did on the day the pictures appeared of Sarah Ferguson having her toes sucked because she had to get out the I think they were at Balmoral. She had to get out of Balmoral as quickly as possible, lest she incur the wrath of Prince Philip. Officials are investigating claims a rogue firm is charging residents £100 to paint disabled parking signs near their home. They've appeared in Birmingham. Lack of parking so bad, residents use bins to reserve spaces and put threatening notes on windscreens. Local Amir Ali said cars left in the wrong spot could be scratched. Really? What a bunch of peasants they are up there. That's dreadful, isn't it? We had that down in, when we were in Hammersmith. And over the road from us, there was some bloke and he wanted to park his car outside his house. So every day he'd move the car, stop in the middle of the road, because he was an idiot, and he'd put out 2 dustbins with a plank between the 2. So we used to go over there to wind him up, take the plank off, throw it away, and move the dustbins back onto the pavement and park there. He didn't like it at all. In the end, the police had to be called because he was such a pain. You're not allowed to reserve spaces outside your house. It's not for you. Definitely not for you. But the idea of having a fake disabled thing painted on the road, God, blimey, honestly, dreadful, isn't it? Really. Also, the reality is that celebrities, even third-rate no-hopers, will do anything to be on television. They'll herd sheep, they'll ski jump, they'll take all their clothes off, sit in a bar. Years ago, it was sitting in a bath of baked beans. Nowadays, they'll go on ridiculous dating programmes, which we know are fake. Because none of these people, I mean, Kerry Coke Toner never actually needed to find a date. She was too addicted to talking about herself, which is a little bit worrying. Then they've got, there was Brian, do you remember Brian McFadden, who's doing the dishes? If ever there was a cheap piece of trash television, that would be it. And they had a celebrity, but the trouble is we didn't know any of the celebrities were. Then they've had a farming programme. We had Stan Collymore. Oh, what are you famous for, Stan? Oh, yes, I've just remembered, of course. Painting. They had Phil Tufnell on there, Lawrence Llewellyn-Bowen, Jane Seymour. I don't know what these people are doing on... Some of them are very good, actually, which means they might as well just sort of paint pictures. Also, sewing. Now, we're going to be talking about this today, the Great British Sewing Bee. And people go on... No, I can't. They make automatic sewing machines now. You just put the material in and it does everything. It does buttonholes, it does all sorts. They keep advertising them on the television. I used to think at one time, perhaps I should buy it. Perhaps I should get a sewing machine. And I thought, what for? We didn't do sewing at school, no. The only thing we did at school, we had a placemat, and we wove wool in and out to make some, I forget what they call them now. There's a name. They used to do them years and years ago. They would have the name of all the children and a church and something like that, and they were from the sort of the 1800s. Some were even earlier than that. We just made like a plate. Why we did it, I've got no idea. First of all, take your needle. We used to make stained glass windows. Not stained glass windows, ours were the cheaper version, which was a big bit of sort of thick card, and you'd cut various things out, then you'd stick coloured cellophane behind it and put it up at the window. I mean, to be honest with you, I derived great pleasure out of it, because it was quite fun, so you could make your own stained glass window. And I've always liked stained glass window, but only in churches. Gogglebox was sort of born, so we had sort of Danny Dyer and Danny Dyer, the two Dannys, so watching University Challenge. Also singing. They had Martin Lewis on there. This was in Celebs All-Star Musicals. Shepherding. Gabby Logan's catchphrase of "release the sheep." On that one, they had Brendan Cole and Wendy Peters. I mean, it really does scrape the barrels. Winter sports. Melinda Messenger, Ola Jordan, Linford Christie and Beth Tweddle. There's that bone-breaking series that we enjoyed so much. Also, the serial offenders, who just can't get enough. In other words, they just, oh yeah, I'll do it, because you know it's going to finish shortly. Gemma Collins, she's done Dancing on Ice, I'm a Celebrity, Celebrity MasterChef, Celebs Go Dating. I think she did Splash as well. I'm sure she did that. Debbie McGee has done Strictly Celebrity, Carry On, Barging, The Farm, Celebrity MasterChef, and a few others. Rebecca Luce did such a good joke. The Farm, Extreme Celebrity Detox. Somebody called I.L. Booker, never heard of them, no idea. Celebs Go Dating, Celebs on a Ranch. It's the latest pile of rubbish that's got Louis Spence on there arguing with people, as indeed he does. Georgia Steele, Celebs Go Dating, Celebs on a Ranch. So only 2 under her belt at the moment. Spencer Matthews, poor old Spencer, honestly. Good education, Spencer. And you turn out to be so D-list. So D-list. The Jump, I'm a Celebrity, Celebrity MasterChef. Roxanne Pallett, let's not even bother talking about her nasty little piece of work. Brian McFadden, Dancing on Ice, Who's Doing the Dishes and The Jump. It's finished, hasn't it, really? His album peaked. It only sold 600 copies or something. Wendy Peters, Flock Stars. I think that must be to do with the shepherding thing, I'm pretty certain. Great British Sewing Bee. James Jordan, nasty piece of work. Celebrity Coach Trip, Dancing on Ice, and just anything else that bores the pants off us. Linda Robson's done I'm a Celebrity, Celebrity MasterChef, and Gone to Pot. And I think, I'm trying to remember what the Gone to... It's something to do with drugs, isn't it? It's a sploff programme. I'm pretty certain that they all went sploffing, and then they filmed it, didn't they, afterwards? I have to be honest, I didn't really see the point of that one at all. But there again, I don't. I mean, it's just blatant drug taking. They had Christopher Biggins, Pam St Clement as well. So I'd be frightened. I'd be talking about all sorts of rubbish if I went on something like that. Can you imagine? Steve Allen does sploffs. It's not going to work, is it, really? The Carry On Barging one was going through the Kennet and Avon Canal. Oh, we know who'll know all about that one, won't we? Passing through 29 locks for the Channel 5 show. It's got Nigel Havers, Simon Callow, Lorraine Chase and Debbie McGee. Actually, you've got you've got Nigel Havers coming up in a programme about what goes on behind first class on an aeroplane. And he's on there with that Sally Lindsay from Coronation Street. She's popped up on loads of programmes. She's a good friend with Peter Kay. I think she's sort of popped up on a lot of his programmes as well. Daddy issues to blame for the end of Ulrika's marriage, which is very dull. Unlucky in love, they say. I mean, do you not think if they've had sort of 3 marriages, when they go unlucky in love, you go, yeah, and how? And how? At last, something we can agree with Shamima Begin on, writes Eva Simpson. Brexit is boring. The ISIS bride says she's fed up with the non-stop TV coverage in her Syrian refugee camp, with chaos reigning over the decision to leave the EU. It's a wonder she can tell the difference between the antics of MPs in Westminster and her preferred choice, the Cartoon Channel. You're still not coming home, dear. OK? You stick with those murdering paedophiles that you've been hanging around with for 4 years. OK? Get the message? Good. Let's hope it sinks in very quickly. Oh, look. Abby Clancy modelling again. It's so funny. Whenever you see her, you think, God, she's really tall. Teeny tiny. Teeny tiny. About the same size as, well, you know, like a doll, really. Here's a plasterer in the paper today. We love a plasterer. I'll have to tell you after the news about this one, because he's been jailed. And we'll tell you why he's been jailed, and we'll tell you just what a nasty little piece of work he is, and we'll tell you his name as well after the news, which is coming up. The man who stops the BMW on the busy motorway so his kid can go to the toilet could have been killed instantly. What a thicko. What a thicko. The MOD investigating videos of today, the 4th of April. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC till 7. Ron says, you ever watch the boat race along the way from Putney to Chiswick? No. I watched the film about the boat race, about the year that they, it's called True Blue, which is a great film. True story. Very good film though. Music's beautiful, fabulous, beautifully filmed on the Thames. Him from The One Show was a Blue Peter presenter. Yes, you're quite right, he is. He said, the trouble is, he's a bit boring on The One Show. I mean, his interviewing technique is dreadful. He's sort of like eager beaver, but I mean, never had an experience beforehand. Apparently, there's a maximum handbag size restriction at Aintree this year, says Duncan. You should see the comments from these shallow fashionistas. I think they think it's Paris Fashion Week. Horse racing is a sport, not a fashion show. Certainly isn't at Aintree. You've never seen so many dogs out there on the course. Dreadful. It's full of chavs. It's the worst place you could ever go to. You don't want to go there. God, blimey. Ulrika Johnson, says Pablo, was pretty when younger. We were all pretty when we were younger. Now maybe not so, he says. And Paul thinks Janet Ellis was pretty hot growing up in my early teenage years. And Percy Thrower gave me inspiration to get gardening jobs after school. Oh, we love Percy Thrower. I thought he was great, actually. Matt says, I agree with picking horses by name for the National. I pick 3 horses each year, £5 each way, and I used to spend an hour studying form, age of the horse, horses that run well and whatever the going is, and if they can make the distance. I very rarely got a winner. So a couple of years ago, I was short on time, so I nipped into the bookies, picked 3 horses I like the name of. They finished 1st, 3rd and 4th. I just pick by name. That's what I do. If I get an inkling. You know, you look at the list of the horses, don't you? That one. And it doesn't matter what it is, I will bet on it. And one year I got 1st, 2nd, was it 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th? But I didn't put enough money on the 1st, I did it each way. Which isn't so good. Kevin the Milkman says Gemma Collins did do Splash, Steve. They renamed it Tidal Wave. But that's serious. And, Steve, I seem to remember on another reality show, they got a group of gormless people that were told they're going into space when really they were in an aircraft hangar. Oh, my favourite is the lift. My favourite is the fake lift on YouTube. You've got to watch it. They go into an office, which is in a building, and the woman says, oh, you need to go up to so-and-so floor. So they get into this lift, they push the button, and the lift starts going up. What they don't know is that behind, at the back of the lift, is a screen which is showing the floors going up. Then all of a sudden, bing, 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 the numbers start rolling round, and the lift increases in speed, and they go, no, until in the end, it bursts through the top of the building. It's brilliant. It's brilliant. You watch people sobbing on the floor. I mean, we shouldn't really laugh at other people's misfortune, but frankly, every time I see Gemma Collins, I do a little chuckle to myself. And so, these people, I don't know if it's called fake lift or whatever it is, it's very funny. Only the Americans could think of that. That's like the bait car. The bait car where they rig a car up and they deliberately entice lowlifes to steal it. And then they just track it, and they're all sitting in the car. Yeah, we've got a car. They had some kids in there the other day, and they were 17. They didn't have driving license. They just stole the car because it had keys in it. And they were driving down the road, and one went, oh man, we got the cops behind us. And the cops, of course, pull them in. By this time, they've shut the car off. They can't get out the doors, and the cops have got guns drawn. Get out the car, get out the car. Well, you've never seen people wet themselves so fast. It was brilliant. 84850 steve at lbc.co.uk. The National. Somebody told me to back Vintage Clouds in January. In January and February, whenever I went past a bookies, I put £1 each way, at 25 to 1. I got £22 each way on it. It's now about 12 to 1, says Ian. I did look at the name. I might go through them later, but not really. I don't like to encourage gambling. But I mean, I think if you only do something once a year, and I do only do something once a year, I don't necessarily see that as gambling, but I appreciate that you might actually. My lad was addicted to Fortnite, turned him into a different person. The withdrawal was crazy, but worth it. He's 8 and is aware of how it made him. Also just found out I have aphantasia. What in God's name is that? Never even heard of it before. It's obviously something, isn't it? Aphantasia. Wait a minute. It's, it's a condition where one does not possess a functioning mind's eye and cannot voluntarily visualize imagery. That's way too complicated for this programme at this time of the morning. Seriously, that's way too complicated. Been on nights for a while now, says Ant the Painter. But I'm finally back on days, and I get to listen to you live again. I've just had a sploff. And I'm working in my home gym. Sploffs aren't too bad if you sploff responsibly. See, I can't recommend that at all. I really can't, because I'm worried that you might drive, you see, and then, you know, if you actually drive, there could be a very good chance that you could have a really bad accident. Yesterday I got back in, actually, nothing to do with sploffs or driving or anything like that, but I got a message from a shop up the road from me, about a couple of miles away, because I've ordered some things from them, and he said, Dean, this is... in fact, you might remember him because we used him at my Magic Circle Christmas show. Young man, very good manipulator, as they say, a manipulator. But anyway, and he said, oh, the things you wanted are in. It's in stock. So, of course, I said, I'm on my way, pootle off up there. And as I go up the stairs into this shop, which is down the road from me, I say down about 2 miles away, he went, you didn't see the other email, did you? I said, what other email? He said, they're coming in on Friday. I went, oh no. So anyway, I paid for them. And I said, just give me a ring and I'll pop back in on Friday. And as I was going out, I discovered that Dean has got a personalised number plate on his car. I felt like saying, I've got a personalised number plate as well, sort of. What am I going to do? Oh, yes, the drunk flyer. This is a drunken groom, plasterer. And was he plastered? Michael Cunnett is his name. He comes from Epsom in Surrey. He's obviously a bit of a buffoon. He downed 4 pints of lager before boarding an EasyJet flight from Gatwick to Egypt. When asked not to smoke an e-cigarette, he hit the attendant, somebody called Andre Botha, twice. He subjected him to a homophobic rant, then punched another crew member as he was being dragged off by the police. His new wife shouted, "Look what you've done!" because she obviously didn't have any idea. He then KO'd himself. Is that what they say? KO'd himself? Yeah. Knocked out. He headbutted the squad car cage. What a buffoon. A thug. The judge, David Rennie, told him at Lewis Crown Court, something of your true character revealed itself. He admitted assault and criminal damage. He must pay £500 to each victim. Sad little drunk. Michael Cunnett. If ever you got a plaster around, he's called Michael Cunnett. Show him the back door very quickly. Okay, don't want to risk him sort of picking up any nasty little habits. Also, there's one here. I love Penman Investigates. This is where he exposes crooks, and this is a gang who netted £10 million in a fake email con. You get all sorts of things, but this is one here, a tax scam sent to the boys in blue, which they obviously didn't realise. Careless crooks picked the wrong target. From the DVLA, we've identified that you still have an outstanding vehicle tax refund from an overpayment. What they do is they hope you click on the link and reveal your bank details. One recipient was Crouch End Police Station in North London. Thank you so much for letting us know, replied a witty officer. However, we suspect your information to be incorrect, as our police vehicles are exempt from road tax. Now we've triangulated your location. We'll be popping over to show you. These people, honestly, what a bunch of... And the other one, and this is this... Oh, dear, I mean, this... It seems so simple. This is Valerie. Valerie is a widow, 71, and she received the same message. Your landline and internet are about to be cut off. Press 1. And so she pressed 1. She was put through to somebody claiming to be from BT, who asked her to log onto her computer and carry out a series of supposed checks. The caller spun a line about how there were a series of errors on her bank accounts. I know, you can see it, I can see it. He said somebody at the HSBC branch had been trying to hack the account. Valerie explained the caller used the name Robert Burton, but spoke with a heavy Indian accent. He asked if I would help BT and the police investigate. So-called Robert Burton then appeared to pay £10,000 into her current account. Okay, and told her to go to the bank and forward it to an account at Barclays. That would supposedly help identify the hacker at the bank. True to form, her account did show £10,000. So wanting to help, thinking she had nothing to lose, she transferred £9,700 as instructed, keeping £300 for her trouble. Robert Burton, obviously not his real name, urged her to transfer another £12,300 that appeared in her account. He told me I mustn't tell anyone at the bank what I was doing because somebody was involved. Oh, you so want to drag these people through the telephone, don't you? Anyway, if they asked, I was to say it was to lend to my sister for home improvements. 2 days later, Valerie found that £22,000 had vanished from her account. The money that had appeared in the current account had simply been moved to it from her own savings account by Robert Burton. So it was her money in the first place. Her bank tried chasing the money for her, but only £5.12 was left into the accounts it was paid into. She filed an action fraud report, but 2 months later, she's heard nothing back. She said, I daren't tell my family, well, so they don't know about it. But now, Mohammed Yaqub has just been jailed for 3.5 years for his part in stealing £400,000 from a woman by convincing her that her bank account was in imminent danger of fraud attack. Now, I've told you the scam. Somebody will phone you. Somebody will phone you. Hello, it's the bank here. We suspect there's fraudulent use on your bank account. If you'd like, I know, obviously, you get these things all the time. They're very plausible, very plausible. They're crooks. And they go, listen, if you'd like to call the bank now, then ask to be put through to the fraud department. They will know all about it. Okay, thank you. So the person at the other end, and they're looking for elderly people. They're looking for people who might be a little bit vague about things. So she goes, okay, so she puts the phone down. She picks the phone up to dial, but she's still connected to the person she's just, for example, Robert Burton. She's still connected, so she dials the number. He then hears the clicks going through, and then he goes, hello, can I help you? And she goes, oh, is that HSBC? Yes, it is. Hello, what can I do for you? Can I have the fraud department, please? Yeah, putting you through. He hands the phone to somebody else, and the scam is complete. We think somebody's been using your account for money laundering. What we'd like you to do is transfer the money that's in there into another account for safekeeping, and then we can monitor it. Okay, I'll do that. Have you got your debit card with you? Can you read me out the long number? People do it. This bloke got away with £400,000. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. The fake email gang, 10 million. Luckily, this bunch of old crooks have all gone to prison, which is fantastic. And that's good news. It was a 6-month trial. But you have to beware. Just remember, your bank will never phone you up to tell you any of this. Never. People will never ask you to transfer anything. And if anybody phones up and goes, you know, there's been fraudulent activity on your account, why don't you use a very rude word? Okay? It involves with off. Okay? And then you put the phone down. Simple as that. Or failing that, don't answer the phone. Put an answer phone on your phone. That way you don't need to worry about it. If they're important, they'll leave a message. If they're not important, they won't leave a message because they're all sitting there waiting for it to light up. Okay, just be careful, just be careful. 5:15, let's get a check on Thursday, 4th of April. It's early breakfast, it's blooming freezing again. And my friend Christopher says, Thursday, good day to buy a watch. No, I'd already decided I'm not going to buy the watch. I looked at it again, and it's okay. I can think of better things to do with 1,700 quid. Seriously, because I've got quite a few watches. As I said before, I've got my dad's watch, I've got another watch, which I got from Duty Free years ago, and I've got a Raymond Weil watch, which I bought donkeys years ago. So, this one I sort of looked at, so I don't think it's a good day. I can't believe it's Thursday. Can't believe it's Thursday. I was very excited. We love Thursday. I feel like we've kind of achieved something, because tomorrow's Friday, and then we've got the weekend, which is great news, isn't it? But anyway, good morning to you as well. I hope you're well. Read the earlier message from Ant the painter, says Dallas. A painter who works nights. I did a double take, but then he said he'd been smoking a sploff, which explains what exactly he doesn't know what time of the day it is. Got no idea. So, okay. Green for the ceiling. Green for the ceiling. Why not? It's lovely. English sparkling wine. Now, this is a funny story. English sparkling wine is said to oust champagne from the winner's enclosure for the first year in the race's 180-year history. And you think, well, No, this is the Grand National. So as opposed to champagne, it's going to be English sparkling wine. Talk about sounding dull. Anyway, as the 3-day festival at Liverpool's Aintree racecourse kicks off today, the fizz will be offered to winning owners and trainers as part of an agreement between this is called money changing hands, between the Jockey Club and the winemaker Coates and Seeley. And they say it's a victory once again for homegrown. They've obviously offered a lot of money. Hampshire-based Coates and Seeley has also been given pouring rights as the only English sparkling wine supplier for 14 of the Jockey Club's 15 racecourses. They've offered an awful lot of money. Apparently the only exception is Cheltenham, which has a deal with a winemaker. And Nicholas Coates and Christian Seeley says we're delighted to have been appointed an official partner by the Jockey Club. How boring. I don't want to sort of, pour, sort of mud in your eye over this one. But Paul Fisher, chief executive of the Jockey Club Racecourse, said, we look to support British producers on our menus and wine lists wherever we can. What a load of cobblers. It's been taking you 180 years. We like to support British producers on our menus. I'm sure our racegoers will be impressed with this sparkling wine. I shouldn't imagine they will. I'm sorry, so here we have a beautiful bottle of, whatever it happens to be. Or would you rather have the English sparkling wine? Sorry? I think we'll have the Tattinger, if that's all right with you. You imagine if at Christmas time I gave my boss a bottle of English sparkling wine. He'd be going, thanks, Steve. That's lovely, isn't it? No, Tattinger or any of the other ones. Any of these other lovely champagne. A bottle of sparkling wine, do me a favour. It's about the worst thing I've ever heard, I'm afraid. Steve, I've had a few calls from these dodgy callers. They always come across broken English and ask me to complete tasks on the computer. I love it. I keep them on the phone playing a game and prolong as long as possible. When I had to go on to line to sort out my computer a few years back, I went through to India. Okay, which is where the call centre was, because I always say to them, where are you? I'm always curious. I told you that Admiral are up there in Nova Scotia. You'd believe they were down the road. But anyway, so I get through it at the very end. The woman, I think was it a woman? No, it's a bloke. No, it was a woman. And she said, at the very end of it, in sort of really bad English, she said, when they call you, could you please say that I gave you excellent service? My name is Bridget. And I went, of course it's not Bridget, don't be so ridiculous. But they obviously think that if they call themselves Bridget, you're going to look kindly on them. And I always say, where are you? Oh, we are in Delhi. You go, all right. What's the weather like? I always ask stupid questions. But of course, they don't have answers to this, but they've only got a checklist, which is in front of them on a roller thing. And so they go, okay, push Control 8. What are you seeing now? I'm not seeing anything, because I've just pressed Control 9, so we've got to go back and do Control 8. Oh, wait, I'll just turn the computer off. In the end, and I'm with AOL. And actually, for the last few years, they've been fine. I don't have any problem with. Some people go, I wouldn't have AOL, I love this, I love that, and all the rest of it. But it doesn't really make any difference. As long as the blooming thing works, that's all I care about. So they seem to be good. They seem to be good so far. The male writers honoured at the Press Oscars. Sarah Vine and Jan Moyer. Good. Very happy with that. I like it when people, sort of win awards for doing something. Or even for not doing something. Pele's in hospital. Apparently a footballer of note. I don't know anything about him at all. He's apparently 78, for goodness sake. And he had a crisis of tetany or involuntary muscle cramps, as well as a fever. So they've stuck him in hospital. That's nice, isn't it? He's 78, though. I mean, I don't know. I don't know anything about him. He did the what dysfunction? He did erectile dysfunction adverts. Oh, my Lord above. He did erectile dysfunction advert. What do you mean he did erectile dysfunction? What, flogging tablets or something? And other bit... What, on the television? Oh, dirty boy. Who wants to know about things like that? I don't want to turn on the television to hear about erectile dysfunctions. Other people's problems. Things like that. So here we go. Erectile problems are universal, says Pele. Talk to your doctor. You can't go to your doctor and say, oh, there was an advert. Good Lord above. And it's an advert of a couple in bed. Apparently health and lifestyle issues can lead to erection problems. Bet you never thought you'd hear that on the radio at 5:25 in the morning. I don't think I'd be talking about it. I had no idea. So was he doing the hard sell for Viagra, or was it sort of go and have a chat to your doctor? about it. My doctor asked me about it. He said, would you like Viagra? For what? For what? He said, do you have any problem? Because apparently diabetics have problem in that department. Not me, let me tell you. It's like putting a flagpole up on Windsor Castle. Start mentioning things like that to me when you go to the blooming doctors. Honestly, I don't know how to discuss stuff like that. It's very highly personal. Highly personal. Honestly. Ridiculous. Actually, I'll tell a lie. It's just like a small advert in Loot. But it doesn't matter, does it? It's the thought that counts. And sometimes there is no thought. Anyway, I read some scammer managed to transfer 840 grand from some company's account into his offshore account when eventually caught. Only got 8 months jail, says Ron. I know. If they get the money back, they like that. If they can't get the money back, which of course they can't in many cases, action fraud needs to be looked into. They never seem to respond by the look of it. Well, the police are not bothering with fraud. They're really, it's not top of their list, I'm afraid. It would appear to be a useless endeavour. You can't phone them. There's no help for people who've been defrauded. Somebody could do well, couldn't they, to set up something and go, right, but the trouble is it's such a huge problem. I mean, it is an enormous problem. It really is. I bump into a lot of painters working nights in hotels and offices as the work can't be done during the day, says Kevin the Milkman. Do you know there's a place in Harlow, I only mention it because it popped up on the news last night, where they've started putting single parents in with drunks, people on drug rehabilitation courses and everything else. And they're very worried about it. Very worried. And, Steve, I know you say sploff. So I looked it up and found out it means when you're stoned and can't say spliff, you say sploff. What is this spliff thing? What is this spliff thing? Why do people keep trying to mix things up in this world? It was all going perfectly well. We all knew what we were doing. Sploff or spluff. Okay, that's the original English pronunciation of it. I know in some countries they're going to call it a spliff, and people go, I don't know what you're talking about. It's spluff or sploff. Okay, and that's what it is. They had them on the Titanic. Ant, the painter, has come back again and says, tell Dallas to think before she speaks. How does she think restaurants, offices and other public buildings have any work done on them if we don't work at night? I'm sure she wouldn't like me sanding my filler when she's trying to eat her Big Mac and fries. Been sploffing since I was a wee lad and I'm now 32 and about to buy my second house. Never had a speeding fine. We've probably never even seen a police car, I shouldn't imagine. Probably see a herd of elephants or something like that. Oh, look. That's like that woman on the bus, isn't it? And she's taking paper and she's ripping it up into little pieces and she's throwing it out the back door of the bus. Rip, throwing it. And the bus conductor goes, excuse me, what are you doing? And she said, I'm getting rid of the elephants. And he says, there aren't any elephants. And she says, see, it works. It's like that. So anyway, we've been sploffing since, he says, I still love you. Oh, please don't start that one. Even though you said I don't know what I'm doing. Listen, you can't go painting and decorating if you're stoned. I mean, good Lord, I understand the addiction because I've heard programmes on LBC. I had a Mr. Omboko contact me offering 10 grand and the chance to have an enhancement to a certain body part. Oh, I get that all the time. Or failing that, Russian women want to meet me. No, they don't. No, they don't. I don't want to meet them, thank you very much indeed. And then they used to go, so, do you have a problem in the downstairs department? We can perhaps increase the size of it. I said, well, bigger? Blimey. Pele's been writing to me, would you like to make it bigger? I don't think so, no, not really, no. Heavens above. Steve, will you stop it with the Viagra, says Viv. I'm trying to get ready for work and I can't see for tears. It's so funny, isn't it? They always, I don't know why people ask me things like that. Seriously. I'm sure people look at me on the bus and go, that'll be an erectile dysfunction. They sort of worry. People worry about these sort of things. They do, don't they? I mean, people are like that. They sort of come up with all sorts of strange things. Howard says, thank you for letting me know about the telephone scam. I'm getting 2 or 3 a week, stating fraud. Press 1 to contact me. Well, don't press the 1. You don't press the 1, okay? Because that means that once you pressed it, you could be connected through your computer to them, and they can access all the details. All the details. Right, we need to take a break, don't we? And, what else we got here? Oh, there's a little 4-year-old, and his name is Parker Lorry. Parker Lorry. He's a big fan of Spider-Man. Spider-Man. And he goes around picking up litter. He's got the power to do it. And so he dresses up as Flash and he goes round and he clears... He spent hundreds of hours doing it. He's only 4. He's only 4 and he goes out and he picks up all that rubbish. Isn't that cute? I see that as a photo opportunity as far as I'm concerned. It's probably very nice indeed. But the one thing, now, I mentioned to you the other day and I don't want you to get too excited again. Cheryl Cole, Tweedy, whatever her name is now, Spagbowl, is going to bring out some more music. Now, I appreciate the fact this is possibly a bit of a joke, but she's going to bring out something. It was going to be at the end of March, and now I think they've sort of put it back, so it's going to be a little bit later, and apparently the fan is very excited at her new music. Can't imagine why. She's not been in the music business for donkey's years. In fact, we don't really know what she does at all. Oh, that's right, she models fake hair. That's it. But the one that will have you dusting off your platform boots is the fact that ABBA are releasing new music by the end of this year. They've been in the studio. There is also a 2-hour show set to be broadcast across the world with a virtual tour to follow. So, new ABBA tracks, as they say in the business. Everybody, I see that now every letter can go airmail. The Falcon stamp, which they've got, I wish they put the price of stamps on the stamp as opposed to just first, second, or whatever else the other one is. But this is one here. It's a set of 10 featuring images of birds of prey native to Britain, including the red kite, the golden eagle, kestrel, and peregrine falcon in a variety of close-up and pictures in flight. The stamps are original shots taken at the International Centre for Birds of Prey in Gloucestershire by Tim Flack, who specialises in animal photography. Jemima Parry-Jones, the centre's director, says, see if you can recognise birds that you might see in your garden, like a sparrowhawk, a kestrel, or a buzzard sitting on a telegraph pole, or a Russian bird sitting at the end of the garden going, I hear for you. That'll be a bird in your garden, won't it? Do people actually go out there and start checking on what birds are in the garden? I mean, we did it. Well, you know somebody who does, I know. But, I just thought it was a phase that people went through. I didn't realise that people actually did things like that. He's written a book. He's taken some photos of a few tits, and stuff like that. Greater crested warblers are very difficult to get hold of at this time of year. And also, I think the native birds in this country are a bit dull, aren't they? What have we got? Ravens, pigeons, and sparrows, but you don't see many sparrows out now and in a sort of the big wide world. Apparently, Patrick from Guildford says erectile dysfunction remedies are a firm favourite. For others, they're just a hard pill to swallow. There was all sorts of jokes, weren't there, about Viagra when it came out. If you didn't swallow the tablet quick enough, you got a stiff neck and all that kind of stuff. And I remember thinking, it's so funny. But now you can buy it over the counter. There's no need to be embarrassed and go to the doctor. You can go and buy it over the counter. You imagine, though, and nobody could ever manage it. The joke used to be you go into Boots the chemist, because that was the only one available at the time, and you come out with a tube of toothpaste, because the girl behind the counter was about 15, and you didn't want to sort of say, it's like buying condoms. Everybody used to sell them in the hairdressers. Well, you don't want to do that. There's always a queue of people sitting there going, because they used to say, something for the weekend, and I go, you don't do kebabs as well, do you? They go, no, not that. Steve, you said the police don't chase up fraud crime along with knife crime, burglary, and idiots riding on the pavement. Why bother having a police force? Because I want to. Don't get too excited. Katie Price is on Jeremy Vine this morning. He said in announcing the panel yesterday, the woman everybody pays attention to when she talks, says Nora. I think not, dear. I think not. She's been on everything. She's as boring as she was first time round. Dull, 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 dull. Perhaps she's going to be denying the fact, because we've now heard that she's denying the fact that Harvey has been put into a home or something like that. Honestly, I wish they'd make up their mind. Perhaps they release stories and then they don't go any further. But, she's not interesting. I've seen her on 2 programmes this week and she was boring on both of them. Really dull. Steve, thank you for raising awareness about these scams. My late mother-in-law was caught out by one of these. When these scammers sound very plausible and put a seed of fear, vulnerable people, especially the elderly, succumb. My mother-in-law was recently bereaved, had no idea this wasn't genuine, didn't want to trouble us and was trying to maintain her independence. There's no punishment harsh enough for these creatures, as the impact on individuals is devastating. Sadly, they're becoming more elaborate and common. Yeah, they're certainly common, Heather. They certainly are, but they do. I've seen it done on the television, and I've seen these people, and they don't care whether you're elderly, infirm, got a terminal illness. They couldn't care less. They just want your money, and they'll tell lies. One of them, I told you, there's some poor old bloke. He'd been scammed by them, and they were going to turn up at his house with like £20,000 or something in an envelope. So they all sat there and waited, and he was totally convinced. No, I spoke to him yesterday. He's definitely coming round. Well, he didn't come round. It's a scam. It's a scam. It was like all the people. Do you remember years ago? You don't get it so much now, but there's still a few of them. Bloke will stop you in the street. You say, listen, do you like leather jackets? come around to the car park, because I've just come back from a fashion show at O2 or something. I've got all these leather jackets left. I'm flying back to Milan later on today. They open up the boot of the car and there's all this tat. And they go, listen, this is 60 quid. It's normally £700, but I just want to get rid of it because I don't want to pay the duty going in and out and all the rest of it. And it's all just, it's a scam. They used to sell televisions. You remember the mock auctions? We don't see those so often nowadays. But the mock auctions are the biggest pile of rubbish you've ever seen. People paying a fortune, handing over credit cards to perfect strangers, or as I prefer to call them, crooks. Beloved by vegans, the superfood flying off the shelves in the paper today. But as an investigation shows in the Daily Mail, the hidden agony behind our craving for cashews. And if you look, there's a poor woman here. Her name's Yashoda. She shells thousands of nuts with just one glove on. She's got acid burns all over her hands. You know, some people have sort of, lost the top of their finger. You know, it's misery for these people. They'd rather you didn't buy them, but it's the only thing that they've got. We ate 17,000 tonnes in 2016, 35% up. The rise in vegetarianism and veganism, apparently, means that there is a catch to cashews. The nuts, nearly all processed in India or Vietnam, are difficult to extract and are therefore shelled by hand. A cashew has 2 layers of hard shell, between which lie caustic substances, cardol and anacardic acid, which causes burns. So there's no machine that does this. They do it by hand, and you're contributing to the state of these poor people. Many of these people don't get gloves. 500,000 people work in this industry. They're employed with no contracts, no guarantee of steady income, no pension, no holiday pay. So the next time you eat a cashew, think on. These people are suffering. It's dreadful. Emily Clarks, who wrote this article, says, I was horrified when I found out my diet might be funding this misery. I'm a vegan, and the dairy-free cheeses I love typically use cashews. I had no idea how they were going to be produced. It's disgusting, isn't it? There's one here. Pushpa earns just 200 rupees a day, or £2.15. Okay, that's for a day. A broker pays her 7p per kilogram of unshelled nuts, and she produces 10 kilograms of shelled cashews a day. A 200-gram packet of cashews in Tesco is £3. So the nuts that Pushpa shelled, been destined to go there at this price, just 14% of the money we pay would go to her. The salary's meagre, but enough to supply. But it's the chemicals in these things. You know, apparently the Vietnamese designed and built all their own cashew machinery to cut labour costs, but India doesn't have the machinery. Didn't we just send them 48 million to India as they're doing the space race? Perhaps they could sort of spend it on maybe a cashew nut machine. Save people's hands being burnt to pieces. They never learn, do they? Favourite story of the paper today, Ella Lennon. Ella Lennon is 4. Ella Lennon's mummy died a while ago. And so Ella decided that she was going to send a Mother's Day card. So she wrote her Mother's Day card, she put a stamp on it, and it was addressed to Mummy in Heaven. And she put it in the postbox. To be honest with you, looking at the size of the postbox, she couldn't have reached it. Somebody must have helped her post it in there. And so she went. But then somebody at the Royal Mail decided to reply to her, purporting to be Mummy in Heaven. And so she got the letter back from her saying that, it was lovely. She said to my beautiful Ella, thank you so much for my very special Mother's Day card. You're 1 in a million to me, and I love you very, very much. Millions and billions and trillions is how much I love you. You're growing up to be a very clever and special big girl, and I'm so proud of you. And even though I'm in heaven, I watch over you every day. Lots of love, hugs and kisses, Mummy. And the letter's envelope has the return address of 1 Angel Gate in the clouds, heaven. Isn't that just the best ever? Isn't that the best ever? I like that. That's like years ago, when they did that film, people writing to Father... If you just write to Father Christmas and stick it in the postbox, you will get a standard letter back from Father Christmas. You can have personalised ones back, but you have to pay for those. But it's still a clever idea. Kids, they don't know. They don't know. It doesn't matter, does it? As long as it makes them feel better, and so when she looks up, they used to say that, didn't they, years ago? You look up into the sky, see that star there? That's Mummy. Or Daddy, or whoever it happens to be. What do we got here? A disabled worker quit after a clash with a shamed MP. This is the ghastly Fiona Onasanya wearing her tag, crook. Why is it these... Honestly, this woman... But anyway, she's quit her job when she clashed with Fiona Onasanya. She's got... This is a lady called Jan Goodenough. She's got multiple sclerosis, arthritis, heart problems, fatigue, incontinence and irritable bowel syndrome. And that's just this week. Lord knows what else she can get. Anyway, she was told to use the men's toilets because the ladies were too far away. Miss Onosanya's constituency office was unsuitable for anybody with her medical condition. So then they sort of clashed. There was a heated discussion, blah, 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 blah. And there's no female loos. She just sounds like a vile person, this Fiona, doesn't she? Horrible person. Horrible. Boo. Boo you. Liar. Dreadful. Blue Peter's latest pup. They've got pictures of Katie Hill, Simon Thomas, Matt Baker, who had a dog as well, but I think he had a farm or something like that, I'm sure. And Helen Skelton. Lucky old doggo. And the latest one with Lindsay Russell, but we don't know who she is. This is a Beagle Basset Hound. It's the 10th Blue Peter dog. I mean, after all these years, why do they bother? It's not really necessary, is it, really? But there's a picture of Simon Groom, Leslie Judd and Chris Wenner. But Shep was the one, wasn't it? Shep, Petra, I think. Petra was the first one, Patch. And then we got Shep. And then we got John Noakes crying on television. It was all terribly emotional. Well, they have the new dog because the last one... Wait a minute, the last one went somewhere. Oh, this one's adopted, by the way. The show's last dog was Irish setter Daxon Barney, who left at the same time as Helen Skelton. I don't know whether or not... I don't know whether she's got it or... I don't know what happened to it. He just doesn't know. It doesn't say. Henry was adopted from the Dogs Trust. He's said to be inquisitive. Well, you wait till he discovers he's not being paid a penny piece. Poor soul. Viewers will see him on his journey from rehoming to meeting his new family, and then you're in the studio. Lucky old dog, eh? Lucky old dog. I like it. I like the idea, but I mean, I'm not really sort of, big into things like that. Matt Baker still has a farm, my friend Christopher says. I thought he had. I just don't think he's very good on the One show. I mean, that's just, luckily that's my opinion, because this is what I do for a living. You interview people. Well, I don't interview people for a living, but it's part of it. I just find his interviews a little bit sort of, I don't know, eager bee. You know when you can't put your finger on it, but it just doesn't quite look right. I don't know what it is. More than a quarter of over 50s, we'll tell you about in a moment, have faced discrimination because of their age. I think so too. They hold it all up, don't they? You get on the bus, there's an over 50 there. Oh, God, what are we doing now? Oh, wait a minute, my bus pass. I got the bus the other day. I'm sitting... You're at a bus stop. You've been standing at a bus stop. There's the clue. A bus stop waiting for a train. And the bus comes along. Oh, we'll have to get this, blah, 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 blah. And so they've been standing there for 15 minutes. Then the bus comes in. Then they start ferreting around in their handbag, which has got, the usual packet of peppermints, a tube, a lipstick, and that's just the fellas. It's, and you've got an emery board, and they can't find the ticket. Oh, I have to so they put the thing down on where you put your luggage and the free copy of the Metro, and then you sort of eventually... Why don't they just put it in their pockets? Like people in supermarkets, Waitrose, in particular, where you're going through the checkout and the person in front of you, is enjoying a bit of a chat with the person. Shut up. Don't talk to them. They're till people. They're here to move it across. They're so slow in Waitrose. They are in R1. And then they get to the end and they pack it. They're still packing it slowly. So eggs go in that one. Bacon. Oh, no, we can put the eggs in with the... No, we'll put that in with the washing up. Oh, I don't know what to do with that one. So, do you need any bags? No. Do you need a brain? And then they go that, and then they go, oh, right, now I've got to find the money to pay for it. It's always on a card. It's never cash. I'm only cash boy. And so they get there and they go, right, where's it? You think, oh, for God's sake. So anyway, eventually they find the card and put it in the machine. No, you don't need to put it in the machine. Just touch it. Okay? Touch it. Or failing that, they have a new one at Waitrose where it's a light. You put your card under the light. It's a green dot that appears on the... We have to... Well, I mean, that's just impossible. Trying to explain that to some of the good burgers of Twickenham is like a nightmare. Okay, so you put... Does that work? Of course it works. That's why she's telling you to do it. Oh, dear. And then you see them looking at bits of fruit. What is that? It's an orange. It's an orange. Oh, right. How much are they? Oh, I don't think I want that. And then they decide... Then they wander off. We're halfway through doing their stuff on the till and they decide to go somewhere else. And you think to yourself, why did you ever come shopping? I mean, seriously. I mean, in the future, I'm told, you'll have to have a degree to actually better buy your shopping. And most of these people are going to starve. I thought there was something odd about it, actually. When we were talking about the new Blue Peter dog, the 10th one, the Beagle Basset Hound, are they the ones they use in hunting? It's a pack animal, isn't it? I'm pretty certain it's a pack animal. And my friend Christopher reaffirms it. He says Beagle Basset Hounds are pack animals. For beagle owners, they have the monthly Beagle Bum get-together in Virginia Water. Do let Blue Peter know. Yeah, I mean, I always thought, I don't know whether this one was formerly of a pack, but I thought that's what they were, actually. I thought that. I could be wrong. But they work in pack. I mean, he looks lovely. He looks like they've already sort of attached a Blue Peter badge to his collar. That'll be nicked by the weekend. You can always tell, can't you? Steve, you've made me cry, says Sarah, listening all these years about that Mummy's Day card story. So lovely. It is lovely. And Sue says the same. What a lovely story. And then somebody says, am I the only one that thinks pretending to be a child's dead mother is a bit weird? She's 4. She's 4. She doesn't understand things like that. She's 4 years old. They don't understand about life and death and things like that. You just you make it as appealing to them as possible by saying, Mummy's not here, but she's up there in heaven. She's looking down. That's how you do it. What do? You say to them, she's not coming back, we had her cremated. I mean, you can't do that at all. You say it's a star, and that's why, if you want to write to Mummy, you can do that. We do that with everybody. Your friend Christopher's a real cool dude, says Ron. Yes. And he says, nice house, excellent cars, yet he's just so normal. Well, I wouldn't say he was just normal. I don't think he'd want to be considered as normal at all. Dean says the RSPB social media follow all tweets of birds found in people's gardens. How many birds are hanging around in people's gardens? We saw a butterfly the other day, a blue butterfly, which I thought was very interesting. Sandy says, when celebrities guest on shows, do they get paid? Yep, of course they do. You don't, admittedly, when they're actually on the shows which they originate from, they don't earn very much money. Because they work on the assumption that if they've got half a brain, they might be able to make something. And Danny and her paper seller, he's going to disappear completely. He's going to have to go begging for his job back again. There's nothing for him out there at all. The cocaine kind of sealed his fate, and the fake relationship, nothing to do with him. So he's now going to be seen with a whole load of people who look like people off Love Island. It'll be the bimbo types. That's what they're looking for nowadays. That's why I went on the show in the first place, I should imagine. What I really don't understand, says Kevin, is the people who get done by romance scammers. People are willing to empty their bank accounts because they fall in love with these fake romance scammers. Yeah. Yes. Oh, people want to believe it. Because what they're doing, they don't know they're speaking to somebody from, wherever it is. They're looking at a picture, which can be lifted off the internet. It's only if you're clever you go, well, I've seen that picture before. So they send a picture in. There's been all sorts of scams over the years. But the most common scam in the restaurant, and I know about this one, Kevin, is the dry cleaning bill. Customer comes in with a bill, says the waiter dropped food over us, and they go back, and they want it. And they then say, well, actually, on which day was this? And they go, I think it was last Thursday. Okay, we'll have a check, shall we, on the CCTV? Because all restaurants have got it. There used to be somebody there. She used to write. She was very successful. And she wrote in, and she used to say, oh, I'm terribly sorry to bother you. We were passing... They would do it in foreign countries, pretending that they were sort of touring through. I'm terribly sorry. We were in your lovely restaurant the other day. We had a beautiful meal. Unfortunately, the waitress spilt a little bit of red wine. Now, prior to the days of CCTV, the restaurateur used to go, oh, I'm so sorry. And it was a reasonable amount. It was like 26 quid. She was doing it thousands of times, writing to all these restaurants. It was the standard letter, praising them, and then basically taking it back by going, and it was a nice, expensive silk dress, and it was a present bought for me for our 40th wedding anniversary. So, of course, most people cough up. But now people have got, as Kevin says, CCTV. You can check. We did this. Like that woman, remember the other day, that bent crook from up north, who claimed that she fell over in the supermarket and wanted 3,000 quid. And they checked the CCTVs. 2 of her accomplices put the thing on the floor for her to trip over. There was one, a bloke in America. He goes there, because he's so old, he kneels down and then he lies down on the floor. And and they go, you're a crook. A crook. What they should do is send these people to prison. They really should. All dogs are pack animals. That's why they make good family pets, says Vio. They need company, unlike cats, which are just antisocial. That's an outrageous thing to say. I shall send all the cats around to your house. They'll sort you out. They'll make you suffer. You know what they're like. I had an uncle, Ron, says my friend Christopher. My mum's older brother was called Ron. Anyway, gotta go see you later, Ron. My dad was Ron. Isn't it funny? Ronald, but everybody called him Ron. I called him Dad. Actually, it used to be Daddy, and then we got to the stage. He said, I don't think you can call me Daddy anymore. It sounds a bit odd, so I called him Dad. I know people who call their parents by their Christian names. Don't like that. Oh, no. Pret a Manger is the latest high street chain to have a millennial makeover. They've got gluten-free bread, smashed avocado and chili salt. Latest vegan product, smashed avocado on Pret's gluten-free bread, $3.25. My God, there's some profit in that one. You can pick up avocados dirt cheap. Coconut and berries on Pret's gluten-free bread, £3.25. Asian-style veggie box, £4.50. Roast mushroom and smashed avocado pot, £2.99. It's £3, isn't it? £3. Pret's Greek salad, £5. $4.99. Hummus and chipotle wrap, $2.99. And Chef's Special Bang Bang Veggie Wrap. Don't know what you're supposed to get for that one, but that's £3.50. You can have almond butter and berry bircher, £2.35, or cocoa berry bircher smoothie, $2.75. I mean, seriously, why don't you just go and get some nuts? And what a cool name, Ron Allen. Is there an Alan Allen in your family? No, not as far as I know. I'll tell you the story one day. Poor old Christopher, honestly, he gets so possessive about things. What have we got? Oh, look, Rihanna wearing a yellow sort of dress. I don't really know what it is. And the glasses, ridiculous, dear. Just thought I'd tell you that now. Plus. Oh, the bride and groom arrested on drugs charges. Here they are. Layla, spelled L-E-I-G-H-A. The chav spelling. Then you see a picture of them. He's got tattoos up his neck, so major chav. His name's Ricky Armstrong. And neighbours raise the alarm. Obviously, they don't get on with their neighbours. We can smell cannabis. They called the police round, and they had 22,500 quid's worth of cannabis plants there. What a pair of loons. He'd even left a notepad with growing instructions. Anyway, all he got was an 8-month suspended sentence, 150 hours of unpaid work, and his wife was given a 9-month suspended sentence with 120 hours of unpaid work. She's a beautician, kind of wasted, and he's, they just say he's a self-employed husband. Yeah, I grow plants, don't I, mate? I'm self-employed. They should have sent him to prison. Seriously, I'd be going for that one. Derek Thompson's birthday is today. Many happy returns of the day. You know Derek as the Belfast-born actor, who's in The Long Good Friday, but he's known really for being Charlie Fairhead in, is he in Casualty? I think he's one of the only original members of Casualty. Also, Robert Downey Jr., 54, and Hugh Masekela died. I'd forgotten, actually. He was married to Miriam Makeba. Just me again. Anyway, Maya Angelou, born in 1928, the real name of the American poet and civil rights activist was Marguerite, but called Maya because her brother would say as a child, my sister Angelou is best known for I Know Why the Cage Bird Sings. Also, Francis Drake got a knighthood aboard his ship in 1581. Remember it? Have you seen the photos? Such good photos, really. He comes over really quite well, actually. And lunch like me and so. Oh yes, spitting image. Where does that come from? Someone who's the exact likeness of another. One theory is that spit is short for spirit, suggesting the similarities to be identical in mind as well as in body. Talking of bodies, we have really nice to have your company. Welcome along to Thursday, the 4th of April, and the stunning news in the paper that we told you months ago that Danny Dyer and the pen salesman have finished. There is no relationship. Mind you, most people thought they were a fake relationship to start with, so they've milked it as much as they can. She's apparently got a book coming out today. If you choose to buy it, it's up to you. But it's all a bit short-lived, isn't it? Prue Leith hits out at the number of TV cookery shows. Not so much cookery shows, the amount of chefs that they seem to use all over the place. I remember in the early days there was only sort of a few of them. Now there's hundreds, isn't there? Also, Bangers and Burgers kill 4,000 a year. And the man who stops his BMW on a busy motorway lane so his child can go to the toilet. Well, you're assuming limited intelligence, aren't you, really? Hospitals treating 21 young patients for knife wounds every day. And Dr. Range, whoever he is, urges Piers Morgan to shut it. We've got no idea who he is, but we know who Piers Morgan is. And also, if you take pasties and pies on holiday after a no-deal Brexit, that makes you a smuggler. And the good news is, for music lovers everywhere, ABBA is set to release new music this year. The bad news is, so Cheryl Tweedy, Cole, whatever she's called. And, as I say, that will sink without trace. Model Callum Best. Since when was Callum Best a model? Since when was he a model? I thought he was a dreary one who doesn't actually do anything. He's been losing his hair for ages, so he's been to a clinic. He plugs the clinic absolutely across the board, so you're assuming there's some sort of deal done. He's had 1,257 grafts, and it doesn't say how much this one cost. That's all they just say, so I'm assuming that's why it's freebie. You could always tell if there's something I can do a deal on this one, you know. So, I mean, what does he do now? I've got no idea. I wasn't aware of anything that he ever did. Apart from, he was left nothing in his father's will apart from a lot of empty bottles, I think, and a watch or something like that. But I think he works on nightclubs. He's a bit old, isn't he now, really? I mean, he's 38 now, and what does he do for a living? No idea. Not a clue, but obviously must be something that means he can afford to pay for this, or perhaps he hasn't afforded. The reason is, they don't tell you how much this costs, mainly because it depends what you look like, I suppose. And there's also balding men seeking hair transplants from black market road operators risk serious health complications. If you see this, I mean, this must have been done ages ago, because if you are transplanting hair, so it's taken from the side of his scalp to the front, I mean, to be honest with you, it looks ridiculous. But there again, so does David Beckham's hair. So does Joe Swash's hair. And Wayne Rooney, the man with a shredded wheat on his head. Let's face it, if these things work, do you not think that Elton John and Frank Sinatra would have had hair transplants? No, they stick a tube on. There's loads of places which will happily take your money. I mean, there's one here, a doctor who carried out this, a 12-hour hair transplant in 12 hours, while they're literally inserting plugs into your head. It seriously looks dangerous. £5,500. And that was in India. You can imagine over here, you've got to be looking at £20,000. Why hasn't, Callum Best, told us how much this actually cost him? And the answer is because he didn't pay, I should imagine. Otherwise, they'd tell you. Otherwise, because people put off, because when you go into places, you go, I don't trust you at all. In 2017, 635,000 hair transplant operations were performed worldwide. And apparently, they say here, in the UK, demand for hair transplants are boosted by the fact that Wayne Rooney had it done. I would have thought, if anything, that put people off. Sometimes the procedure needs to be repeated, which can cost tens of thousands of pounds. So when you see Callum Best, people go, Callum who? He's of no interest to anybody. But as I say, why didn't he tell us how much it was? Why didn't he tell us? Surely, if you'd coughed up 20 grand, you'd want to tell people this is £20,000 worth, and we'll be going, are you serious? So that's why I suspect there's probably some deal done. Perhaps his agent's been touting around. Not that I think he has an agent. What was the last thing Callum Best did? Does he do anything? He must have done something, mustn't he, recently? I'm sure the last time it was sort of, he turned up and he'd done some programme. I can't remember what the dickens it was. Callum Best, a British what? A British-American television personality. The one thing he's not is a personality. Wasn't he just famous for bedding lots of different people? In 2017, he was on Celebrity Big Brother, in which he finished 7th place. That's called losing big time. Hasn't done a lot in recent years, has he? He also presented the documentary My Best. What was that? My Best. Which is a bit odd. Directed by Luigi Maria Perotti. But we don't know what that is either. It doesn't make any difference. Makes no difference, honestly. But he hasn't done anything. Apart from Channel 4, 2010, he did an online bingo session. That was good. Celebrity, I don't know what that is, 2012. 15th Celebrity Big Brother, so he came third in that in 2015. And then he was in the cast of the E-Series Famously Single. He's just a bit dull, isn't he, really? I think he's another one you can find naked on the internet. I do believe that Callum Best is one of those types. But what he's doing at the moment, God alone knows. But he has a website, and here he is, Cheltenham. Oh no, it can't be. He's got an official website. I suppose it would have to be official, wouldn't it? Really? And so he does all these sort of things. We haven't really discovered what he does at all. We just know he's had a hair transplant. But as I say, I'm highly sceptical of anything like that. Thousands of song ideas stored on my phone, says Paul McCartney. I should imagine Paul McCartney's phone would be an ideal one to get hold of. An ideal one. Plus, junk food diets kill 85,000 Britons a year. This is people who consume, sugary drinks, fatty foods and too much red meat. In Britain alone, 85,000 deaths were laid at the door of poor dietary choices. Well, it's all these places, isn't it, out there where you can get food. It looks so nice. I've got a neighbour. She loves this sort of food. The more kebabs and chips and sausage and she can't get enough of it. She loves it. The British Heart Foundation say eat plenty of fruit. I can't do the fruit bit. And vegetables. I quite like vegetables. As well as beans, lentils, fish and whole grains. Dull, dull, dull. Cutting down on food high in salt, sugar, saturated fat and calories can help us lead a longer and healthier life. Which is a good idea. I understand the sort of the premise behind it. You've got to look after your body because it's a temple. It's just that, to be honest with you, you only have to mention lentils, beans, fish and whole grains and I switch off immediately. I'm sorry. It's like you can't beat a packet of fish fingers. Does that count? Of course it doesn't. Because it's got that battery thing round it. But it's the unhealthy choices. You know, they do all these different sized burgers. I mean, you only got to look to America to realise of just how bad things can get. I mean, seriously bad. Seriously. It's not half as bad over here as it is over there, but it's getting bad. Not good, is it? Air pollution's not good either. Do you know more people die from bad air than actually on the roads? Sort of with the prophet of doom this morning. It makes you kind of worry, doesn't it, really? You sort of think to yourself, you know, oh, perhaps it'd be a cheerful programme on the radio. No, it's all people dying. I haven't seen the David Jason, Planes, Trains and Automobiles. It's just that the only thing I can't get over is how quickly David Jason has aged. And it's because they show all his early programmes. You know, be it Porridge or be it Open All Hours or be it, you know, Dell and all the team there. And then you suddenly watch them. I watched the box set over a period of time. And you watch him age in all of them. It's very interesting. In Porridge, he was unrecognisable. Well, unless you knew what he looked like to start with. But this is a new thing that's going out on Gold. It's either that or I love Chris Tarrant doing his railway journeys. I love things like that. Anything like sort of railway journeys. And they're offering railway journeys in the papers today. The Scottish Highland Railways, which sounds quite nice. I'm not sure if you can sleep on the train, or Little Trains of the Pyrenees. That sounds good, doesn't it? You can have 6 days for £639, and I think they said 3.5 nights board. They always say fully escorted by a friendly, experienced tour manager. What does that mean? Historic railways of the Isle of Man. See, you get railway enthusiasts. I know they call you. Yeah, what do they call you? They train spotters. Always used to find them at the end of platforms. Eb says Callum Best did a film called Dangerous Game, so he's now an actor. And Gary says Callum Best was one of the diners on Come Dine With Me with Janice Dickinson. He was not impressed with flirty Janice. Yeah, but the trouble is he's nobody. He's only famous because he had a famous father. He's not famous for anything else, is he? Aberdeen has a new eatery called Avo, all about food and drink involving avocado. How long can that go on for? I think avocado's okay for you. I think it's got the good bits in it. I think. 84850... Steve at lbc.co.uk. Hasn't Gordon Ramsay had a hair transplant too? I'm sure he has. His hair looks quite good. It's going to be normal any time now, says Julie. Do you think so? I mean, I reckon it eventually. I mean, you only got to look at Wayne Rooney. He can't go in the showers, can he? Really? Although, really, you want them to rib him and sort of drag him into the showers and stick him under there. And I mean, for years, you know, people just got off on toupees. It was a lot easier. Now that they stick them on their head and, you know, it's all carefully done. If they think they're going to get publicity out of it, I mean, God help us if the Loose Women invite Callum Best on there, because they have some really bad researchers. They'll probably book him to go, so tell us about your hair transplant. Oh, I had it done by this person did it here, and I didn't pay a penny piece, and I'm sitting here laughing at you all, you know, because it's given me extra confidence. God, how imbalanced he must be. If, you know, just losing your hair makes you sort of I've lost all, you know, sense of the occasional, that kind of thing. Oh, for goodness sake, get over yourself. It's like comb-overs, isn't it? You know, from this side to that side. It's like Trump. You look at Trump's hair, you feel sorry for him. He knows he looks ridiculous. Wayne Rooney must know that every time he runs onto a football pitch, skips, you know, somebody's going to be like, look at the state of the hair. Elton John must feel people staring at his hair every time he goes out anywhere. What is it? Is it a wig? No, it's a toupee. He's wearing a toupee. You know, Brucey used to wear a toupee. Loads of people wore toupees, but I always think, go bald. Why not? It's far sexier. Far sexier. I have to say that because I'm a person with not very much hair, but as far as I'm concerned, when I look in the mirror, I see loads of hair. You might not see it, but I see it. And we do go to the hairdressers about every 2 weeks, so that Kasha can tend to my luxuriant locks. But it's just ridiculous, isn't it? You know, Callum Best, a nobody. He's had a hair transplant, but because he plugs the play, because you can always tell when they've been on a bit of a backhander thing. It's when, it's because you see the name of the play. Otherwise, you keep it quiet, wouldn't you? You keep it quiet. You want to go, I don't want to talk about it. 84850. That's twice, says Phil. I've heard you mention Miriam Makeba in the last month. You're the only person I know who seems to know who she is. I love the song Patter Patter. Sometimes have it. Hey, woman, hey. Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. He says, not easy in the truck to dance, but I can shake the old touche a little. 6:20. Tim says, I don't like being called bald. I preferred follically challenged. Yes. Pauline says, Telly Savalas had no problems. He was very groovy. Julie says, and the hair Matt Goss wears is quite good. Bros are identical twins. One's obviously living with receding hairline, the other won't. Yes, I mean, it's some sort of peculiar hair thing, isn't it? But you can always tell them. You'll have a look at Callum Best. It looks like, because we've seen him without hair. If, of course, he'd never mentioned it in the first place, nobody would think about it. It was like the moment Dave Beckham turned up with that peculiar thing on his head. We all went, what the dickens is that? Where's that come from? James Nesbitt. Well, actually, his I thought looked quite good out of everybody. But he was bald before, I know. Simon says you get scalped financially to have hair implants, but to really take the smile off your face is to have teeth implants. That'll cost you, well, I've heard of even more than this, £32,000, £16,000 a jaw. That's for implants. And so, I mean, it'd be nothing to spend £40,000-50,000. Dave the trucker says, I've only got 5 teeth due to sepsis. I'd rather lose my hair than the gnashers. I have a mass of hair, but would gradually swap for teeth. Well, there you go. There's also something strange, says Steph, about Matt Baker's hair on that Sunday Country programme. It does stick out strangely at the back. Mind you, she's a bit syrup obsessed. And Phil says, you remember those awful cheap wigs that people wore in the 70s? A bloke in our local had a shiny black one that looked like nylon. Yeah, I mean, the trouble is, wigs look like wigs. It's very rare you could find it. I mean, when people start plugging clinics, and I've heard about this implant, they take it from the side or the back of the hair, and allegedly it's supposed to start growing. A lot of cases it doesn't. A lot of other cases it doesn't. And so it doesn't take, and they have to keep going back, and then once they've got you, they'll be looking for publicity out of it. Now, the one thing that I love, as you know, is magic. I'm obsessed with magic. I don't live, breathe and drink the stuff, but I'm always keen. As you know, I do my show at the Magic Circle every year where I present a number of people who are top of their field. The only person we've not had on the show, I suddenly realised the other day, I was thinking, it's very difficult to fight. They are about, I know that, and that's female magicians. At one time it was very much male-dominated. Then all of a sudden, women started coming into it. And I think, there were people over the years who've sort of said, I just don't want to be a little extra at the time going, da-da, I want to do magic. So people like Debbie McGee does magic. And Romany does magic as well. And I did meet Romany many, many, many years ago. She won't remember this, but it was a long, long time ago. So I was very interested in the fact that after all this time, she'd brought out a book. And it's a book, actually, for a lot of people. It's called The Secret Life of a Female Magician, Spun into Gold. And there's a lot of... You can get it on Amazon. She says, somebody here read it who suffers from anxiety, and it kind of talked them through it. She lives down in Brighton, which is quite nice. So she's very into this. The book came out a little while ago, and I've started reading it, and it's ever so interesting. So if you're interested in magic, and you're interested in all the things that go on around it, and if you're a girl or a woman, although men can read this as well. I never thought it was just solely a male domain, but it's nice. And in fact, Cheryl from Practical Magic, who lost her husband a few years back, says, since Jeremy died, I've been drifting afloat but with a broken heart, and courage has never been my strong point, but your story made me realise we can all be positive and good things can happen. And if you believe, and you should believe, then this could help you. So The Secret Life of a Female Magician, Spun into Gold by Romany, and you can find that on Amazon. And so, as I say, we must get her booked in for my Christmas show. I don't know why we've not had her on my Christmas show. Because we've done so many of it. I don't think she's been on the Christmas show. Might have to go back into the archives and check, actually. Because we do have ladies on there. Not as many as the men. Mainly it's men. Last year we had some really great people. Really great people. Including Dean, who sent me the text telling me that this effect I was after was in. Plumber today says, gets a rabbit out of the hat. Do you know, you don't see that very often apart from children's entertainers. Because people expect that. They always go, I remember seeing an advert for somebody, Romany will bear me out on this one, saying, children's centre, blah, 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 with a real rabbit. Because people don't see white rabbits very, very often. Ray says, I grew too tall for my hair. My hair stopped growing at 5'11". I'm 6 foot. Actually, I never bothered it until somebody pointed out as I was walking down the stairs in front of them. They said, oh, you're losing your hair. I went, what? And for a brief moment, and then I used to sort of have it long anyway, my hair. Sounds difficult to believe if you look at pictures of me. But ever since I started having it cut short and keeping it regularly cut short, I've been absolutely fine about it. It never crosses my mind to sort of think about that. I haven't got it. But obviously, poor little Callum Best must be wrestling with something, I suppose. And Steve, I had to let you know, you were chatting about the Pope on Tuesday. I had a dream that you were dressed as the Pope in your studio instead of your Hugh Hefner-type housecoat, as I imagine you, says Angeli. Well, you're allowed to have these fantasies about me dressed as the Pope. To be honest with you, I've only ever been to Vatican City once. I found it very awe-inspiring, very, very interesting. But there's no way I could ever be Pope. I mean, you're stuck in the job for life. Do you think sometimes he goes, oh, I really want to watch Dastardly and Muttley? I mean, do you think literally he goes to bed every night and they go, right, which part of the Bible shall we read today? I mean, there must be days where he goes, have you read that Da Vinci Code? Phew, blimey, racy-pacey book. But I don't know what a normal life he has. Do you think he's ever known the delights of a McDonald's? Or a kebab late at night? I mean, do you think all his... I should imagine they have to sort of, he's probably got special cooks in to do all the food and all the rest of it. But there must be things it's like the royal family. Don't you really want to say to the Queen, have you ever pushed a trolley around Aldi? And she'll go, no. Because they don't do things like that. You want to say to Harry, have you ever seen a video game? And they'll say, no. Because people don't see these things. That's why he's telling you they're very addictive. Like, ask anybody. Steve, my friend Callum insists on wearing a toupee despite all of us saying he looks like he's from the early 1900s, says Nick. That's the trouble, isn't it? I mean, can you be honest with somebody and go, listen, take it off? Paul Daniels made a big splash in the newspapers when after all the years he took the toupee off. And people went, oh, there you go, he looks all right. He just kept his hair, cut neatly. Bruce's toupee was not very good. Terry Wogan had this sort of, I don't know what it was actually, it was a bit difficult to tell. But I always think people should just, perhaps people are different. Perhaps people are different and they get very embarrassed if somebody says, oh, you're losing your hair. So they'll do all sorts of things. Mike Allen, the presenter, he used to do a comb over, and then it was sort of sprayed down and all the rest of it. And some people, you can get this hair on the television. It's called Million Hair, and it looks like you're shaking a sugar dispenser or something like that. Do you know, I knew you'd come in today. I had a feeling. I was thinking earlier on, I thought, I bet he comes in today. I don't know why. I was just thinking about that, because you love me. I love you too. That's nice. I love you too. I know you don't care. We're going out to eat, aren't we? It's not for ages. Seriously, I thought it was another century. So I'm just talking to a friend. Just mind your own business. And why have you popped in today? I seriously thought about you earlier on. I remember thinking, he's not popped in for ages. Then blow me down. In you come. You look very well. Oh, you're not cold? You're not cold? It's freezing outside, isn't it? Freezing. Somebody came in the other day. I was going out the front door, and somebody from one of our sister stations came in and hugged me. Straight down HR. Straight down HR. Well, none of this touchy business. What? You too? Oh, yes. I always hug you, though, don't I? Always hug, because we're in showbiz. Well, one of us is. And, you've got a show to do. Go do a show. Goodness sake, honestly. Just in case you were wondering, that's my friend, Mr. M. People pop in, but I seriously, I should have written it down, actually, because sometimes people go, oh, no, you didn't. I seriously thought. I had a very odd dream the other night. I can't begin to tell you what it was about. Ooh, I don't want to go down that route. You know when you wake up and you think, oh, dear, that was a bit odd. I've started having dreams about people I work with. That is not good news. Steve says, Andy, a female that performs magic is a witch. Ooh, no, that was witchcraft years ago. You get male witches. They're called warlocks, apparently. But, oh no, Romany. Oh no, it's very good, very good. She looks fabulous too. Seriously, it's all, see, I think it should be magical. I think anything like that should be really magical. But she's written a book, so that's good news. That's one of these days I'll write a book. My Time in I don't know what it could be called, actually. I can't think of anything off the top of my head. Hot cross bun time. Not for me, it's not. I didn't realise, actually, how bad for you hot cross buns are. They're just sugar, 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 currants, sugar, sugar, sugar. But also coated now. They come in all sorts of things. They come coated with toffee. Seriously, they're bad for you. Seriously, they're bad for you. But far be it from me to stop you, mate, eating. Steve, I deliver to Waitrose in Poundbury near Dorchester. HM actually does shop here. It's in Charlie's estate. Yes, well, in fact, that's where isn't Poundbury his little town or something? I don't think I could live in a town like that. It's all a bit peculiar, isn't it, really? And I like the name of it, though, Poundbury. It's like Manchesterford. Steve, you made me laugh with the Pope dream. I do have very odd dreams. Seriously. I sometimes wish I could be a fly on the wall. But then people don't like flies, so... But I always want to be invisible. If you could be invisible for the day, what would you do? God, I'd have a field day. Holly says, I had one tooth implanted in my lower jaw about 15 years ago. I had to pay for an MRI scan to make sure they didn't damage a nerve. With that on top of the implant, it cost me $3,000. Yes, I've heard people say that implants are quite expensive. I think you need to take out a bank loan or something like that. It depends how desperate you are to get things done. I've always seen people on the television where their dentures fall out, and it always makes me laugh. I don't know. I shouldn't laugh at that, because it's probably not funny. 25 minutes to 7. Nick Ferrari with you at 7 this morning here on LBC. The Prime Minister and Labour leaders' first Brexit talks have been inconclusive. Now MPs have voted to force Theresa May to ask for our EU exit to be delayed again. How will this chaos finally end? God knows. We're all going to be going grey over this one, aren't we? Nick will also find out how and why London hospitals are now delivering blood and medical supplies using bikes. Plus, after the Ministry of Defence admitted that the video of soldiers shooting at a picture of Jeremy Corbyn is real, just how bad were their actions? Should they be dismissed from our armed forces altogether? That and more with Nick Ferrari at breakfast this morning from 7 right here on LBC. Steve, your book could be called, says Niall, My Radio Times. Yeah, that's quite good, actually. And little Julie thinks that I'm sure a lady magician performed at one of your Magic Circle shows I went to. I can't remember. Isn't that awful? I cannot remember. I'll have to check with Darren on who we had. Because there's some, this year, we're even thinking about this year already, and I know where it is. Steve, get well wishes to fellow Spikers, Spicer and Geraldine. So, good wishes there. The Magic of Conversation by Steve Allen, tagline, good face for radio, says Fiona in Brighton. Thank you. Phil says, a bloke on my train combs his hair forward from the back of his head. It terminates as a straight fringe. I know, it's odd, isn't it, really? Loads of people have done it. And Julie says, I like bald men. Yul Brynner was gorgeous. I saw him in The King and I at the London Palladium in the 70s, very magnetic. It used to be said that men with high testosterone obviously lost their hair earlier. Is that true or an urban myth? It's true. It's true. Absolutely like rabbits. Absolutely. Can't stop them. Bobby Charlton never wore a wig. No, he did a comb, didn't he? He did a comb. And Grace says, I bought a very good-looking man-made wig 4 years ago. I wear it occasionally. I will most certainly buy both my hot cross buns and Easter eggs very soon. Actually, it's funny, isn't it? Whenever they do wigs on the television, they do them on some of the shopping channels, Ideal World and places like, and QVC might. I can't remember if they do them. But that's always good, because women's wigs always look so much better than men's. And I was often thinking, why don't they do them for men? But they don't. They only sell them for women. David says, I'm going on a sleeper train in July to Cornwall. Can't wait to try it. How lovely. I wonder whether you would sleep there. I suppose you would, actually. Well, I know that's what it's supposed to be if it's a sleeper train. I run a dental practice. Our implants start at £1,690, says Agnes. 1,690. Good Lord, you'd have to put me out for that kind of money. Alistair in Edinburgh says, I came out the hair closet in my mid-20s, and like too many men who still try to hide their baldness, I've been shaving my head with a trusty Mach 3 ever since. One solution a barber pal of mine came up with for guys who deny they're bald is to paint rabbits on their foreheads, as it looks like hairs from a distance. Oh, Lord, honestly. You're going straight to hell, aren't you? You're going to burn in the fires, I suspect. And greetings, says Chris, from a dark and rainy Cardiff. I'm travelling later to London, 2 nights at the aptly named Cardiff B&B. A rare chance to visit my sister, visiting to be with Mum. There you go. I'm sorry about the weather. I wish I could do something about the weather for you and make it appear a bit better, but it's blooming miserable, honestly, the last few days. Although some parts of the country, you might be included, absolutely swamped in snow. 4 inches of snow. A lot of bald people get the 0620 Eastbourne to Victoria train. I've never thought about it, actually. There was a lovely young Scottish female magician at the Fab Christmas show last year, says Heather, the Norwich nurse. What's that? At the Fab Christmas show. What, my Christmas show or another Christmas show? I can't remember who I have at these It gets worse and worse, doesn't it? It gets worse when you try and remember that. But there again, I'll walk out of here this morning, somebody will say, oh, you did something this morning, had me creased up, and I go, what was that? Because I can't remember anything. I'm absolutely terrible. The front pages of the papers today, the Queen's ex-pilot and his wife found dead in the Middletons' home village. I mean, they lived about 2 miles away, so you can't really associate them with them. But apparently they were in their 80s. Whether or not it was a suicide pact, I've got no idea. Barbara Windsor making a rare public appearance to watch the Only Fools and Horses musical. She'd love that. And in fact, she did love it. She absolutely loved it. She was all smiles with husband Scott Mitchell, who at the end of this month will be running the marathon, the full marathon. So he's still training. He's only done a half marathon. But Scott hopes that Barbara will be well enough to be waiting for him at the finish line. Do you know, I bet she will. I bet she will. Speaking last week, he said that's the dream, everything being put in place for her to be there. I know what she's like. She'll be determined. For me personally, when I want to cry and my legs are hurting and want to stop, there's the vision of her at the other end having a go at me for not turning up. I think she'll be there. I think people will make sure she's there as well. Only Fools and Horses, running at the Theatre Royal Haymarket since February. It's got tremendous advance. Tremendous. People love it. Absolutely love it. And so we do, because we like things like that. I'm glad she liked it, because that's always nice, you know, when she sort of says, you know, really enjoyed it, best thing I've seen. You think, oh, that's good. Families fighting for justice goes on as Hillsborough police chief faces retrial. Knife thugs must get longer jail sentences. Well, there was somebody, how many times has he been arrested for having a knife? Still not sent him to prison. Ludicrous. You know, threatening somebody with a knife has increased from 5.3 months to 8.1 months now. That's it. That's for threatening somebody with a knife. You know, you could lose your life, and that's all they're prepared to offer. 10 years. 10 years minimum. Come on, bring it in. We don't care. Listen, the only people it's going to affect are the people who walk around carrying knives. Oh, by the way, if you've there's a poor man in the paper today. He's a postman, Stephen Gill. He found a purse, and so he tried to hand it into the local police station. They went, we don't want it. We don't have facilities for looking after things, which is quite right. They don't nowadays. And it didn't, you know, because of budget cuts, they've got to fill in forms and this and that. And so they said, no, go and throw it away. Admittedly, there was no cash inside it, and the ID was in Japanese, which meant they couldn't track the owner down. He said the purse was in mint condition and worth 175 quid. Really? How can purses cost £175? Good Lord. Police forces across the UK ceased accepting lost property reports last October. You pass it on to the relevant agency. What that would be, I've got no idea. Steve, the Lady Magic was slim with shoulder-length brown hair, if that helps. I've got a name on the tip of my tongue now. I've got a name on the tip of my tongue, and I'm hopeless because I keep forgetting things. Yes, your show at the Christmas show at Magic Circle, says Heather. Oh, who was it? Who was it? I know. Oh, it's going to annoy me now. Somebody will write in. And Josh says, can I just say your show is fabulous? I can't believe I only discovered it before Christmas. Oh, don't worry. We've got a long time to go before we get... Well, actually, no, not that far before we get to Christmas. Then we'll have the Magic Circle Christmas show. And then there's all sorts of other little bits and pieces. Holly? 265 days. Get those cards written. Get them today. In fact, actually, today, because it's a miserable day, it's better. Because tomorrow's Friday. And you know how much I enjoy Friday. Always. Lee says, you know when you're going bald when you use more toothpaste and shampoo? Don't you mean more toothpaste and less shampoo? That's when you know you're going bald. And Steve, I'm sure the first time I came to the Magic Circle, says Paul, you had Faye Presto on the bill. No, we didn't. No, she did warm-up at the beginning of the show. I'm trying to think who it was. It's so annoying because I know she might be listening to the programme. She goes, excuse me, Steve. Holly says, I love watching the comb-overs when you get the big wind before the tube train arrives through the tunnel. They're like flags on a blustery day. A shaven head is sexy. Comb-overs are just very sad. Very sad. Steve, did you find out what they were filming in Richmond? Yes, we did. It's Peter Rabbit 2. Now, whether or not that was also the bit where they've renamed Richmond Station Gloucester, I don't know whether that fits into it or not. We think it might. And also, Beatrix Potter did write something about wasn't the Jeremy the frog came from Gloucester or something. I'm pretty certain. But anyway, but there was also, they were filming as well the other day. There was another bit of Richmond. I came round on the bus. On the bus? Look at me, honestly. And there were all the trucks out filming as well. So there's loads of filming going on. And I'm always interested in it. I don't want to be involved in it. I just like watching. And Ron says, if you're bald in the front, it means you think a lot. If you're bald on top of your head, it means you're sexy. If, like me, you're bald all over, it means you think you're sexy. I quite like that. Looking at the pictures of the snow and lambs in County Durham, I mean, it's coming down, and driving. No fun. No fun at all driving in the snow. So I don't know whether or not at Kilhope in County Durham, blanketed in snow, the roads in Northumberland, treacherous. Very shortly, we'll be seeing the result of all that snow down here, won't we? Because as it melts, goes into the rivers, and then the rivers come down here, and we'll have swollen rivers. Swollen rivers. Music, excuse me, can help fight dementia. I think I'll do anything to sort of try and get a cure for cancer, dementia, anything like that. There's so much money we need to pump into things. Julie says, I know you hate wasps, but you're very waspish and sharp this morning. Great show. The funny thing is, I think the show gets... Even I go home, and as I said yesterday, and listen to it. Given the choice, would you want to go and listen to Steve Allen? Absolutely. Absolutely. Given the choice, this programme streaks. A small wonder we're getting the audiences we are, he says, just trying to blow his own trumpet. Why not? There's a man here who says he was Hitler's trusted pilot. Don't make me say it. Although actually he's dead, I can say whatever I like, actually. It's a diary. It's been reprinted now. His name is Hans Bauer. His diary's been reprinted and released by the Frontline Books in English with the title, I Was Hitler's Pilot. So there you go. I mean, he could have done us all a favour and crashed. But there you go. 60 years of making great music. Paul McCartney could be forgiven for putting his feet up. But he's got thousands more song ideas stored on his phone. He's followed Ed Sheeran's habit of using the mobile to record vocals and guitar licks when a moment of inspiration gets him. You see, once a musician, always a musician. 10 to 7, and Windsor's a lovely station to visit, says Paul. Very Victorian. Oh, it's lovely. Just literally you come out of there, you turn left, and then you can see the castle up ahead. The Tailor of Gloucester, Jeremy Fisher, were 2 books by Beatrix Potter, says Fran. Thank you. I knew you'd know this. The Lady Magician, says Little Julie, I'm pretty sure, performed a trick with 3 pieces of rope. Yes. She was also at the Magic Circle last year checking our tickets and showing us where to go. I know, and I'm having a complete mental block. And she's lovely. I shall have to devote the whole of tomorrow's programme to her. Have you got 5,000 quid that you're prepared to lend me? No. Okay. Just thought I'd ask, because there's something coming up for sale which might go for 5,000 or it could be less. I have to be honest, it seems like an awful lot of money, but what it is, it's a biscuit. Okay, this biscuit survived the sinking of the liner Lusitania by a German U-boat. So it's 104 years old. It was found in a lifeboat by a royal engineer who helped survivors. Almost 1,200 of the 1,900 on board died after the ship sank. Sapper Percy Pennington, stationed at Cork, sent it to his parents, telling them, I got the biscuit as a memento, so take care of it. They reckon it could fetch up to 5,000 quid. It's a lot for... I mean, how would you know? I mean, somebody might have just sort of... I mean, I might have produced a biscuit and gone, look, biscuit. I got that from the Titanic lifeboat that came in, how are you going to know these things? I suppose it must come with a letter of provenance. But from what are we saying actually here? 104 years ago, 1915. I didn't know biscuits last that long. I really didn't. Steve got the early train, says Paul. Popped over to see my mum and her 2 lovely cats. And Dan in Pinner says, I hope you found some Creed shower gel. No, at the moment I'm using lime basil and mandarin. Makes me sound very exotic. I've got to go and get some Joe Malone stuff from Joe Malone's shop, but it's fun because I want to go this weekend at some point to go to the Ideal Home show at Olympia, because there's bound to be somebody demonstrating glue. Okay, and I'm prepared to spend the 14 quid to go into this place. I might even go tomorrow, because it's open tomorrow. And it can be a lot easier to go tomorrow than sort of faff around on Saturday. So I might go tomorrow. I don't know, actually. Probably not. I might go Sunday, actually. My work pattern has changed, says Louise, so I've been unable to listen to you recently, but very happy to hear you today. And, Steve, I work as security on film sets, and we've been filming Gangs of London and Pennyworth. We filmed at Kew Gardens 2 nights ago. it's like a small village and town, isn't it? That goes on the tour when they're all there, all the caravans lined up, the makeup, places where you can lie down and stuff like that. You know, a little bit of a kip, which sounds quite nice. Front page of the Mail, they've got Harry. Perhaps I don't know whether or not I'm being a little bit uncharitable, but, you know, for him to say that social media is as addictive as drugs is like sort of, where have you read that? You know, we've been doing that for donkey's years. We know it's addictive. Does it make any difference if Harry says it? I don't know. He's on the front page of the Daily Mirror. He's slammed online gaming where has this come from? Has somebody taken him around a betting shop? Or has he sort of wandered out on one of those days where he goes out and tries to disguise himself as anybody but Prince Harry? Plus the Grand National Week free Aintree pull-out. So it's Saturday, which is the Grand National, isn't it? I must go buy some tickets. I've been quite lucky. And I'm feeling lucky but don't mention it to James O'Brien, because I've ripped out the middle pages of one of the papers with all the horses on it. It doesn't make any difference because I can go to a betting shop. It's the only time I go. To a betting shop, I go and, you know, put some money on. But normally by this time, you've all recommended who I'm supposed to put money on. Because sometimes I go for a couple of big things, and I just like the sound of a name. You know, if a horse is called Not a Hope in Hell, that'd be the one to back. The Times, a walk in the park, 20 minutes with nature, beats the stress. Dame Helen turned script blue, and she was being very rude. You don't expect people of a certain age to do rude words, do you? But she did rude words. I mean, how old is she now? Is she 71? You just don't expect people to swear. Although I told you, there's people around me, their parents swear. I'm not mentioning any names, just in case. MPs launch an angry revolt over the leader's Brexit talks. The Daily Star, UFC's Conor in race row. He's a bit of a thicko, isn't he, really? 3 loins on a shirt, which is England World Cup hero Harry Maguire celebrating the birth of his first child exactly 9 months after the 3 Lions dramatic penalty shootout victory over Colombia. What does that mean? What does that mean? They had sex on the same night or something? I don't know what I'm supposed to read into these things. I get quite disturbed by this, honestly, people telling you about their love life and stuff like that. Or in Danny Dyer's case, no love life. The Sun, Meg is banned by Queen from using dye gems, because they gave them to Catherine. She was allowed to wear them, but they don't want Meghan wearing them for some... I don't know why. I can't quite get my head around that one. So it's escalated tensions between the Duchess and senior royals. No joy in PM's 2-hour talks to Corb. The Daily Telegraph, Corbyn in the Brexit driving seat. He must be delighted with this one, but so far, no, we're not going anywhere just yet. V&A triumphs, as indeed they always do. Their shows at the V&A. I told you before, it's worthwhile joining the V&A. It's about 60 quid for a couple, I think, or something like that. Don't take my word for it. It might be a little bit more, a little bit less. And you get to go to all their shows for free. So you can go and see the Mary Quant show and go and see it again. It's well worth it. All their shows there. I've seen about 2 or 3 of them and loved every one of them. So the Mary Quant show for fashionistas and people who just want to have a little bit of a memory blast. The Guardian, Adrian Charles says all body shapes deserve to be seen on screen. Well, you'd know. Plus revealed the link between Tory strategist and pro-Brexit ads. Troops fire at image of Corbyn in video, and here's a picture of old Jezza. Signalling his confidence, he prepares to meet Theresa May for discussions on the way forward. Oh, just sort it out, for God's sake, honestly. The whole country's so bored with it now. Tottenham opens a £1 billion home with a bang. Apparently people weren't that impressed. I don't think. But I think that was Spurs 2, Crystal Palace. Nothing. Nothing at all. Man City 2, Cardiff. Nothing. Chelsea 3, Brighton. Nothing. Kind of figures, doesn't it, really? Does it make any difference? It does to fans of those particular clubs. You know, they go, I don't want to be here anymore. It's not very nice. Not very nice. Steve, it was Louise Andre Douglas at your show, says Phil. No, it wasn't. No, it definitely wasn't. I'd remember. I'm sure I'd remember. Did I? Oh, no. Oh, she did do something on stage, but that was part of something else. There was somebody else. Oh, don't. Is it going to drive me? I'm going to go home and I'm going to be in tears later on today because somebody's going to phone me and go, how could you forget? How could you forget? Steve says, Darren, I got a custard cream from Croydon. Do you think I could flog it for a couple of quid? Oh, in Croydon, absolutely. I bet you never paid for the packet, did you? We've been out doing that light shoplifting again. I used to go and buy custard creams. Can you believe it? Years ago, I used to eat, not that many years, but a few years back, I used to eat custard creams. And I still like squash fly biscuits and things like that, and wafers. I'm not having any of that now. I'm being a really good boy. No, please do not phone Nick Ferrari with your favourite biscuit. That would just be ridiculous, wouldn't it? Sadly, no more time. It's gone by really quickly this morning. Do you remember Danny, the intelligent one out of the Danny Dyer and Jack Fincham, who sells paper and pens? She was going to be doing an interview to flog her little book on this morning. She's pulled out. You know why? Because they'd have asked her about the thing and she don't like know nothing about it, you know, because it's not sort of that kind of thing at all. So don't know what to do about it. It's all very tedious, all very worrying. And one of your listeners will know, says my friend Rich, what's the deal with the concrete blocks near the entrances to Leicester Square? I'm assuming keeping the Sunderland fans out. They kind of got there, ooh, what is that? You go, it's a concrete block. Ooh, what's that for? So instead they're in all the entrances and exits. But to be honest with you, they're only to one side. So I'm assuming it's new cafe tables. You know, that's it. So I don't know what they're there for either. I'm sure somebody will have an idea of it, so we can find out for Rich whether or not there is a deal, or whether it's just sort of somebody advertising concrete blocks. I don't know where we go after that one. Tesco's vegan food to be found in the meat aisle. It's always a good one, isn't it, really? I imagine that'll please people. And then we had Prince Harry the other day moaning about, you know, the addiction that is social media. Immediately they open their own, him and Meghan, with 3 million people. I'm sorry. That's why I said, you know, where have you been, dear, for 20 years? It's been going on for ages and ages. In a desperate attempt to get publicity for the circus programme, that's Britain's Got Talent, by the way, David Walliams drops his trousers and sits on Simon Cowell's lap. I mean, you know, why don't you just get a room and do us all a favour? It's a bit silly, really. We know the programme's back on the television. We know we've got Dec and the other one there to present the programme. And again, what are they flogging you with tomorrow? A Russian circus act. People who walk up knives and all that kind of thing. Biggest pile of doggy-doos you've ever seen on the television. The makers of the Great British Bake Off cooked themselves more than 60 million quid last year, which is interesting. And some model called Lauren Goodman. Ever heard of her? Me neither. But she's a thief. She was spared jail. I don't know why. Surely we bung people like that in jail. She wrongly claimed £21,000 worth of benefits. She's not entitled to any of it. She was on all sorts of 16,000 quid in a bank account. She's just a common little thief. Her sister, Chloe Goodman, apparently, never heard of her either, was on Celebrity Big Brother. Never even heard of her. But nice to have. And when they call them models, for that read, boobies out. Because it certainly wouldn't be anything else. Steve, Uri Geller is like Doris Stokes. She came here to Sydney in the 70s. They lined up for hours to see her, she was an old fraud. Doris Stokes was the biggest fraud on television. I keep telling the story. I've told it so many times. I'm not going to tell it again. But she was exposed as a fraud on British television. And, as I said, they couldn't find any money when she died. Wonder where that went. I'm going to see the Ehrlich brothers, rock stars of magic at Wembley this Saturday. Have you ever met them or seen them, says Martin? No. Stuart reckons that Uri Geller lives in the same fantasy world as Gemma Collins. Well, he believes he's a magician. He was working as a magician years and years ago. There is no power. You cannot physically bend metal with the power of your mind. I don't want to break it to him. You cannot do it. Okay? You cannot. I promise you cannot. You could sit there till hell froze over and they brought back T-Rexes. You are never, ever going to bend metal with the power of your mind. It's not physically possible. What, to change the molecular structure? Codswallop. What a load of old rubbish, honestly. But, of course, he sort of does it. And he used to do the thing, and then he did it. And we actually proved it was a load of old hooey. Because if you go on television with loads and loads of people watching, and you go, listen, if you have, I used to sit there and go, if you have a watch that's not broken, bring it to the television and go, work. And surprisingly, people phoned up and went, it worked. We did it on LBC. We did it in an hour-long programme with a magician, but we didn't tell people it was a magician. We decided it was safer not to. And loads of people phoned, yeah, this has started working. Then we did the drawings and all the same old rubbish that Uri Geller does. But, you know, then I did that water thing. No, you didn't, love. Because I tell you what, if you did, let's send you the bill. Okay, do you want the bill for doing it? If you're now seriously claiming that you caused a pipe to burst, I think you should pay for it. Could run into hundreds of thousands of pounds. Not really going to get that out of a little coffee bar, are you, dear? I know what Katie Price has done with her horse's mane. Says Ron, she's wearing it on her head. on Jeremy Vine yesterday. Tedious, isn't it? Once you've heard her moaning on in that drony little voice, you know, that's about as far as it wants to go, as far as I'm concerned. And the spoon bending is a trick, says Tony. Yeah, bending pipes. I know, but actually, I think some lawyer could get him in knots over that one. You're claiming that you caused that water to sort of pile into a building that old. Well, you should pay for it, matey. You should pay for it. I'm surprised that the papers never thought of that bit, because, you know, they don't. They just sort of go along with the idea that, you know, he's, excuse me, he's able to bend pipes, which of course is hooey. I would love to sit in a studio with him, you know, and put a pipe on the table and go and bend it. And he'll go, no, don't touch it. Don't touch it. Bend it with the power of your mind. Liar, liar, pants on fire. See, driving up from Oxfordshire to Holyhead for a ferry to Dublin. What for? What for? Why would you want to catch a ferry to Dublin? At 8:15, the 10:30 was cancelled due to weather. Well, you don't think they've got weather at 8:15 or something? Of course they have. Apparently it's unsinkable. What did they say about boats being unsinkable? Makes us feel good, says Karen and Peter. Shouldn't think so. And Tricia in Hatfield, stick on with your diet, dear. Nobody cares. Okay, you know, you're a diabetic, you're a diabetic. If you're not a diabetic, you're not a diabetic. So there you go. She said, I'm not on any meds. Well, there you go, you're not on any meds. What do people worry about these things for? You know, come Brexit, you won't be able to get any medicine anyway, so there'll be no point about it. You know, you'll have to sort of be people sitting on the pavement. Sorry, has anybody got any insulin? Got any spare in? That's how it's going to be. All these poor diabetics sitting out there, and they go, sorry, I'll swap you one insulin squirt for a metformin. It's going to be like that. It's going to be absolutely... We'll have to travel to France. But of course, most of you won't be able to, because French will say, no, we're not selling you that stuff. Definitely not. So where else can we go? Well, you can't go anywhere, can you? There was somebody the other day who was sort of complaining about they can't get their insulin. I thought, I've never had any trouble getting insulin at all. I'm not guaranteeing that after Brexit I will be able to get it. But, you know, whatever. Listen, you just have to sort of change your lifestyle, don't you? Also, who was presenting Aintree coverage? Believe it or not, somebody from Love Island. My God, we've scraped the barrels on ITV. And he was on there. I don't know what he was doing on there. It's ITV Racing. Anybody? No? Not a clue. But Chris Hughes was ribbed about his romance with Jessie Nelson. I'm sorry, are we doing racing or are we doing tatty old D-list people on what their relationship is? Gemma Collins slipping into the ocean. Bloody hell, you put on white. And Arge was wearing... I don't know what he was wearing, actually. But she's soaking up the sun in Tenerife because it's so busy, isn't it? Like being celeb and things like that. They were sort of revelling in their time off. Well, he doesn't do anything. He hasn't had a job in years. Not a job in years. Jacqueline Josser has a glamorous image overhaul. She's claimed that Dan Osborne and her are sleeping in separate beds. It's not really a relationship, is it, Jacqueline? It's a bit like sort of Danny Dyer and Jack Fincham. He's sort of gone home to Mummy and Daddy, because there's nothing in the pipeline. There isn't any work, as far as I know. And she pulls out this morning because she's got some old book out. I mean, they obviously would be going to her. Right, let's talk about the relationship. I don't want to talk about that. Why not? That's what you're here for, love. You know, if we're going to flog some tatty old book, we want to know about things, don't we? One of the poor loose women panellists discusses with the thing whether they should have a loose women naked day. I think we'll all pay for them to keep their clothes on, including the Desperado. I mean, you don't want to see Janet Street Porter. You might as well just bring out an iron. I mean, God, it looks bad enough with clothes on. You don't want to see people with their clothes off on television. But, of course, the one who is going, oh, perhaps we should, you know, I've stripped off in my dressing room. You've got that stench of desperation over you, haven't you, Miss Khan? You really have. It's getting worse and worse. Try and just come into the real world. You know, you're not a celebrity. You're just a presenter on the television. Just a presenter on the television. So the Spice Girls might resort to advertising crisps. I don't know. I haven't found out whether or not they've actually sold out of all the gigs. I'm not sure whether or not there are tickets still available. I suspect that there might be. It's not exactly cheap. And they have to pay, don't they? Because poor old Mel B, lesbian, and because she's back out with an ex-girlfriend. She's obviously giving up on men at the moment. She must be another one of those bisexual people which you get all over the place now. It's the latest answer, isn't it, to everything? Sorry, are you a lesbian? No, bisexual. Oh, okay, that's sort of better, is it? Well, it's because I can't find a man. Oh, okay. So you're going out with a woman. And so she's going out with somebody she went out with ages ago. What on earth or where that leaves poor old Jerry, I've got no idea. Out in the cold sobbing, I should imagine. But she said she loved me. And we went out for a year. Well, she said that. Betty Davis was born on this day in 1908, the only woman in Hollywood who made it into movies who never was asked for the casting couch. Far too unattractive. Far too unattractive. There is a lovely interview on YouTube. You have to watch it because it's, you know, you don't see people like that anymore. And she came over here to to try and promote her autobiography. Now, Betty Davis, of course, had a long-running feud with quite a number of people in Hollywood. But anyway, so she turns up here. By this time, she's bald. She's got no hair, but she had little pillbox hats. And the wig was sewn into the hat. And she's fairly frail. She's fairly frail. They bring her, I don't know how old she was, but she came on and Terry Wogan was doing the old Wogan, touch my knee and all this kind of stuff. And she got halfway through the interview and she went, when are we going to mention my book? And she held it up to the camera. Well, of course, totally forbidden on the BBC, who never do product placement. Oh, my goodness me. Can't cook, won't cook. Ainsley Harriott will flog it for you. They were doing free promotions for everybody all over the place. Good, isn't it? Kevin the Milkman says you'll never have to worry about not getting your insulin after Brexit. After Brexit. This pathetic government are never going to give us Brexit. Well, Uri Geller's got a few answers, hasn't he? I do wish he'd just shut up and just stay away. Something odd about him. I don't know what it is. Just odd. So Harry and Meghan move into their new homes. Cost you £3 million. Hope you feel pleased. I bet if you go and knock on the door, they won't let you in and have a look round. I feel like saying, excuse me, we own it. Well, actually, you don't. It's owned by, I don't know, somebody. It'll be a fund or something somewhere. And so Prince Harry, who only the other day was telling you about how awful social media is and how addictive it is, they've got an Instagram account. which kind of makes a mockery of it. Perhaps he didn't know. Perhaps he had no idea that the day after he was ranting over it and saying we should stop this and stop that, they've got their own ends. You wait till they start getting trolled. You wait. I tell you, at the moment, Buckingham Palace have got their work cut out trying to stop people trolling people. They've had to sort of, chase it. They're really... Somebody just trolled Philip. Really? Who? The Queen. The Queen has written something. Philip, shut your mouth. And so we've had to bar her. You wait, it'll happen, I guarantee. As God made little apples, that's what'll happen. But also, the story, and I thought it was a bit odd, the other day, where apparently the Queen has said that Meghan can't wear any of Diana's jewellery, apparently is not true. Where do these stories come from? Where do these stories come from? It doesn't... So one minute you sort of read it, and then the next minute you sort of think, is that true? And I did proffer a thought on it, going, why would they sort of allow Catherine to wear stuff and not Meghan? I don't understand that at all. Katie Price. Remember Katie Price? That's the one who's sort of had so much work done to her face, she's totally unrecognisable. But she started following an electrician. He's a handsome 24-year-old electrician, and apparently she's been having rows with her boyfriend, Chris Boyson. She's sad. Seriously, it's so... I feel so sorry for her because she's so insecure and so naff now. She quite clearly will be sort of just trawling all sorts of people. And the handsome electrician was reportedly surprised. I'd stay well away from her, mate. Stay well away if you don't want to look like the biggest turkey in the shop. Katie started following on Instagram as they don't know each other. Oh, that doesn't stop her. She started re-following, didn't she, poor old Peter Andrex, who apparently is now branding Michael Jackson's family Brothers for Life. Yes. How long is a life nowadays, Peter? Poor old Pete. He always used to go on stage and used to sort of dance like Michael Jackson. It was a bit naff, actually. Paul says, I won a competition for a cruise on the Med. Turns out it's a day trip to Calais to get some Benylin if I develop a chesty cough. Well, you can buy Benylin here. You don't need to worry about Benylin. You don't need to go on a sort of, or enter a competition. Who enters competitions now? Do people enter? When you see them in the newspapers, they go, oh, you can win this. Or they do them on, what are the ones they do on they do them on This Morning. You can win £100,000 and this and that. And then you read the small print and it goes, this is also being covered on Loose Women and blah, blah, and about 6 other programmes, and it runs out in the year 2020 or something. You have to read the small print, Only going for competitions where, you stand a good chance of winning something. What else have we got? What else have we got this morning? The daily drinks, alcohol, I assume, raises a stroke risk by up to 15%. And who's the third richest woman in the world? I'll tell you about her in a moment. 19 minutes past. Now, honestly, sometimes you read PR puff and you go, what a pile of this, isn't it? The Britain's Got this is the headline. Britain's Got Talent audience left screaming in terror as hunky sword-wielding act goes horribly wrong, and Simon Cowell brands it the most dangerous thing I've ever watched. No, that'd be David Walliams taking his trousers off again for the umpteenth time. And so this is all four of the judges recoiled in terror. They're trying to get you to watch a programme. It's a circus act. Okay, it's a circus act. It's designed to do this. So you will see the Armenian Vardanyan brothers, aged 28 and 30, perform a shirtless act on stage, like they do in the circus every night, and which sees one lifted up by the other in 3 separate routines. Now, at some point, it will go wrong, because that's the circuit. Because if they didn't, it would make it look too easy. And so they all have to do, okay, can we all do the fake bit? Like they're going to put something on television that risks people's lives. Of course they're not. It's a circus act. It's called hoodwinking you into making you believe that if you watch it, they might die. That's why people went to see Evel Knievel years ago. They used to watch Evel Knievel, hoping he wouldn't actually cross all these things and he would crash, which of course he did on numerous occasions. But, when they sort of say, it's the most dangerous thing I've ever watched, says Simon, who quite clearly has never been to a circus. It is just absolutely ridiculous. Why would you want to watch another circus act? You can go out. We've got the Circus Bazaar down in Richmond, I think, coming up very shortly. They'll do the same thing. They'll do exactly the same thing. These are East European circus acts. They bring them over and they go. And so what will happen is they'll be holding something, and they'll trip or something like that. Or failing that, somebody who's juggling will have 15 balls up in the air, a trick in itself. And then all of a sudden one will, and it will spoil and he'll start again. And everybody goes, oh look, he can do it. Of course he can do it. Cirque du Soleil do it all the time. It's just in circuses, they have to have a bit. It's like, you watch the trapeze act, da-da, da-da, da-da. Oh my God, they're going to miss it. But of course they never do. They never do. So this is just another circus act, and they put it on there. But I thought this was Britain's Got Talent. Why is it not British people? Because we don't have any idiots like this. This is a circus act. That's what they do. They whiz around all over the place. Steve, read the Loose Women Naked Day idea. Why is it the people who are desperate to go naked are the ones nobody wants to see, says Billy. Well, you had, didn't you have the, what's her face, the one on Loose Women, who was very rude to that poor cleaning woman. I mean, you've got Colleen Nolan. I mean, she went naked on a programme. I mean, small wonder. I mean, I don't want to be rude about it, but dear God in heaven, she's let herself go. She's let herself go. I mean, it's really bad, actually. And Jay says Steve Allen is a beautiful human being. I think they know that. That's why I have a contract, Be a bit difficult, really. More on the compulsive liar, who is Lauren Goodman. What an old fraud she turns out to be. Lauren Goodman is apparently a model. As I say, you only have to look at the picture to realise just what sort of model. It's a loose term nowadays. What do you do, darling? Model. Sorry? Model. What sort of modelling do you do? Get my boobs out. Oh, right, that's modelling, is it, nowadays? Not really, no. Anyway, she wept in court. More fake tears. As she avoided jail. 21 grand she thieved. And she spent the cash on luxury holidays. She claimed housing benefit and income support for 3 years, despite having other streams of income. She went to Las Vegas, and she went to an upmarket French ski resort with her sister as well, who must have wondered where the money was coming from, but obviously not. She describes herself as a social media influence. You're a crook, darling. You're only a cheap bit of trash crook. That's all you are. You're thieving money from people who need it a lot more than you. And she was told the swindle was serious enough to be sent to jail, but then, of course, they do the rider. But we're not going to. Anyway, she's got more than 60,000 Instagram followers, about right for a topless model, handed a 7-month suspended sentence. She claimed £21,007.76. They're very precise. But she didn't tell the Department of Work and Pensions that she had other income from an insurance policy, several different bank accounts, and a joint mortgage with her mother on a house in Portslade in Brighton. The court heard she wrongly claimed the money. When she was interviewed, she claimed that the bank accounts belonged to her mother and she had no access to them. As I say, she's a thieving little liar. She told the court she claimed her ISA contained a large sum of money. It belonged to her father, and she had no interest in the property in Portslade. They found an undeclared bank account, payments for a ski holiday. She also ran a fashion firm, but it's no longer existed. Thank God for that. So remember, Lauren Goodman, a crook, a cheap bit of trash who thieves money off people who really, really need it. And I cannot work out. This is an odd one. We know that the royal family are sort of richer than most people. Not as rich as the third richest woman in the world, I have to tell you. They're miles away from that. But this is Meghan and Harry, who go out on a baby moon holiday, whatever in God's name that is, in a luxury hotel before she gives birth. So they stayed at the luxurious Heckfield Place Hotel in Hampshire. The apartment at $10,000 a night is the most expensive room and comes with dining room and private terraces. Recent guests include Liv Tyler. That's all they could find. They couldn't find anybody else. So they spent £10,000 a night. And you think, oh, wait a minute, they've got access to all the royal palaces. Why don't they just go and stay in a palace or something like that? What a waste of money. Hope they paid for it. I wouldn't like to think I'm paying for stuff like that. A friend said Meghan's only a couple... Perhaps it's not true. Let's assume it's not. Meghan's only a couple of weeks away from giving birth, so Harry wanted to treat her. Why don't you just stay at home, dear? Why would you have to go and splash out £33,000? I mean, I'm looking at the Heckfield Place. It just looks like one of those old country houses that somebody sort of couldn't afford to run, so they turn it into a hotel. And then they've got... There's a picture of the most expensive apartment, £10,000 a night. I mean, to be honest with you, to use the word plain would not be an understatement. It just... I don't know if we're paying for it or not. I shouldn't imagine so. Recent guests at the Monte, as I say, Liv Tyler, most of you won't have heard of, and Poppy Delevingne. I'm sorry, that's the best they can manage, is it? They say they went for walks in their wellies and chose to eat alone in their room. Why don't they just stay at home then? What's the point of going out? Instead of visiting the 2 restaurants. I mean, what a non-story. And also, when you see the picture of the room, you go, 10 grand a night for that? Good God, you could stay in a palatial suite in Las Vegas. And they chose to eat alone in their room. Well, stay at home in Kensington Palace. Stay in your new house. Dear me, honestly. Perhaps she said, I want to go out. And he went, where do you want to go? Here. All right, we go there. But they've got access to all the royal palaces. They're all fully staffed. Everything's fully staffed. It's just nobody goes there, apart from Christmas and things like that. Why didn't they go there? God, dear, honestly, setting a very bad example. Steve says, James, the most dangerous thing I've ever seen was Katie Price trying to string together a coherent sentence. She can't. She can't. Somebody says, the thought of Janet Street Porter naked on Loose Women makes you think, where's Ofcom when you need them? I know. I mean, I don't think they're allowed to just take their clothes off on television. I mean, it smacks of desperation, doesn't it, really? Obviously, the audience not doing particularly well on Loose Women, so let's all take our clothes off and have a naked day. Why don't we drop you from the panel, dear? That'd be a bonus for everybody. Celebrities on a ranch would make good viewing if the celebrities hadn't gone AWOL, says Jenny, and left that lot behind, so there's 0 point in watching it. Have you seen who's on there? I mean, it really is Bobby Cole Norris. I mean, dear, we've seen everything. You've exhausted every sort... You're not even funny. I could understand it. If as a gay man you were remotely funny, but you're just not. You're just a miserable little stirrer, which you did the other day on the programme. You know, because she, told me, this girl, she, wrote me. And they said, he's cheating on her and all the rest of it. So then you have this sort of, the bimbo and the ex-boyfriend throwing drinks over each other and all the rest of it. And it all came down to Bobby Cole Norris, because I don't know what to do, Jem. I don't know what to do, love. And you think, why don't you leave the series? That'd do everybody a favour. Apparently, Paul says, and the concrete blocks are to protect the cinema and Global. But you could, when you listen, you can drive a van and a lorry in, because they're not blocking the entrance. You can drive straight in. It's not difficult. They have actually repaired the thing before because a lorry went into it. But every morning we see lorries in Leicester Square. Perhaps maybe you could still drive a lorry in. But they aren't. Yeah. What for? Yeah, they have deliveries every morning. The delivery driver pulls up, he drives through. In fact, there was one the other day when I came in on Sunday, he'd reversed up to the concrete blocks. So, I mean, if it was there or they sort of put a cordon round Leicester Square, I could have understood it. But, a lorry, they're in here every single minute. I could go out there now, and I bet there'd be a lorry in front of the cinema, there'd be one in front of the hotel, there'd be 2 or 3 round the corner, loads of them. That's what that's for, I've got no idea. So, obviously not. Tom says, Uri Geller needs to look up the word coincidence in the dictionary. However, the government should send him the bill if he's making the claim that he did it. Yeah, absolutely. Somebody should somebody should spend a few hundred quid on a solicitor's letter writing to him, going, "You claim that you did this. Here's the bill. It's £295,000. Cough up, or you're in court, pal. All right?" Because he thinks he's being really clever. Oh, I did that. Well, you didn't, love. You really didn't, I promise you. But of course, if you persist in it, then I could persist in the fact that somebody should sue you. That'll be fun to watch, won't it? Okay, so what other tricks you got up your sleeve, mate? Oh, I can make a watch stop. Oh, we can all do that, dear. Yeah, it works every single time. LBC News Time 4. Good news, Naga Manchetti's developed a personality. How do we know this? Because yesterday, she almost breaks down trying not to laugh when she was sort of handing to the dreadfully dreary weather forecaster. I mean, seriously, why don't they just read it themselves? Today's going to be whatever. And she made a hilarious innuendo blunder. And turning to chat with the forecaster, there's a pointless exercise, she announced that she likes it when it's warm and wet. And then realised what she'd implied, yeah, because that wasn't scripted on the auto cue, was it? So could you say that, Naga? We need a bit of publicity for the programme. I don't know why they don't give the programme to Charlie State all the time. It's so much easier. Actually, strangely enough, talking of Charlie, I don't know why I'm talking about Charlie State. Only because he used to go out with somebody who worked on a programme I worked on. I'm going out the front door the other day, and I'm just chatting away to Courtney, and we all sort of come up with a little bit of thing. Oh, tomorrow, we'll come up with something. And who was coming in, pulling a little trolley behind her? Esther McVeigh. And so I hold the door open. Now, normally people don't recognise me with the dark glasses and the baseball cap on and the off-the-shoulder chenille thing. It was very nice. And she went, "Steve-o." I went, "Esther." And it turns out, I mean, actually, it was lovely. So she said, we must go out for drinks. We've got lots to catch up on. Because a lady called Liz put together Fives Company, and I didn't know she died last year. She'd phoned me about 2 years ago saying that we should have a get-together for all the Fives Company presenters, bits of which you can see on the YouTube channel, and then she got cancer. And so Esther, I think, and Nick Knowles, and I think Paul Roseby, I think, might have been one other person, went down to see her, but she was very ill by that time. But she was instrumental. She was a big LBC listener, Liz, and she, and I said, "You're joking." You know when somebody tells you something, you go, "Really?" Because you expect people to live forever. She said, well, she didn't look very well when we saw her. And I went, "Oh, that's really very sad. Very sad." But anyway, she was coming into, I forget who she was meeting in the building. She said, we must go out for drinks. Oh, I don't know. I need to consult HR first to find out whether that's actually allowed. It's so funny, isn't it? You know, when you work with somebody for a year and everything. She said, "I'm always getting little reports back from your programme from people that I know," which is great. Jimmy says, "I heard the other day Colleen Nolan has got a production or a musical coming to the Lowry in Salford." Does she? She cancelled her little tour, mainly due to lack of interest, I think. But whether or not she's going to be doing it. And Jim says, "As a taxpayer, you should be honoured to be paying towards that hotel for Harry. Remember, he's a prince." I know, but they've got all these other places to go to. I mean, literally, they've got, you could go, I mean, Buckingham Palace has got 770 rooms. Why don't they go there? If they seriously go to this hotel for 10 grand a night, and frankly, it was a pretty naff-looking suite. Apparently, it's got a dining room. Whoopie-doo. And a balcony. Woo! Hold your hands up in horror. And you think, if that's £10,000 a night, I mean, couldn't they have gone and stayed in Balmoral or somewhere like that? Then they said they went walking through the grounds, but they ate alone in their room. Or stay at home then. What a and that cost them 33,000 quid. I mean, seriously, more money than sense. Shane says, "If Uri Geller's any good, why didn't he raise the Titanic?" Well, listen, I got a million and one things. There was a programme done on television years ago when Uri Geller was in his prime. That's where he was sort of pretending that he could bend metal with the power of his mind, but it wasn't actually, it was with his fingers. And they put all this knives and forks in a box, and it was in a country house or something, and he picked one out, and he said, and he came, it's the usual rubbish lines. He went, "Okay, now I can feel," as he's rubbing it in the middle, with his thumb and his two fingers, he goes, the metal is going very soft. I thought, "You're such a liar, honestly. Didn't your parents ever tell you don't tell lies?" It's going really soft, and then the bowl broke off the spoon or whatever it was. And he went, "It's cold." Of course it was, because when they put it under an electron microscope, it turned out that all the all the knives and the forks and everything else, mainly forks and spoons actually, had been bent a number of times, so they were weak. So in other words, you could bang it on a table, but in fact you only had to push a little bit, and it would break. It's an old trick. It's improved a lot since then, actually. Jenny says they've got rows of metal detractable pillars at the Leicester Square entrance. They've always had those. Got a right bunch of Herberts running those. Oh, dear me. God. I mean, if you're disabled, I mean, you're never going to get into the square, are you? Because they're not going to lower the barriers for anybody. So why did they put in the things as well, the concrete barriers? We think, we might be wrong, but we think it's to stop maybe somebody, because there are restaurants all the way up and down there, and people sit outside, and we're al fresco. Even with this rubbish weather, we're al fresco. What should we do? Let's go and sit outside. So that they have a tent built around it to protect you from the elements like snow, wind, tsunami, and all the rest of it. And then they go, if somebody was going to do an act of vandalism or an act of terrorism, they might want to drive a truck into people. So by putting the concrete blocks there, it stops them doing it. And that's what we think it is. We might be wrong, but that's what I think it is. That's what I think it is. Well, the producer thought that. I never thought that at all. I just thought they look ugly. There must be something else you can put there, but it's, I mean, because they're concrete blocks, you could, but then if you're driving a lorry into somebody, you know, I mean, perhaps it doesn't have to be a lorry, perhaps it could be something else, couldn't it? But, but they've done, I mean, why have they only just done it now? And literally, it's only been there since Sunday. What was the point of that? You thought, all the attacks that we talked about on LBC, that was 2 years ago. 2 years ago. How slick, you don't think it's anything to do with the mayor, do you, again? Perhaps it's something to do with dating. You know, do you stand on a concrete block and jump over? Is it Westminster Council? I love them. Love Westminster Council. They're my favourite. Steve missed the show for the first time in a while yesterday, hoping to try the Benthall Centre for breakfast this weekend. Hopefully won't get the same waitress that you did the other day. The food's not great. Really, I tell you, for £5, whatever it is, it's not great. The sausages look like they'd been deep fried, because they'd gone all crinkly. I'm a bit funny about crinkly sausages. Somebody says, Steve, the Loose Women is a retirement home for ageing TV presenters. Who wants to see pensioners in the buff? Well, they do, because their attention's set. One of them, she's so desperate to be... There's one of them on there. You've got the failed singer from the Nolans. You've got the ageing old Janet Street porter, who is like, you know, oh no, you don't want to take any award or anything like, oh, thank you very much indeed, I'll take that award, shall I? Yeah, it's for my mother, it's not for me, hypocrite. You've got Jane Moore, who's got a column in The Sun, who's lovely, whose husband might be listening, I never know. And who else have we got on the panel of Loose Women? We've got, I'm trying to think actually, Stacey Solomon sometimes, but she's pregnant, so it's obviously a bit difficult. You've got the former weather girl, Andrew McLean, who flogs jewellery on QVC occasionally. Then they've got the woman who looks like she works part-time as a dominatrix. That's Kay Adams. She just, for some reason, somebody said to me years ago, she looks like she could wear thigh-length boots and hold a whip. And so every time I see her, that's the image I get in my... I can't take it out now. It's really embarrassing. And you've got Syra Khan. This is the one she advised her husband to go and sleep with other people. She's really peculiar. I mean, seriously, she's peculiar. And, but not Katie Price anymore, even though they brown nose her when she goes on there. They really do. They say, oh, it's so wonderful to have you on the show, talking rubbish as usual. And I'm feeling very unwell this morning, Steve. But I was watching an episode of Gimme, 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 and Dale Winton was on it. It was very funny. I'd forgotten he made a cameo. He did cameos. He was in Trainspotting as well. He was in Trainspotting. Actually, strangely, Esther McVeigh mentioned him the other day, and so she said, you know, did you know that he was ill? I said, no. Well, I knew he wasn't very well because he told me he had these dreadful pains in his shoulder. Steve, they did provide sick bags for the Loose Women audience. Do you notice the Loose Women audience? They don't like to show their faces. They show them from the back. Because when you see them from the front, you suddenly realise that maybe they aren't, you know, they look like they've been ferried in from somewhere. Like a home. Or something like that. It's very odd, the Loose Women audience. Very strange, actually. It's nice when you meet a famous person who you like a lot, but what really is the best to meet is Larry the Downing Street cat, says Connie. Me and my son were walking in Whitehall, and there he was, coming around the corner. Well, he just likes doing things like that, doesn't he? He just goes... It's his territory. It's his territory. He just likes to go wandering. Could we make him Prime Minister? I don't know, somebody was saying the other day, a friend of mine, he wrote on Twitter, he said, I think David Lammy would make a good Prime Minister. Well, I'm not sure about that one. Definitely not. Steve, The chest drain might be coming out today, says Geraldine. I'm very nervous. Oh, they'll just yank it out, dear. They'll just go, whoosh! And you'll fall backwards onto the bed. Did you see? Oh, I saw the greatest thing ever. It was, what do they call it? They call it a prank. They rigged a restaurant in New York. And I'll explain what happened. And so they bring in actors into this. It's like a coffee bar kind of place. And so there's actors there, and then there's ordinary members of the public. What they did was nothing short of magical. At some point, there's a woman, she's sitting on her computer, and this bloke stands up, tips his drink over her. He trips and knocks it. She goes ballistic, because they're acting, okay? She goes ballistic. You've ruined this, I'm sorry, he goes. I'm sorry, I just said sorry, whatever. And she goes, get out! And she points her hand at him. He magically goes backwards and goes halfway up the wall. It looks as though she's done a magic trick, going, get out! And he's dragged backwards to the wall, and up the wall he goes, and he's there like, And so all these people in the restaurant are going, what the... The next thing's even better. She stands up and goes, get out! And all the tables and chairs move back around her, all by themselves. It's a fantastic thing to watch. And then she screams at the top of her voice, and all the books in the bookcase all come out. It's just brilliant. It's called a prank, but it's in this. Have you found it? It's really good. I think it's pranked restaurant, and it's this bloke who gets dragged up. He's on a wire, obviously, but of course the people in the restaurant don't know this. He just looks like an ordinary customer. Restaurant prank? Could it be restaurant prank? Restaurant prank. Let's have a quick look, actually. Yeah, telekinesis. There you go. It must be that telekinetic one, is it? I shall let you know, because once we found it, yes, this is it. You have to watch it. So they put all these books up, and they're all going to be thrown off the bookcase. But it's so clever. So he stands up, the bloke, spills the drink. She goes ballistic. And he goes, sorry about, of course, everybody's looking because it sounds like an argument. And we love an argument in a cafe. And he goes, whatever. And this is when she's going to stand up. There you go. She's going to scream at him. And she goes like that. Look. And he goes up the wall. There's people in there going, what the dickens is going on here? And she's got telekinesis powers. And there's women that go, oh my God. It's like Carrie all over again. And then you watch in a minute, if you find this thing, telekinetic coffee shop surprise. And then all of a sudden, the tables and chairs are going to move. Watch, and she brings him down. But then the next bit is even funnier, because they're all sitting there going, she's possessed. And then she looks at her hands, and then watch, and here goes the table and chairs. Yeah. You can imagine, if you're watching that, it's really clever. I want to do it here. Look, they all just move, and people go, she's a witch. Oh, it's a Jedi. Well, that's a religion, isn't it? Jediism. And then all of a sudden, all the books are going to come out of the bookcase, and people go, she's possessed. Of course, there will be those people, even if you say to them, it's a trick. They could go, no, she was really possessed. Really possessed. You know what people are like, the people who believe, people like Uri Geller. But anyway, all the books, look, the pictures on the walls, everything. And people by this time, get out, run, flee for your lives. She can bring the whole building down. I want to do that. I always wanted to rig something up. My favourite thing would have been to do a thing where you a family go away on holiday, and you immediately go into the house, change all the curtains, change the furniture, put a family in there, and then when the family come back from holiday, they go, sorry, who are you? And they go, well, who are you? And they go, oh, we live here. And they go, no, we live here. These are our next door. And the whole thing is turned around. I'd love to do that. That'd drive you mad, wouldn't it? Did you see the other one, the prank in the airport, where a woman's sitting down, I think it's in a German airport, and she's just sort of looking around waiting for the flight, and then she looks at the man opposite, and he's reading a newspaper, and the picture on the front of the newspaper is her with a big wanted sign. And then there's an airport security thing. They go, we're looking for this. They do it in German. We're looking for this woman in the airport. Do not approach her. She's highly dangerous. And then they cue to a news bulletin, which is beamed to all the televisions. And there's a picture of her, and she's sitting there going, it's not me. And they do it to loads of people. It's a great thing to do. I love it. I love stuff like that. And I think, Yes, it does look like somebody who used to work here, fat and with no hair. Good Lord. And probably a strange habit. But anyway, it's Dave. So you've added Esther McVeigh alongside the jaw-dropping Susanna Reid to your regular date, says James. Any others you're not telling us about? Loads. But actually, bearing in mind, I worked with Esther for a year. So it's no big surprise. You know, we worked together for a year. I haven't worked with Susanna Reid, but she'd like to work with me. I bet. And somebody says, is Esther McVeigh nice? She looks very attractive. How shallow of you. How shallow to base it on looks. How, really, well, I've seen her in pants, things like that. Because when you work television, you know, people go and get, you know, their makeup done and their hair done. So people do sit around in their pants and stuff. I don't know why people just do. You don't seem to have any inhibitions. It's a bit like going to a fashion show. If you go to a fashion show, you go backstage, you'll see models walking around topless, you know, half naked. That's, you know, we don't care. Go to hospitals, you get roughly the same kind of thing. Or the loose women panel, in which case you're just all vomiting over the television going, oh, please make them put their clothes on. Please, not again. But we had it before, didn't we? Colleen did it for this strip-off, let's not make very much money for charity kind of programme. And apparently she's done it twice now. Very peculiar. Not normal at all. What else we got? Yes, why are, the big question asked in one of the papers today, and it's finally making the news programmes, why are British troops still protecting the gold-plated bigot who's the Sultan of Brunei? Why, I mean, somebody explain that to me. These people, honestly, it's just, they're so backwards. So, they might be rich as creases. Rich doesn't make you a nice person. Believe you me, it doesn't make you a nice person. Actually, talking of rich, because they're worth so much money, the publicity-shy Beckhams, 2 events the other day. Brooklyn, who obviously has given up with the I'm going to be a photographer kind of malarkey, better to just be a naff plebby celebrity, goes out with Daddy for one of them, where it was very windy and Brooklyn's hair went all over the place, and Dave's never moved. Never moved. You know why? It's not his. And then there was another thing that Brooklyn went to, like a perfume launch or something like that. I thought, Brooklyn Beckham, what's his claim to fame? Failed photographer, failed barista. Another naff member of the family. Dear God in heaven. What would you recommend for a seriously sore throat? Nothing. I'm not medically qualified. If I recommend something and it doesn't work, then people are going to come back and go, you recommended that for a sore throat. I think you're just going to have to suffer badly. Really, really badly, you know. Because if I'm not allowed to dish out, it's in the contract, not allowed to dish out financial advice or medical advice or advise you to sort of do this or I don't. I walked through, actually, strangely enough, I walked through our sister station, because we've got lots of radio stations in this building, all owned by us. They're all under the Global umbrella. And my friend Will was doing squats on the floor. And I walked past him, and I said, because I'd just done Joe Lycett. No, I hadn't. I tell you, I'd just been up to the canteen to get something to eat. And came back down again, and Will was doing these, and I said, what are you doing? He said, squats. I said, what for? He said, it's to be fit. I said, you've left it a bit late, haven't you? They're always doing things like that, because he said, I normally go to the gym. And I went, oh, right. I said, and the end effect of this is what? He said, makes you feel better. But all he was doing was going, oh, my back. Oh, and then, what are you doing it for then? Don't do it. You know, it hurts when I do this. Well, don't do that. But they all like to be, you know what it is? They've suddenly looked at the ageing process. They've looked at me and gone, we don't want to look like Steve Allen. We've decided it's a lot easier to try and sort of look better. Are you a fan of Uncle Ben's rice, says Donny? I am, actually, yes. I like the vegetable rice and I like the egg fried rice. I'm sure it's not very good for me, but I do like it. I'd end up tipping it into a frying pan and sticking some other little bits and pieces. Wendy in Florida says, thank you for the video information about the spilt coffee prank. It's so, you know, sometimes I watch something. There's also, what are they called? There's a Venezuelan children's orchestra who are so bloody brilliant. It brings you to tears. They've got a conductor who is so brilliant. I think his name's Damado. That's his surname. But if you type in Venezuelan Children's Orchestra, you will get this orchestra. And they are nothing short of sensational. They are nothing short. Seriously, I've watched them. Each time it reduces me to tears. But there again, I cry at all sorts of things. I'm ridiculous, honestly. I don't know why I cry so much, actually. I cry at everything. I mean, imagine crying at YouTube. At YouTube. What did I watch the other day? I was watching a film. And I remember thinking, I'm going to cry. This film's going to make me cry. And I can't remember what it was. It might have been a Christmas film, actually. Anne McPartland, hugged by a 5-year-old girl who says, I've missed you. I mean, is this a setup or something? Is this to try and get him back into the Britain's Got Talent thing? Oh, we really miss you. No. The people you crashed into really miss you. They're so glad you're not on the same road. And then, what was the other one? Oh, TV's Cobra, struck by a killer bug. Apparently he was a gladiator. I've never even heard of him. I thought I've heard of most of them, Jet and people like that, and Hunter. But I've never heard of Cobra. They gave them all these names, didn't they? The kids loved it. It was of its day. It was a lot of sort of men and women who were super fit fighting each other with giant cotton buds. And we all liked it. I used to watch it and think, oh, that looks really good fun. And then they go, Jet. And Jet would stand there with her bosoms right in the front of the television. I'm honest, you couldn't miss them. And then they all wore these leotards, and all the fathers went there. They all pretended they were taking the kids. They weren't. They were going to look at Jet and all the other girls on the programme, because they were sort of busty kind of people. And it was selling sex. Except we had Hunter and Wolf. Do you remember Wolf? He wasn't blessed with looks. And there were other people as well. And I used to watch it, just sort of catch it in passing. I was never that interested in it, because I then watched another programme, and it was sort of ordinary members of the public, really ordinary, trying to do different things. Not Wipeout, which I loved. I loved Wipeout. I thought that was the best thing ever. I thought that was just such a good and they used to put all these sound effects over it. It was like Wimbledon. All these sound effects, which they put over the top of it, sort of, as people sort of shout and expel air and all the rest of it. But when they used to do it on Wipeout, it was hilarious. They go, yeah, I'm going to do this. And they get to the first ball, they jump on it, and then ricochet off somewhere else. Funniest thing I ever saw, actually. Funniest thing. What was I going to tell you about? I was going to tell you something else. Meghan and Harry. We've done Meghan and Harry. Chloe Goodman's sister, Lauren. Fraud. Simon Cowell, and, a bit of publicity for Britain's Got Talent. You're going to read a couple of other things to get you to watch the programme. Somebody might die. A Russian circus act. It won't. Connie Huck was out with her husband, who's Charlie Brooker. Have I done Charlie Brooker? I can't remember if I've done Charlie Brooker. I might have done. I think I have. Oh, we've got so many interviews next week. 4 interviews next week. I had 2 this week. Oh, look, Molly King leaving a radio station with a photographer. Enough already. David Beckham and his son Brooklyn look dapper. They go to Netflix's Our Planet. They must have sort of gone, I'm sorry, Dave, you got somebody to go with, love? Well, the wife doesn't do that. Why? Well, because we're not really together. Sort of she's off somewhere. Then Brooklyn and his girlfriend, Hannah Cross, get amorous at a Pat McGrath beauty launch. I said, did you not bother with this one, Brooklyn? I mean, it's a bit naff, isn't it? He's turned into a Z-list celebrity. Quite quickly, actually, I thought. Quite quickly. Chloe Green's fiancé. That's Jeremy Meeks. That's the crook. Catherine Tilsley enjoying a date night with a photographer. Nobody knows who she is. Do you know who she is? You could put a picture of her up on the screen. She was in Corrie. You wouldn't know who she is, but she's obviously a bit desperate for publicity. And apparently she's landed her first major role. She's been out for ages. Danny Dyer cancelled an appearance on yesterday. Apparently she will no longer be interviewed on the show. Do you want to come and be interviewed on the show? No, don't, because we're finished, darling. You were never together. We've been living apart for God knows how long. So Jack took to his Instagram. You need to go. Jack, let me just tell you this, love. This is Jack Fincham. Here is the Steve Allen advice. On your bended knee, get the pen job back again, because you're going to end up being a sad person. There's somebody in one of the papers today who's another one from, I think it was Towie. I've never heard of them. Saying, you feel awful once the work dries up. You think, good. I'm glad the work dries up for you, because I'd never even heard of this bloke and his brother. They were both dropped at the same time. So for Jack Fincham, on your bended knee, Jack. I know it's difficult, but I'm sure you'll be ably assisted. And you need to say, please, can I have my job back? And mean it, okay? Because it's finished. I bet you're lying there in bed going, what day is it, Steve? Friday. Is it cold? Yes. Was it cold yesterday? Yes. Did it rain? Yes. My driver this morning he comes from Ilford. Now, that's where a lot of my family grew up, in Ilford, and my grandmother used to live in Kentview Gardens. And we were just sort of chatting idly. And he said, do you know what their biggest problem is in Ilford, on the Ilford Road? Prostitutes. And I said, really? Now, he goes to his local mosque there. When they've got fasting coming up in May, the police have to clear the prostitutes out. He said, it's people coming up to the cars, showing their boobs. I said, in Ilford, a big hooker problem. I mean, seriously, what are the police doing? I thought it's illegal to tout on the streets. Apparently it's supposed to be. Perhaps they're woefully undermanned. Perhaps there aren't any police anymore. Perhaps we're just going to turn into a lawless country. I was shocked. Absolutely shocked. I really was. Oh, I didn't tell you. The world's third richest woman is Mrs. Bezos. She's got £27 billion divorce deal. That's what she's got from Amazon. Is it Amazon he owns? It is, isn't it? Yeah, £27 billion from that. It makes her the world's third richest woman because our Queen is way down the list. Way down the list. And she's an American novelist and billionaire. I think he cheated. I'm pretty certain. But they've reached a $35 billion divorce settlement. $35 billion. She lives in, she was born in San Francisco. I suspect she's probably bought it. I should imagine. Imagine having that much money. Imagine having that much money. So she worked for Jeff on the hedge fund. They married in 93, moved to Seattle. They've got 4 kids, 3 sons and a daughter, adopted from China. And then they announced via Twitter in 2019 that they were going to divorce. Now, according to Forbes, if the Washington state common law were applied to their divorce, assuming there's no prenup, Mackenzie Bezos would become the 4th richest woman with a net worth of $35 billion. She's got $35 billion, they say, in Amazon stock. She's one of the richest people in the world. But I suppose when you get to that level, it doesn't mean anything, does it, really? They go, I've got $35 billion. You go, well, you can't take it with you. You're still going to die, the same as anybody else. You're still going to, you can buy the biggest house you've ever seen, but what are you going to do? Rattle around in it? So there is no advantage to having it apart from being able to buy materialistic things like the house, like the cars. There's a limit to how many cars you can drive, unless you are a collector, but I shouldn't imagine she's actually a collector at all. I should imagine she just, she's got the money because she was married to him for quite some time and because they've got children. And presumably she's got expenses. It's almost like watching what did I watch the other day? The Housewives of Potomac. Oh, what a bunch of mingers. Oh, they were all anti each other. They would say, don't you say this to me. The language. It was like listening to those old mingers up in Cheshire. With the language that comes out of them, it's absolutely atrocious. Ghastly people, ghastly. Neil says, we've been pranking unsuspecting guests in restaurants for years. I'm sure we spanned you at a Biggins bash in the 90s. No, you didn't. Definitely not. And we do spoof magic. Beautifully rubbish. Sounds quite good. Steve, I've had a bit of a bad time this week, but every morning tuning into you has been an uplifting, comforting hug, as it has for many spikers. God bless you. I was debating what I didn't eat anything this morning. I had some soup yesterday. Okay, some soup, and my blood sugars have gone up again. I don't know what's the matter with me. Ridiculous. I saw a gladiatorial reenactment, London's Guildhall. The crowds are very excited and baying for blood, says Paul. I said, well, they were on the television programme. If you watch some of them back, the whole idea is to get the crowd going. A bit like watching, Celebrity Juice, only most of their panel are just drunk. It's really embarrassing. I watched a bit of it yesterday. Oh, dear, honestly. It's not even funny anymore. It's probably funny if you're off your face. But if you're not, it's really, really unfunny. I'd love to see what the audience figures are like for it. It's small, I should imagine. The widow in the paper today eating pizza. Why it's so unusual at the age of 94? It's because she refused to eat Italian food in protest at Mussolini, because her husband was a POW, and so she said she wouldn't eat pizza. So now they've persuaded her to eat a piece of pizza. Bit difficult to tell whether she likes it or not, I want to eat a pizza, but I can't be bothered to cook the blooming things. It's too tedious. Far too tedious. So Gemma Collins, really a hard-working holiday. It's great, actually, dear. And then poor old Arge. What a wreck. What a wreck. But that's the best you can get, innit, darling? Can't find anybody else. Jacqueline Joss. Lydia Dim reveals the thugs who mugged her foster brothers at knife point have been caught. Oh, here we go. She and her mum Debbie have vowed to tackle knife crime. That'll be good, dear. How do you propose doing that? How do you propose doing that? What, you'll be doing the job that the police can't do. Fantastic. Even more dim than I thought you were. Georgia Kasulu looks out of this world in a glitzy bra. Good God, what do you look like? Have you seen this thing? Looks like she's wandered out of some cheap, trashy porno movie from the 70s. And then Chloe Sims was wearing holographic trousers after slamming trolls for calling her plastic. Talentless, that'd be a better thing. Yes, it is ground control to Major Tom. Poor old Chloe, honestly. How much makeup can I troll on my face this morning? And so she got the Croydon facelift going on. It's funny, actually, she has a daughter. We've hardly ever seen her at all because she's too busy out on the town, isn't she? But poor old Georgia Kasulu, dear God in heaven, dear. Do you know how bad you look? The hair's fake. The outfit is just pure trash. But it is ground control to Major Tom. Somebody told me there's a story that goes with that record, and I can't remember what it is. There was a story that went with that, and I can't remember whether or not somebody said, you know, he should never have recorded it. But I thought it was great, because when you think about it, it's almost a novelty song. But there was definitely a story to do with Space Oddity. And I can't remember exactly what it was. I just remember somebody telling me there's a story about it. I mean, that's right. I mean, the song is about Major Tom. It's the launching. It was his first single to chart in the UK, reached top 5, I think, and it was 3rd on iTunes in 2016. Because it's good, actually. It was recorded at Trident with a few overdubs from Rick Wakeman. Herbie Flowers was on there as well. I remember actually somebody telling me about that, because I think I talked to Rick Wakeman about it, saying, you were on there, and he went, yes. Strangely enough, beside the title, which alludes to the film 2001: A Space Odyssey, the introduction is a barely audible instrumental build-up that is analogue to the deep bass tone in Also Sprach Zarathustra, which is prominently used in the film. How lovely. So there already isn't a thing about it, but there were early demos of it, which is very interesting, very interesting. It was also that, the B-side, The Wild-Eyed Boy from Free Cloud. It's funny when you get all these things coming back to you, go, I remember that really well. Because in those days you bought a single, as you know, and then you played the B-side. You would get it home, you turn your little thing on, and you put the needle on, and then you'd get that, and then you'd flip it over and you'd play the B-side. I used to do that all the time, actually. Tangerine Dream did their version of Space Oddity, and William Shatner published an album entitled Seeking Major Tom. Cold did it on their 1998 EP Oddity, and Def Leppard included the song on the Walmart bonus disc to their covers album, Yeah. So it's been on Friends, Mad Men, Secret Life of Walter Mitty, Wonderstruck, and Valerian and the City of a Thousand Planets. It's still a good thing. And then, I tell you what, Major Tom Coming Home, Earth Be No Us. Remember that one from Peter Schilling, the German boy? I thought that was great. That was quite a nice one, written as a retelling of the song. And it's also the first chapter in the 2015 novel Dying in June by Amy Magnus. There are several more references to Space Oddity by David Bowie throughout the novel. There you go. You're none the wiser, are you? I know. When I told you that story, I'm sure that there was something else, but it doesn't matter. But I'm sure perhaps it could have been Rick Wakeman who played on it. There used to be lots of people. Elton John used to play on all sorts of things. Steve, pizza. Isn't it just posh cheese on toast? Similarly, Welsh rarebit. Oh, I used to love Welsh rarebit. I haven't had it for ages and ages. I loved it. Seriously. Major Tom is a reference to cocaine, says Jane. Huh? I don't know. We didn't find that on Wikipedia. Actually, talking of Wikipedia, we're waiting for Julian Assange to be kicked out. Are they kicking him out or asking him just to leave? I don't know whether or not they've just decided they're bored with him and they want him out, because I'm assuming the moment he steps outside of the embassy, he's going to be arrested, and then there'll be a plane waiting at Heathrow to whiz him over to America. He smells. I know. He does smell. Somebody said that. Somebody who met him says he smells. He doesn't bathe very often. I should. How long's he been there inside the embassy? 2012? What, 7 years? But they'll be glad to get rid of him. Who cut off the internet? The Ecuadorians. Why don't they just open the door, pick him up bodily, and throw him out in the street? Why are they faffing around like a bunch of old women? Come on, do the decent thing. Do us all a favour. A favour. No, so anyway, so yes, you're right. Pizza is just posh cheese on toast. Or it's on it's posh cheese on, well, it's not even cheese, is it, half the time? And Sabrina's having a happy day. Well, not really, actually. Woke up feeling awful. Who is it who wakes up feeling awful in the morning? I mean, why would you wake up? Because you've just awoken from a sleep. I'm having some really funny dreams at the moment. Involves taking your clothes off and everything. I mean, it's really bizarre. And then you wake up and you suddenly realise that it's not true at all. And then you get depressed. But why would you wake up, not feeling, unless you're feeling ill? Because I've sort of woken up some morning. I never wake up feeling ill. Isn't that funny? Looking in the bathroom mirror at about sort of 1 a.m. makes me feel slightly ill and queasy. But I mean, oh, look, there's Julian Assange. He's still on the balcony. Why don't they just lock the door? You know, I'm sorry. You want to get rid of him? He's been there for these 7 years. Why don't you push him out onto the balcony, you know, and then you lock the door and you go, bye, open the curtains and wave at him. And then get him arrested by the police. He can't go anywhere. What's he going to do? Run through the streets of London? Help, help, help. No, get rid of him. Get rid of him. Get him sent over to America as quick as possible. 84850. Do low-fat, good-quality proteins help your blood sugars? I've got no idea. No idea. You're asking the wrong person here. But who's the imposter saying I wear wigs? I do not. I have wild, curly hair, all mine. Me too. Just that you can't actually see it. Which is great. But we were saying the other day, actually, that women's wigs are much better than men's wigs. Men's wigs look like men's wigs, unless you buy... I did buy one a few years ago for a party. I went as Rod Stewart, and it was really good. It was in the right colour. I liked it. Steve, Welsh rarebit with a flurry of Worcestershire sauce. It's not Worcester sauce, it's Worcestershire sauce. Herbie Flowers wrote Clive Dunn's granddad. He's got a lot to answer to. And have you seen the ad featuring your friend Krista and his family? Yes. Oh, yes, of course. Yes, many, many times. It's rumoured that a Russian cosmonaut died in orbit in the 60s. Maybe Bowie's song was based on that, says Paul. I don't think so, no. I don't think so. It's still a good song, isn't it? We think it could be about Colombian. Oh, really? Oh, there. You see, I don't know about things like that. Ashes to Ashes gives it away. Does it? Oh, right. Oh. See, I know nothing. I know nothing about these things. People say, Steve, do you want a sploff? The world will look a lot better. I go, it doesn't for you. Why would it look good for... Not at my age. Can you imagine at my age, wandering into the local police station? I've had a sploff. No, absolutely not. Heavens above, honestly. I've been really good. I haven't had bacon rolls for days. And I'm sort of laying off. I haven't had any fruit. No, I did have an apple this morning. That was about as good as it got. 5:15. Of course it is Friday. Let's have a check on the roads and the rail, shall we? The LBC Travel. Looking at just the television a minute ago, and the complaints against the Sultan of Brunei, like he cares, took place up at Osterley, in his house up there. He's never been there. It is a fully staffed house, with a swimming pool and all the rest of it, purely for the benefit of the staff. I think I remember reading sometime, I think it was called the Bird Cage or something like that. Anyway, I knew it was his because I used to live around the corner. Obviously not in the same place. But it borders Osterley Park. And it's on the little back road that goes round to Southall. And somebody said to me, he's never been there. Why would he? He can go and stay at the Dorchester. Why do you want to go and stick on a house that's on the road down to Southall, which is like a little backwater, and it's got these... and there's people protesting outside it. He's not going to see it. Not going to make any difference. Cheese and St John's Lodge now. Yeah, it used to... I'm sure it was the Bird Cage. And they bought it and sort of put in all the security and all the rest of it. But that's it. Oh, it's quite big. It's quite big, isn't it, when you actually sort of see it? Apparently, he has a bath, naked. Ooh, gonna be sick again. And because the windows look out, and they don't have any curtains, apparently, on the windows. But it's very interesting. So that's the... Yes, he's... Oh, yes. Oh, have you seen the place in Regent's Park? Oh, yes, he's loaded. You know, when you kill gay people, you know, and you kill adulterers, good Lord above, you can buy whatever you want, I should imagine. So he's bought... Just, wouldn't it be funny if all of a sudden the oil dried up and he didn't have any anymore? That'd be nice, actually. But his personal wealth is sort of, you know... I mean, 65,000 barrels a day come out. 65,000. You know, you can't lose, can you? So they've got all these different places around, but he never stays in them. He just buys the aviary, that's it. I knew something to do with birds. The aviary. Lovely. Assange will come out of that embassy with a massive vitamin D deficiency, says Mark. Well, we do hope that he's going to come out. I can't wait to see the arrest. I just don't understand why. He's been staying there. They want him out. Why don't they just throw him out? It doesn't make any sense. Oh, right. Because of the government backing out. I just realised I'm bleeding. I don't know why I'm bleeding. For some reason, I don't know. Perhaps not. Right. Cheese on Marmite on toast is a must, Steve. Yes, somebody told me about that. I've never tried it. And then Tony says you are correct. I love the way you say that, as if it's sort of such a rarity. I'm always correct. Rick Wakeman did play on Space Oddity. There's an interview on YouTube with Rick interviewing Brian May. How about an interview with Rick or Brian? We've done them both. They're both on the files. Both on the files. You can't listen to... We've done them all. Done them all. So. One of Britain's... I don't understand this story. I'm trying to work this one out, because I didn't read it properly. I just went for the headline. One of Britain's top insurers signalled the end of the loyalty rip-off. So does that mean that if you are a customer with a certain insurance company, they rip you off? There was one person got some money back. Who from? Aviva, who'd been happily taking money every year for some bloke's home insurance, like £800. They worked out you could get exactly the same thing for 125. Only finally have Aviva coughed up and paid him back 4,000 quid or something. Ridiculous, isn't it? Absolutely ridiculous. We've not even looked at the papers. 23 minutes past 5. We haven't even bothered looking at the papers. The Sun, it's there. Now, see, the trouble is, now that they told us, I mean, whether it's true or not, you say, the trouble is, I don't know what to believe anymore. Because they reckon that the not wearing Diana's jewellery came from the Queen, and Harry apparently is going to be furious about it, but we know he does have a bit of a temper. But now this hotel suite, they stayed the most expensive room of the 5-star Heckfield Place Hotel in Hampshire, and I've looked at the picture of the suite. Well, I'm, instead of a rude word, I'm blown if I could discover how that cost 10,000 quid. Seriously. I'm really disappointed, but as I said before, why do they need to spend 33,000 quid when they can go... I mean, apparently they wandered through the grounds, you know, her and her Wellingtons and all the rest of it. Thought, but you could do this in Windsor Great Park. You can go and stay at Windsor, you can go and stay at all these different places, you know, where the royal family aren't at the moment. But no, they choose to spend 33 grand. Perhaps it's to really rub your nose in it. Because when you see the picture in the paper today... and you look at the private terrace in the long room, it's the smallest little balcony I've ever seen with pots on it. It looks rubbish. Absolute rubbish. Seriously, I'm quite shocked. The apartment's got its own dining room and 2 private terraces, and they show you the private terrace. I mean, God, if that's the best they can manage, surely they should have stayed somewhere else. But anyway, the building work on their place is apparently finished. They're going to pay for fixtures and fittings, but the conversion work you've paid for, which is very nice indeed. So it was very chilled, says somebody. Meghan sat on a love swing hung from a tree and they ate delicious food. How do they know? It says here, she particularly enjoyed the hotel's signature chocolate-coated, candied orange and roasted homegrown vegetables. Rivetingly dull, I'm afraid. I mean, does this sound like a PR puff for something? I can't believe it. So they left Kensington Palace for Frogmore Cottage, and then they spent 3 nights in this place, the Long Room. I tell you, you'll look at a picture of it, you'll laugh. Seriously, you'll laugh and you go, how much a night? 10 grand. What do you get for that? What do you get for that? Apparently, it's not known if they were charged full price at the hotel. They shunned other guests in the evening for fireside dinners. So, not like you and me at all, then. Totally different. Yesterday, Harry attended the annual curry lunch at London's Guildhall to raise cash for... The curry lunch? Can't they find him something better to do? Good Lord, honestly. What was the other story that we quite... Oh, the woman eating the pizza. Well, they've got to... Doesn't look as though she's wild about it. Doesn't look as though she's wild about it. And Liam Gallagher's clothing brand, Pretty Green, has been bought by JD Sports, but nearly 100 jobs will be lost. Well done, Liam. How fantastic. So exciting. Also, cats do recognise their names when they're called. Just like dogs, but they're just not particularly bothered. Excuse me, which is a bit of a shame, isn't it? They ignored other words, but pricked up their ears, wiggled their tail, or moved their head, even when a stranger said their name. Well, they would do, wouldn't they? They go, hello, hello, and they get all very excited. I was told tail swishing is sort of indicates a bit of annoyance. That's what I was told. I might be wrong. I don't know. A bit of a hell of a breeze the other day. Yes, the Beckhams went out. Poor old Dave doesn't have anything to do, does he? He's really got nothing to do at all. He just faffs around, you know. Let's put a dinner jacket on. Let's take my best mate Brooklyn out there, because he's not working either. And, but Sir David was there. Also Ellie and Dougie, which is nice. That might be back on again. And Love Island star Camilla Thurlow. Who are they letting into these places? Oh, but seriously, what was she doing there? I mean, she's from Love Island. Tacky. Also, racegoers urged to bin drugs at the start of the Grand National meeting yesterday. Did you see? One of the papers was going, oh, they all look so glamorous. Obviously, you need to go to Specsavers, dear. I've never seen so many awfully badly dressed people. Of course, the good news was it rained, which I thought was quite funny, actually. Always amazing, isn't it? Plus, a drunk lawyer who spat at a flight attendant when refused more wine has been jailed. Simone Burns, this old bag here, 50, had already sunk 3 bottles of wine with her breakfast on the Air India flight from Mumbai to Heathrow. She also racially abused staff, tried to smoke in the toilets, and spat on the supervisor. I mean, seriously, Isleworth Crown Court heard she was the most obnoxious of passengers. She admitted being drunk on a plane and assault. She got 6 months jail. Good. Disgusting people like you. And she got to pay £300 compensation to Miss Pervin, who's the one she spat at. Really, what a disgusting old bag. And this is a lawyer. That's a lawyer. Oh, I'll tell you what I watched the other day. 24 hours in police custody. That's always quite good. Drug dealer. Didn't want to talk about what he did for a living, because he was obviously a drug dealer. He's been in prison for it, spent 8 years, and they caught him again. How did they catch him? Because first of all, we do, and he's an old man, but he looked like a crim. You only have to look at him to realise he looked like he was a crim. There's a certain look, you know. Didn't look like a lap dancer, looked like a crim. And so, do you know anything about this lorry with all this, what do they call it? Not medicinal, hashish kind of stuff. Anyway, whatever it is, it was this, and it was packed with it. But they had him. They had him. Because he said, no, I don't know nothing about that. Whereabouts do you live, love? He lives in Spain. So that indicates crook straight away. Living in the house, but he's been... So what do you do for a living? Builder. Oh, right. So are you working on anything at the moment? No, I can't find any work. So you're managing to fly around the world with no money. You're a crooked drug dealer. And do you know how they got him? When he was packaging up this herbal cannabis, he cut his finger, and the blood went onto the packet, but he didn't notice. So they checked it out, and it was his blood on there, inside the thing that he knew nothing about. He went to prison again. Obviously a career criminal, or not so much of a career, more of a dipstick. Ashes to ashes, funk to funky, we know Major Tom's a junkie, strung out in heaven's high, hitting an all-time low. Oh, right, thank you. So that's what it is. Oh, right. The stuff you learn, I tell you. The Sultan has his own Boeing 787 Dreamliner, but never goes anywhere in it, says Ron. I don't like him. I don't care, how ridiculous he looks or anything like that, and I'm never going to go there. Couldn't give a stuff. It's what he stands for. Nowhere does it say in the Quran that you have to stone homosexuals, as far as I know. But obviously in his sad, tiny, pea-brain world, that's what they do. And that's why people are sort of getting a bit uppity. Mari says they should have stayed, Harry and Meghan, at Great Foster's. Quite good. Yes, I've been to Great Foster's. I've eaten in Great Foster's a few times. It's a lovely old house, but no, they prefer to spend £10,000 a night. And Kevin the Milkman says Meghan and Harry are a good example of more money than sense. I mean, when you see the pictures in the papers today, you'll be horrified. That's £10,000 a night. I'd go back to a Premier Inn. Ridiculous. He said, I'd only charge them, says Kevin, if they stayed at my place, £5,000 a night, and I'll throw in bangers and mash for dinner. He said, you don't have to have their telephone numbers. No, I've got Princess Anne and a few other people. I had them for years and years, so probably not anymore. I shouldn't imagine. Really nice to have your company. Welcome to Friday. I know, riveting, isn't it? We love Friday. I hope the weather peaks up a little bit, or perks up. Anyway, we just wanted to get a little bit warmer today. Yesterday was miserable. But there you go. Steve... read Julian Assange, goes Richard in Kingston. For flip's sake, how about a semblance of solidarity with a fellow journalist who exposed the most grotesque military practices? Oh, Richard, are we talking about the man who was accused of rape and sexual assault? Or perhaps you've conveniently forgotten about that in Sweden, and then he ran to hide in the Ecuadorian embassy here in London rather than face the judicial process and fight to clear his name. I think you kind of lost that one, love. Welsh rarebit made with savoury sauce and melted cheese, poured over slices of toasted bread with a splash of Worcestershire sauce. I might not be having cornflakes for breakfast. That sounds a little bit complicated. Melted cheese. See, I don't think you do melted cheese. Do you? You put the cheese on it, and then you... Because I tell you what I like. Thousand Island dressing on the toast, the cheese on the top. That's delicious. That's very nice. Melted cheese and Marmite on crumpets. They just take ages to cook crumpets, don't they? They really do. I've got a super-duper toaster, but it takes forever and a day. Have you ever interviewed or met Kathy Burke? I was looking to see if she had an autobiography, and she doesn't, and gives very few interviews. I interviewed her years and years ago. She was doing something at in Hammersmith, in the theatre there. And I can't remember what it was, actually, but lovely theatre. It's very interesting. It's a modern theatre in Hammersmith. It's on the Broadway. But when you go inside, it's an old Victorian theatre. They've sort of preserved it. It all went into storage, and they preserved it. So you're in a modern building, but when you go into the theatre auditorium, it's old. Steve, I've just tuned into Telekinetic... Oh, I can't say the blooming word. Coffee shop surprise. Very clever. Still smiling, says Bish. It's good, isn't it? It's good. Steve, perhaps Assange has something on Ecuador's government or finances that he's been using as a security guarantee. Well, he's now an Ecuadorian citizen. They still don't want him in the embassy. But just because you're a citizen doesn't mean you have a right to stay in the embassy. I mean, you know, can I stay here? Well, yes, you can. Not 7 years. Kick him out. Kick him out this morning. That'll get... I should imagine... Yes, at least he can have a shower or something like that. Police officers say, you I'm not putting the handcuffs on, you do it. But I wonder really whether or not he's going to come out today. When I say come out today, I don't mean come out today. Whether he's actually going to sort of leave the embassy. And whether or not there's journalists waiting down. It could be days, couldn't it? I used to get so tediously bored with his little sort of things standing on the little balcony. The police, it's cost millions, hasn't it? Yeah, the police, I know. Absolutely ridiculous. There's a copper there all the time just to arrest him. Yeah. I forget how many millions they said it had cost. It was certainly more than... So they have to nick him straight away. Perhaps he'll come out in disguise. Disguised as an old washerwoman or something. That'd be nice. Steve, with regard to cats, I've got two, and if the tail is raised, it means they're excited. Yes, but if the tail is swaying, it normally means they're annoyed. I know, we used to do that with our cats. You sort of pet it, and all of a sudden the tail will start going as you go. It's going to go for you. It's going to go for you. Not so good at all. What else we got? Here's a politician who stands up for journalists. Might seem like the proverbial turkey. And this is Jeremy Hunt. My fight to keep the world's press free. It's a picture with Amal Clooney. They love that. Have you noticed how they absolutely love this? You know, you get people inside the House of Commons, the MPs and all the rest of it, bring in a celebrity and they say, oh, celebrity. It's dreadful, isn't it, really? Dreadful. I found a burger for you if you really fancy a burger and you're not particularly bothered about putting on weight. This is from Yates's. Now, I'm assuming Yates is it a wine bar or something like that, or a bit like Wetherspoons. I don't think I've done one of those either. It's called What a Porker. And it's got a beef burger, gammon, a pork burger, 2 sausage patties and a sausage. And it's got 2,500 calories. I mean, how do you eat something like that? It's ridiculous to put it in a bun because you can't... It's like I've been watching that Drivers, Dine-Ins or whatever it is on the Food Channel. And it's this peculiar American bloke, aren't they all? You know, with bleach blonde hair, you know, for an old man of his age, looks ridiculous. And all he does, he just goes round and they give a free advert to some diner. They go, oh, this is cooked the better. He's never slagged anything off. I felt like writing to him saying, are you just on a freebie for everything? You know, you just go and eat food everywhere. It's very tedious. Oh, and you marinate this for how long? So and so. And then you do. And I'm thinking, it's just a 20-minute advert for some naff little place in the middle of America that does burgers. You know, and then they interview the people, you know, nobody who's being interviewed in there ever is critical of it, as opposed to it's the same old rubbish we got last week and the week before and the year before that. They all go, oh, I come here all the time, it's so great. The kids love it as well and everything else. So it's the same boring man. Talking of boring men, here's David Walliams, who stunned Simon Cowell by stripping as Britain's Got Talent returns this weekend, and he lays on his lap. Is there something the matter with David Walliams? Is he suffering from an insecurity? I mean, is he gay? Is he pretending to be gay? Is he pretending to be straight? Is he just pretending to be stupid? Very irritating. But he was doing a ventriloquist audition, and Simon mutters, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to have some seriously bad dreams. Yeah, but secretly Simon obviously loves it, doesn't he, really? So tomorrow's act features somebody else from a circus, the Russian acrobats, the Vardanian brothers, and it will be the most terrifying thing that Simon has ever seen as an entire life. Obviously never been up to Aintree and seen all the badly dressed people up there. I mean, seriously, there's some, honestly, badly dressed people, really. Also the PA, do you remember the PA story, which we did on LBC, who swindled money from J.K. Rowling? 18,000. This is Amanda Donaldson, defrauded business bank accounts and a credit card. She took 18 grand. She's been told to pay it all back. And the good news is, that J.K. Rowling is, because 18,000 is nothing to her, it's the principal. She's going to give it all to charity, to her children's charity, Lumos. So that's good. She was axed in 2017. This is the PA. You can't trust it. Where there's money concerned, people learn how to sort of move it about a little bit. It's not very good, is it? Not very good at all. Also, people we live with drive us mad. People you live with drive you mad. Although on the other hand, they said, if you live by yourself, but what did they say? You live by yourself. Apparently you're going to be, whatever, I can't remember what it was now. Very odd. We found a badger who's 20. That's the oldest one, lined up for a luxury retirement. This is Bertie, who was found by a busy road. Could be 20, but they don't know. They're quite dangerous badgers, aren't they? I mean, you don't tangle with sort of badgers. Dominic Dyer of the Badger Trust, didn't know there was such a thing, says he's lovely. He gets to spend his old age in this wildlife centre. Isn't that nice? Because normally when they find badger sets, they keep them very quiet because they don't want the public going there and disturbing them, which is quite sweet, isn't it? On the other hand, you get people who bait badgers. And those people we want, and the government are culling lots of them because of sort of diseases and TB and stuff like that. There's some bovine stuff that they can pass on. I still quite like them. I still quite like badgers. Love rat Ben Foden has moved on from Una Healy and hooked up with somebody from something else. She's a gym goer called Miriam Murphy. You know, I always worry about people that go, so-and-so's a gym person. Also, it's been a walkers in the park for the Spice Girls to make money with the upcoming reunion. So they've now bagged a lucrative deal to star in a new campaign for the Crisp brand. It'll be interesting, won't it? Do you think Jerry and the scary one will be holding hands in it, going, buy Walker's Crisp, buy Walker's Crisp? Honestly, anything. I mean, honestly, how much money do they need? Obviously, quite a lot. Rixton, as used to be, they're now called something else now. Rixton were a one-hit wonder. They're now called Push Baby. Most stupid title of a group. I mean, that's got Kiss of Death written all over it. One of them, of course, Jake, is the daughter of... is the son of Colleen Nolan and Shane Ritchie as well. Apparently, he begged Ed Sheeran to get him into the East London private members club Shoreditch House because he hadn't paid his membership card. Oh, pop it. It's awful, isn't it, when there's no money in the business and your mother's career is not really as good as it could be. Why do your crumpets take ages? Do you put them under the grill? I pop mine in the toaster. Always put them in the toaster. Always. I've got a very good toaster. But it takes twice as long as a piece of bread. Twice as long. So bread takes, a minute and a half or whatever it is, crumpet like 3 minutes. But luckily I've got a 4-gang toaster, so I don't know if you're just doing 2, it's a bit tedious and boring. Steve, you're better off having a gluten-free burger because it doesn't have the bus tickets, the lips and the noses in them. I think if we all watch food being made, I think we'd be horrified, wouldn't we, really? Always watch 24 Hours in Police Custody, says Maria, in Nottingham. The Crim only got a short sentence for what he did. The police must get absolutely fed up considering how much work they do to get these lowlifes charged. Some of them actually don't get charged at the end of it. I'm always curious to watch it because they have to sign a release form if they're going to be filmed inside a police station and everything else. Although this one here, the drug dealer, who sort of did, it's this no comment thing. I think every time they do that, they should bang their head on the desk or something, just to sort of reaffirm the fact. What's a waste of time? And then now the latest thing is, my client's written a little thing, and you look at this childish scrawl, me, so-and-so, 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 have never ever seen any of these drugs before in my entire life. Signed, Paul, what's-his-face. And you go, you're a liar. You're an absolute liar, and you look like a liar. What next, Steve? Saga holidays for badgers. Do not underestimate the badger. Do not underestimate the badger. I don't think you could ever have one as a pet. I don't think I don't think you're allowed to. Yeah, they're very vicious. They've got big claws, haven't they? But I mean, perhaps some people fancy the idea of having a badger as a pet. So we have a guy who walks ferrets round on a lead in Twickenham. He's mad as a fruitcake. Completely. And we used to have a bloke when I used to live down in Newbury. He had a fox on a lead. I didn't think you were allowed to do that either. I'd quite like to see pigeons on leads. Like 1 lead, 20 pigeons, that kind of thing. And, the good news is, for those of you worried about it, for those bird lovers listening to the programme at the moment, sparrows are on the way back. Apparently, because they were being pushed out by those dreadful, dirty pigeons. And the other thing, we've got crows and rooks, who can dismantle a bin liner in a matter of seconds to find the food. Sparrows, of course, don't. You'd have to take about 50 of them to try and separate a bin liner. But you get all these, and the seagulls that we've got in London they'll eat anything. Seriously, we've seen them eating anything. And it's really disgusting, really awful. What have we got here? I think Nick Ferrari, is he doing something on the Ethiopian Airlines plane? I thought he was. That's in the papers for today. And the police are searching for some stag lads, 4 British revellers facing jail for parading through an historic Polish city in mankinis. So I've looked at them. They're all desperately unattractive, of course. And they were thought to be on a stag do. They were in Krakow. They were strutting around, made famous in these things by the deeply unfunny Sacha Baron Cohen. I just didn't get Sacha Baron Cohen at all, I'm afraid. But they took a ride in a horse-drawn carriage. You would think the bloke riding it would go, there are naked men standing behind you. But as I say, they're all uglies. So the 4 men had not been traced last night. Oh, they will. Oh, they will. They will find them. Oh, we've got to take a short... 10 to 6... Nearly 10 to 6. Nearly 10 to 6. At least Waterloo Station was back to normality the other day. I can't work out, I haven't tried it, whether or not the toilets are still free, or whether it was just a little publicity stunt. John says, I saw own brand leek and potato soup in Asda, 45p a tin. I tell you what I was paying for it. I mean, it's these plastic containers it comes in. I think it's like 2 for £4. And I tell you the one thing I'm missing... Haddock chowder appears to have disappeared from the shelves of Marks and Spencer's. They've got some other dreary soup, so I've boycotted that completely. Boycotted it. I only want haddock chowder. I mean, put it this way, it must be popular. It was always selling out. Guess who they've... I love this thing. This is a press release for Andy Hall's Bizarre column. Mainly because he's obviously so tied into getting press releases, he just reprints them. In-betweeners actress Emily Atack, I mean, well, she didn't get invited back to the reunion, so obviously not that important, has been given the chance of a lifetime by ITV bosses presenting this morning. Like it's anything to do with the ITV bosses. But anyway, she will step in next week when Holly and Pip take their usual Easter break. And, as I say, it's interesting. Listen to these sort of lines here. Wait a minute. Insiders, that'll be her agent, say the gig could lead to bigger presenting roles with ITV if she impresses during her stint. What do you mean, bigger roles? There isn't anything bigger than ITV's This Morning. What, you mean on Loose Women? No. The worst thing for her is they've teamed her up with John Barrowman. He's done it before. He'll wipe the floor with her. He will absolutely wipe the floor with her. She's not particularly good at anything I've ever seen her doing. I mean, they didn't think she was that good in The In-Betweeners either. But they say it will be much-needed practice for Emily and John, who, The Sun revealed, are in talks to front their own show as a duo later this year. He'll wipe the floor with her. He'll wipe the floor with her, I have to say that. But Emily said there are ideas floating around. Yep, bit like your brain, dear. Darren from Staines says, I have to correct you, Reece Sparrows. It's the green parakeets eating all the food indigenous birds eat, which causes issues. Well, no, that's what I said. The sparrows are not eating it. It's the rooks and everything else. Round our way, we don't have the parakeets coming out the trees. We don't have... They only stay in the trees. You don't see them anywhere else. Only in the trees. Only in the trees. Steve, you lived in Newbury. I thought it was a chav town. Not when we lived there. When we lived there, it was a place with a race course, and it was lovely. Very nice place. I mean, admittedly, it's probably gone off the boil now, but I mean, let's face it, we used to live in Ilford as well, and that's now full of hookers. I mean, how much worse can it get? Just finished reading, says tanker driver Phil, Bernard Cribbin's autobiography. It was lovely. He's one of those people to have always been there in life. Have you interviewed him? No, I haven't. I don't know how old he is now, actually. He must be, 80? Could he be 80? He's been around. I remember him in one of the Carry On films. He's 90, is he? Good Lord above. He's 90. Well, there you go. He says, it sort of sums him up. Always there doing lots of stuff, but never in the glare of publicity. Some people like that. That's why it's so embarrassing, isn't it, when you get anybody from Love Island or anybody from any cheap, tacky little reality show. I love the way that the BBC the other day were going, oh, we have a wish list for Strictly Come Dancing because it's a family-run show. Yeah, right. That's why they've got... Who's that Sam Allardyce? Disgraced football manager. Fantastic. Most of the relationships split up. Also, they go, it's a family show. And who were they after? Apparently, you never know whether it's just a load of old hogwash. We'd quite like Sarah Ferguson or Zara Tyndall. Yeah, right. They've got so much in common with people, haven't they? Sarah toe-sucking Ferguson. Are you serious? Girl, blimey. I tell you, I only do Tuesdays. Sorry? I just do Tuesday rehearsal. I don't do any other thing. I have to go to the chalet with my 2 gorgeous girls, and here's my handbag with a picture of them on there. Look, one on the front and one on the back. By Andrew is my rock. Andrew he's just been so good to me. Of course he has, he's propped you up for years. Shane in Sydney says, we don't want Julian Assange back in Australia either. Well, you know, he might not have a choice. Well, no, he's not going to go there. I think we're going to get him to America, I think. And we just want him, we don't want him here anymore. It's costing us a fortune. We're paying for this. We're paying for this police stuff. Jackie says, I was persuaded to shop at Waitrose for a change. I couldn't believe how much more expensive it was than Asda. Yeah, but the choice is so much better. The choice, I mean, you can... Each supermarket's got its market placing. Oh, actually, talking market placing, there was a thing the other day from Simon Thomas. Do you remember Simon Thomas? Whose wife died very tragically. Used to work on Blue Peter, then he went to work for Sky News, and then people criticised him because he found a girlfriend fairly quickly. He was plugging some trainer the other day, thank you to so-and-so at these... And I thought, are you accepting freebies? Seems a bit odd, doesn't it, really? I don't know what he does. What he does for a living. I really don't know. But there again, they managed to find another job for poor Jeff Brazier now, watching porn. That'll be a shock, Jeff, won't it? Watching sex education tapes with your son, who's bigger than you. Taller, much taller. I made pork and beans last week, says Lee. Haven't had it since I was a child. Don't you just buy that in a tin? Doesn't it come out, you buy a tin of beans and it comes with little pork sausages in there? You don't have to make it. When you say you made it, what do you mean you made it? You just put beans in a saucepan and then you go and buy little sausages and put them in there. I don't think you make something like that. Never mind burgers, says Holly. When I lived in the sticks, it was common to attend events providing a hog roast as part of the feast. The pig is roasted on a huge spit for long hours, resulting in succulent meat on a bread roll. Yes, I mean, I went to a party. My friend Pete had a hog roast. There's a company who bring round, and they will roast the comes with the head and everything, and they sort of do it. It's very expensive, but it's very nice. I never once met a vegetarian protester in such places. They knew if they complained, they'd be shunned by the wealthy hunting, shooting and fishing types. You do, I mean, I think you get vegetarians in everything, don't you? In every walk of life, it doesn't matter. I'm sure there's probably somebody in the royal family who's vegetarian. Can't think of anybody off the top of my head because they mainly do hunting, shooting and fishing, and that's it. But I think they all eat meat, don't they? And Meghan does, definitely, because she told us that her signature dish was roast chicken. She was looking forward to cooking it for the royal family. Proves how far removed she is. Also, Helen Skelton is here, and she was often a break in Lanzarote. She recently said of filming the BBC Nature show, often we'll be filming in farms surrounded by cow muck. Yeah, that's a farm, dear. I'm sorry to break that to you, but there you go. And also, she's been laying low since bowing out of Coronation Street. Catherine Tilsley has just landed her first major sitcom role. She hasn't had any work. Who's interested? She's more interested in promoting herself than doing anything else. She played Eva Price on the soap for 7 dreary years. And now she's going to be doing something which is called... it doesn't actually say, Scarborough. The new comedy show by the Benidorm writer Darren Litton. It'll follow the lives and loves of characters in the North Yorkshire seaside resort. Lovely. So there you go. So that's what she's going to be doing. She's waited, for ever and a day. Also, Emmerdale's picking up a little bit, and Bear Grylls' new National Geographic series, Hostile Planet, has a special screening at the O2 Arena on the 24th. So that's good. I love this one. This is my favourite line for the week. Megan Barton Hanson, you remember her, don't you? Already found love once on telly, and now it could be her route to another romance, writes Andy Hall. The Love Islander has been approached by the makers of Celebs Go Dating to take part in the E4 series. It comes after her split with Wes Nelson after reports of a romance between him and Dancing on Ice pro Vanessa Bauer. And here's my favourite line. A source said, bosses think Meghan would be great value. Most men find her irresistible. Most men are paid for her, dear. Most men are paid. How much you charge, darling, for showing us your bits? That's what she does. She's apparently mulling it over. You haven't got any other work, have you, dear? I tell you, I've seen her. Believe you me, it'll be a short-lived career. Very short-lived career. They all want it, don't they? Stacey Dooley was complaining the other day, using the F word, because apparently that's what makes her sort of like street. And say people are complaining about the way she sounds. I don't think anybody's mentioned you in ages, dear. I'm sorry about that. And she's on Have I Got News for You? And she's riveting. That'll be interesting to see how many lines they have to feed her, won't it? I mean, because she's apparently a force of it. But they put anybody on that programme. Like, she's not hosting. Oh, she's just panellist. Who's she on with, do you think? David Dimblby's hosting. Well, he'll be good. Oh, I like Henning Wehn. He's very funny. He's very funny. Which side has she gone on, though? We don't know which side. It's on tonight, though. You have to watch it. So she'll be talking like that, with the F word thrown in every so often. Honestly. And also she's on a front page for some magazine or something, obviously believing that she's some sort of celebrity. It's embarrassing, really, isn't it? When it all goes pear-shaped. And, Steve, read the Brits being sent for marauding around Krakow in Mankinis. Didn't you mention a couple of weeks ago, Scottish boy was off there? Today. Yes. No surprise to us. Although he is going with the family. I say he's going with the family. I mean, that's what he thinks. I think they're going to get to the airport and run off and get another plane. And he'll be going off to Krakow. He's only there for a few days, only there for a couple of days, I think. Yeah. It's a quick, I don't know really what there is to see in Krakow. That's where my hairdresser comes from. Has it actually been there? Yeah. What's it famous for? Is it famous for anything? Very old. Oh, he'll fit in ideally, won't he? Old and medieval. That'll go down very well. But I think I think today he leaves. Isn't it today, or did he go? Oh, he's there already. Oh, right. Good Lord. Yes, it's his birthday treat. He asked for money, but there you go. You can't have everything, can you? April. Doesn't take long, does it, to whiz through? It only seems like the other month we were in March. And now all of a sudden we're in April, and then we're into May. I mean, the weather's still, it's not as brilliant as we want it. I've still got some things to plant out. God knows, probably the bulbs I planted out have died or something, but I shouldn't think so. It's all warm and cosy under the earth for them. Steve, you should do the UK version of Man vs. Food, wear a blonde surf hair wig and visit all the shocking kebab and chicken shops. I mean, to be honest with you, it's such a dreary format. Yeah, here we go, drivers, dine-ins and all the rest of it. And he sort of lurches into the kitchen, a pokey little place. They're always small, these little places, and they do the best pork, but he stuffs his face with it. And then and raves over it. And you think, what's the point of this? It's just a free advert for these companies. Not once has he ever criticised it, gone, oh, that's not quite right. He'll go, oh, the pork is just cooked properly. I thought, you're in a kitchen, dear. Where do you think you are? Of course they're cooking it perfect. There's people sitting out there, probably eating free, I should imagine. Anyway, Uri Geller claims he made water spill into the House of Commons yesterday. And my answer is, sue him. Get a writ. If he's claiming that, I did this. I made that waterfall in there. Well, it's probably cost hundreds of thousands of pounds. Send him the bill. That'll soon shut him up. Honestly, he does talk drivel. He really does, poor soul. The older he gets, the worse he gets. Why are the British troops still protecting the gold-plated bigot who is the Sultan of Brunei? And people are complaining. Although, strangely enough, Boy George says there's no point in picketing the Dorchester. There's lots of gay staff in there. They might be out of a job. Well, perhaps they don't know they're gay. Well, not the staff, but perhaps the people who own the hotel don't know that they're gay. Also, racegoers urged to bin drugs. How many drugs are they taking? I thought it was just horses that they doped. I had no idea that the racegoers took drugs. And then you realise that some of these badly dressed people who sort of turned up at Aintree the other day, and people are going, oh, look at the fashion. You're going, what fashion? Looks like cheap catalogue stuff. I mean, as long as your boobs are hanging out, you should be all right. Blokes just sort of wear nothing, just tattoos, I think. That's the kind of thing that seems to be so sort of popular. But drugs, because they've got lots of sniffer dogs around all the entrances and exits. And, of course, you're going to get all these people. There was that couple the other day. Do you remember? They came back from honeymoon to discover that the neighbours had dobbed them into the police because they could smell cannabis. And it turns out they're running a cannabis farm there. We didn't send them to prison. Yet they had something like £21,000 worth of drugs. The Spice Girls might have to resort to advertising crisps. They're so desperate must they be, probably to try and placate. I mean, obviously it's going to be like, Jerry and Mel B will have to stay well apart, won't they? How are they going to, because I can see it now. I can see Mel B doing, because she does the opening line, I'll tell you what you want, what you really, really want, and she's going to look Jerry up and down, and Jerry's going to go, you can drop dead, can't you? All gone very pear-shaped. Harry and Meghan have moved into their new home as the social media-hating prince opens an Instagram account for 3 million people. It's very addictive, he says, and he's now part of it. I mean, you couldn't buy that sort of stuff, tell you. Also, TV's Cobra. He apparently was in Gladiators. I've never even heard of him. Never even heard of him. Even looking at a picture of him, it didn't help. Also, Barbara's agony. This is Barbara Windsor, front page of the Mirror today, because Scott said she struggles to get around and forgets that she's eaten. Oh, I wish I could forget to eat. Seriously. But she's still fun and we laugh a lot. Because you know at the end of this month, he is going to be running his first marathon. They're raising money for a very worthwhile charity for dementia. And so that'll be nice. He's ever so good. Seriously, it must be really tiring for him. You know that he was on with us for In Conversation, but you can sponsor him at uk.virginmoneygiving.com. Barbara's Revolutionaries, and you can find more on Dementia Revolution, because she went out to the theatre the other night. See, she has good days and probably really bad days. The worst time I think is probably the evenings, but he soldiers on. He does soldier on. I think what we're going to do when he runs the marathon at the end of this month, we're going to sort of replay you some of the clips from the interview, if not the whole interview. Not the whole interview. Also, what was the other one as well? Ant McPartland hugged by a 5-year-old girl who says, "I've missed you." This is all in the publicity machine. You know, the David Walliams dropping his trousers, sitting on Simon's lap. They do it all the time, or he'll kiss him, and then they'll say, "Oh, this act is so scary, it's a circus act." That's all they are, this circus act. Anybody who swings round on a trapeze or does anything else, circus act. Drake appears on stage wearing £2 million worth of jewellery. What is it with these stupid people? Apparently his watch was £570,000. Would have been cheaper to bring Big Ben down, darling, and stand there looking at that. £572,000. You deserve to have it nicked. You really do. I worry about people who sort of, and tell people. Whereas me, look, no jewellery at all. I've got a ring, which I've had since, and I can tell you how much it cost. £6.50. That's what it cost years ago. When I left a place I was working, they clubbed together and bought me that. And I do take it off my finger every so often, but my finger's got to be in the right, it's got to be small. Because sometimes your fingers, they seem to grow during the daytime. And if I turn the ring around, because it's like a signet ring, I can get it off. But sometimes you can't, and it's, I can't be bothered. Steve Rees-Sparrows says that the 4am Spike fan from Bromley, "I'd rather have the green parakeets than the lice-ridden, disease-spreading, defecating pigeons." Oh yeah, flying rats, of course they are. Luckily, the woman who was feeding them, we think around Twickenham, we think she might have died. Because we haven't had any mess, unless somebody has told her off and gone, "Why don't you go somewhere else?" Because you get the balmy mad people that feed them. No, we had a roast on Sunday and used the leftovers for pork and beans, says Lee. What were we having a roast of? When you say pork and beans, no, you don't mean sausages then. You mean just pork and beans. That sounds a bit dull, doesn't it? What, you do slices of pork with some baked beans in it? I do like baked beans. Actually, going back to Uri Geller, this is the former magician. He was claiming the other day that he did this. Like he claimed he stopped Big Ben. He didn't, of course. It's a load of old hooey, but there we go. But he did speak to Tom Swarbrick last night on LBC. Do you want to hear some of the latest bizarre claims? You're going to love this.
I know this sounds far out, bizarre, and weird, but let me start with this quote, straight from the CIA. This is what the CIA concluded about my powers. As a result of Geller's success in this experimental period, we consider that he has demonstrated his paranormal perceptual ability in a convincing and unambiguous manner. This is only from one secret agency, CIA. I've been tested by MI5, by Mossad, etc., etc., etc. These powers do exist, full stop. Of course, there are skeptics who don't believe in it. In the morning, I had a problem with a pipe, believe it or not, in my coffee shop that is attached to my museum in Tel Aviv, in Old Jaffa. I went there with workers, they removed the stone, and there was a pipe leaking. And then I got the idea. I'm going to burst or bend the pipe in the parliament, because I prepared a letter which a Telegraph journalist wanted. I sent the letter and I concentrated and the pipe burst. I heard about it a little later, but this was a chronology. This is what happened.
See, the trouble is, I think he's so barking mad, he believes this. I've been tested by MI5. No, you haven't. The CIA said, no, they didn't. Mossad, no, they didn't. It's just a load of old rubbish. As I say, You want to test his powers? Go on, put him on television. And all he'll do is, his out is negative vibes. Negative vibes. That's what he'll say. It's not working. Because if you're watching really closely, if he thinks you're not watching, he'll do something with it. It was very early spoon bending, which magicians have been doing for God knows how long, except he just did a twist on it and pretended he had powers, that he could change the molecular structure of metal. Which, of course, I mean, to be honest with you, let's put it into context. You have that gift, and you bend spoons. Well, go away, you silly little nobody. You know, so you can change the molecular structure of metal, and you bend a spoon or a fork. That's the extent of it, is it, dear? Go away. Go away. More rubbish from Uri Geller. Yes, and I've been tested, but no, you haven't. No, do you seriously think MI5 is going to go, yes, he really can bend metal with the power of his mind. Going across a bridge the other day was a nightmare. It just collapsed in the middle. He can't drive cars or anything else. It was a good act. But it's finished. Steve, you think Drake's £500,000 watch is bad? Floyd Mayweather has a watch worth 21 million. No, not 21 million. There's no watch worth 21 million. I don't think there's anything like that at all, Stephen. There might be expensive watches. There are certain watches you can get to are very expensive, but nothing like 21 million. That would just be stupid. People would cut your arm off and shoot you dead straight away. Steve, I did a breakdown suggesting actors for yesterday's Walker's Crisp. It said, very famous girl band to star. Didn't even think of the Spice Girls. They've always had loads of banding deals, didn't they? Yeah, that's the way it goes. That's the way it goes. I mean, presumably, you know, there'll be sponsorship here, sponsorship there, but they haven't got any new material, have they? So you're going to be watching the same tired old group of girls on the stage with two of them not speaking to each other. You know, so at the end where they all put their arms around each other, do you think Jerry's going to be standing next to Mel B? I think not. I think she'll be at the end of the line. End of the line. Steve, I live in a tree-lined street in Ilford. The trees are full of pigeons, so friends that visit me park in the next street. Oh, the mess is awful. I'd have them all shot. Seriously, I think pigeons are the worst thing in London. It costs a fortune to clean up buildings and everything else, and we've got it here. We've got, you know, electric wires. No, not actually electric. They're just thin wires because they can't sort of settle. But we had them at home. We had to put in spikes on all the pipes. And what they learned to do, they learned to knock the spikes off. So we put them back on again and super glued them. And now we don't have the pigeons because you know what I bought? A water pistol. And it works a treat. And it's one of those, they call it a super soaker. And I bought them in Costco. They're only like £4 or something stupid. You fill it with water, you go like 2 tubes, and you squirt it. And the pigeons disappear. They might come back the next day. You do it. And what I used to do is I used to rattle my keys and then squirt the water. So after a while, it's like training them. You don't need to actually squirt water. You just need to rattle the keys. And they fly off very quickly. After the news and Johnny Croydon says James Randi was the one who... he didn't out him as a fraud. What he did, he offered $1 million if Uri Geller could prove that he had powers. He didn't. He didn't have any powers at all. He has as many powers as I have, because to be honest with you, I made it leak. There you go. We might as well all jump on the bandwagon. Uri Geller's going to sort out Brexit. No, I still go back. I mean, I quite like the idea that he thinks that. I mean, he's become more balmy the older he gets. But, you know, so you have all this magical powers at your fingertips, and the best you can do is bend a spoon. That's it, is it? That's as good as it. You think he could have been used for medical science, but no, he never offered that. You know why? Because it's fake. Tony in Acton says the most expensive watch ever made was $55 million. Was it? We shall check that out. We can check these things out quite quickly. And Steve, Floyd Mayweather's watch didn't cost 21 million, but it cost 18 million, as reported by Forbes. I can't imagine how anything could ever cost that much money. That's 18 million, though. And which is not 21. Steve, if you think pigeons are bad, I'm at the caravan in Selsey. The seagulls are like 747s landing on the roof. It's like listening to Riverdance, says Maxine. That conjures up all sorts of things, all these seagulls in a line and pigeons doing Riverdance. I think that'd be quite funny, actually. Helinka says, if you're in touch with Scottish Boy, preferably not, no, do suggest he visits the salt mine at... I can't pronounce that, and you know I can't. It's a half-day excursion, and Krakow. He went yesterday, so they're only there for tonight, tomorrow night, and then they're back. We think back on Sunday. Yeah, I think it's so Friday night, Saturday night, then back on Sunday. It's a quick trip. They could have gone to Selsey Bill or something like that, couldn't they, really? I suppose. But thank you, Helinka, for that. Yes, I'm in a mine. What lovely. We visited North Finchley at the weekend. There we go. The 55 million hallucination watch, Graf Diamonds. It's got 100 well, it's just a silly watch with loads and loads of diamonds on it. The clock face, it doesn't actually mean it's a commercially available watch. It'll just be, let's get a strap and cover it with loads of diamonds. So you just add it all up and go, oh, it's 55 million pounds or whatever it is. It's just ridiculous. I mean, it's just silly. Anybody who walks around with that on their wrist, you know, somebody's going to go, how much is that? They're going to go, $55 million. You're going to go, oh, God. So we visited North Finchley at the weekend, says Angela, appalled to see Tally-Ho Corner covered in decaying bread and hundreds of pigeons. That wasn't bad enough. There was an old chap giving them more bread. Used to be so nice. Oh, it's the mad people who want to feed pigeons all the time, isn't it? How did they cope before bread came along? Dunno. Steve, hope you have a good day. I'm feeling a bit strange today. Giving up my tired old cab, says Monica, tens of thousands of miles together in London, and switching to a new fully electric one. Brave new world for me. They were talking about electric cars the other day. That's set you back a pretty penny, I should imagine. Oh, look, 23 minutes past 6. I love the line from Dave. This will have you groaning. Okay, prepare to groan. He says, Jeff Bezos' now ex-wife Mackenzie got 35 billion. Luckily, she's on Prime, so she'll get it tomorrow before 1 p.m. Such a good gag. Such a good gag. You watch, somebody will nick that. That will be nicked on other programmes. Unless you nicked it from somebody, Dave. He might have nicked it from somebody else. Very naughty, Steve, but hilarious to watch a giant seagull swoop down and steal the fish from an unsuspecting tourist's fillet of fish as she walked out of McDonald's Circular Quay in Sydney. Did you know that there's more fat in a fillet of fish than there is in a cheeseburger? They did it on the Toad the other day. Which one's got the most fat in it? And we all went, the cheeseburger. They went, no, the fillet of fish. Interesting, isn't it? Steve, Uri Geller's a bombastic, audacious phony. Well, I mean, listen, he believes it. He believes it. It's like people believing in, you know, little green monsters and stuff like that, or crop circles. They want to believe it. They do want to believe it because, you know, because there's obviously something missing in their life. Maybe, says Dev, if he uses his paranormal power of his hogwash mind, he could tip who the Grand National winner is for tomorrow. And they can't do that. Mystic Meg couldn't do that. I see the winner behind a green door. Yeah, phony. What an old fake, you know. But the trouble is, they all believe it. They have to, because, you know, it's like the people on Love Island. I'm a huge celebrity. No, you're not. No, you're not. You're just some talentless Z-lister who'll be around in our lives for about 6 months, and then luckily it'll all finish and you'll disappear somewhere and try and go and get a job. Like the pen salesman who went out with Danny Dyer, who cancelled at short notice an interview on this morning. What a shame. We were so looking forward to her being grilled by them. She opted out of that as fast as, but the publishers must be going up the wall, because she's going to turn up elsewhere. She definitely will. Kevin the Milkman says, you know, Scottish boy will be listening to you via the internet from his hotel room, having dragged Mrs. Woman out of bed to listen as well. Oh, Mrs. Woman, this is my new friend Stephen, my new best friend in London. Yes. Oh, she's aware of who I am. She's aware. And of course he will be up at this time of the morning, for the simple reason being, because this is the time that he'll be up anyway, so you just can't sleep through it. You can't just go back to your old sleeping habits. So Love Island's Chris Hughes turned up the other day presenting Aintree coverage on ITV. I should imagine race lovers everywhere must be going, excuse me, we want racing. We're not interested in some Z-lister, you know, talking about his romance with Jezzy Nelson. I mean, it's racing. Talk about cheapening it. What an embarrassing thing, actually, to have them sort of put on there. But I've never seen it. Matt Chapman jokes how much he loves Little Mix. I'm sorry, it's about racing, dear. But it's not about sort of naffos. God, blimey, honestly. What's the matter? I've got to find out more on this story about one of Britain's top insurers signalling the end of the loyalty rip-off. I can't remember which paper it's in, but I'm damn sure I'm going to find it. While you listen, Nick Ferrari with you at 7 o'clock this morning for breakfast on LBC. Even the House of Lords turned fiery yesterday as peers spent 12 hours talking about the bill to stop a no-deal Brexit. Are they being responsible or making the case once again to just abolish the House of Lords altogether? I mean, it's a bunch of old whatsits, isn't it, really? Nick will also find out the details of the first report into the Ethiopian Airlines crash and get some reaction to Labour's victory in the Newport West by-election. Plus, ahead of the introduction of London's ultra-low emission zone on Monday, is it fair to try to tax drivers of the most polluting vehicles to stop them using them? Well, if they are polluting, then obviously they're at the lower end of the market, so they're going to lose big time, aren't they? I don't have to pay it. but it comes in on Monday. You just wish that the mayor would do something interesting in his life. You know, all this worrying about ultra-low emission zones. Why don't we just get rid of the night czar, Amy Lame, as she's known in the business? What's she achieved? Zero. What does she cost us? About 35 grand a year. I mean, what's the point of that? What's she ever done? That's all with Nick Ferrari at breakfast this morning from 7 here on LBC. So ASOS have now decided that, and you appear on their computer, they're going to blacklist you if you're a serial returner. So people who buy something, and then you can wear it for 28 days, and then you send it back, and they've gone, so they're not going to let you do that anymore. And if you come up as they're just going to do nothing at all. So all those people will be going, just getting you out for a wedding, wear it, send it back. No, not anymore. And good news, Storming Mormons, warts and all, the Osmonds musical. Yes, apparently. I think Jay, middle Osmond brother, has relocated from America to Chester. He and his second wife, Karen, will be with a group of English scriptwriters. It'll be sort of part Bohemian Rhapsody, part Jersey Boys without the swearing, he said, because just to prove to you how tough it's been, you know, how they stayed together through the journey of their show business life, you know. But as Donnie has told us on numerous occasions, and Marie's been in as well, it was tough. You know, literally, aircraft, off the other end, coach, to the hotel, stay the night, next morning or that evening, off to the venue, do the gig, get back in the coach, go back to the hotel, next morning fly off somewhere else. Tough. Really, really tough. Talking of tough, Waste Mountains, the weight of 3 humpback whales in just a week. This is in a place called Burpham, which we've talked about before. 40 tons of rubbish on an access road. Because once people see a bit of rubbish, they just reverse up and dump it. You know, they've got these trucks and you see them, the flatbed trucks, you know what they are, and they're full of rubbish in the back. You think, you're not taking that to the tip, you're taking that to go and dump it somewhere. So they do. And, they're going to sort of crack down on people like that, which is good news. I can't find this story, it's annoying me so much. But, there again, lots of things annoy me. It doesn't matter, actually. So, Brave Fillies in the Aintree Grand National Festival. I'm going to go and book some things. Should I do it today or tomorrow? What time is the Grand National tomorrow? I don't know. Do we know? Is it about 4 o'clock? Oh, that's right, about 4 o'clock. Oh, I could just wander down, can't I? I should just wander in and sort of pick some horses. Try and pretend I know what I'm doing. Which, of course, I don't. I've never known what I'm doing, but most years, I think last year was the only year I didn't do particularly well. I actually invested more and didn't get as much back, which was a little bit of a shame. I felt a bit miffed, actually, because some people are very good. Some people are very good to do things like that. And I have been good, but not at the moment. And, 62 million on the Euro Millions tonight. That'd change things, wouldn't it? 62. I say that every week. 62 million pounds. What would that do to you? That would really make you very, very popular. Very popular. Black Panther sightings have surged in Britain. It'll just be a cat. It won't be a Black Panther. What do you think they do? Stay hidden and go, I'm not going out today. There'll be somebody with a camera. They're going to sort of spot me. Plus the love curse hits Danny and Jack. There is no love curse. They've written this here, Nadine Linge. And there is no love curse. They were just fake. Okay? That's it, because they were told by their agents, I should imagine, that, together you're worth more money. The trouble is he turned out to be a plank with his little habit with cocaine, which he got exposed by, stupid boy. And she's written a book already. One of Britain's top insurers have signalled the end of the loyalty rip-off. Now, in a move which sent shockwaves through the stock market, Saga have admitted that customers who don't shop around were paying more and more each year. The over-50s specialist said it would now offer policies with fixed prices for 3 years. Most insurers lure new customers with annual deals. Yeah, they do. Move it to us and we can offer you this. Next year it goes up. So they've said that, because the Mail have long campaigned against this, Saga's announcement saw its shares crash by 37%, which wiped 444 million off the value of the company. Shows how much it's worth, doesn't it, really? In a sign of how much money there is to be made, Saga said the change would result in a £310 million hit to its insurance business and a steep fall in profits. However, other insurers will follow, because they'll get the business. It's like the garages, years ago they used to sort of reduce the price of petrol, and then very shortly all the other garages started reducing the price of petrol because we're motivated by how cheap we get it. Campaigners have said it's good, so from now on Saga's main policies will run for 3 years. The first year will be more expensive, but prices will not go up in subsequent years as they currently do. Painful day for shareholders, but a good day for consumers. And we get so little so little. I mean, Saga's got 1 million insurance customers. 1 million. So in other words, if you say with the same car insurance provider for 8 years, you'll be paying £131 more than a new buyer. Because there's no, I mean, I always said, I'm with Admiral. And I remember saying to them last time that they didn't put it up, actually. They dropped it down. I said, blooming well think so too, because the first time round, they wanted to put it up, and I said, no. I said, luckily I've got enough time on this one. I'll be looking for another insurance company. And he said, I'll call you back. And he called me back, and they offered me a deal. If you don't say that, they're going to rip you off. They don't care about it. They're not interested. They've got millions of people who spend a fortune with them anyway. They don't really care about you. I wanted to think that there was some sort of loyalty. Sadly, I've been proven wrong. Deanna says, I can't believe how incredibly crackers Uri Geller's become. I saw him years ago at a charity do, and he was very full of himself then, but it was fairly entertaining at the time. But now he's become a bit of a joke. Better stick to fiddling about with spoons. It's that old gag, isn't it, really? He's a good self-publicist. He tells you it and people want to believe it. It's like Jordan, you know, people go, oh, she's a businesswoman. She now believes she's a businesswoman. The fact she's a failure in everything, of course, you know, and they tell these people from Love Island, you're a star. Really? Like a film star? Yeah. Wow. But you just have to go to a nightclub and get drunk, dear, and that'll be it. And then there'll be a picture of you falling out your dress, and that'll be it. That makes you a star, doesn't it? No, it makes you a sad plank, I'm afraid. My mother, says Neil, had a big aluminium caravan, which my brother and his wife were staying in. One evening after all the family had fish and chips, I put everything that was left over in the dark on the roof. Apparently when daylight arrived, hundreds of seagulls landed on the metal roof. He was not amused. I do that. I do that. Alinka says, great pronunciation of Krakow. Well, right, is it Krakow again? She said, we'll make a poll of you yet. She thinks so too. Did you recall the Lady Magician, says little Julie? I did yesterday, because I was talking to Darren at the Magic Circle. I can't... Oh, Lord above, honestly. Oh, the one that we had, we've had a few, actually, on the show. She did hula hoops last year. Hula hoops. Did you know that he's never had to hire a PR company in 40 years, says somebody, Uri Geller? Well, he doesn't live in the country now. He's left. He's left. He's got a coffee shop somewhere. Probably still doing little tricks in Tel Aviv. Or Tel Aviv. Steve, don't bother with the ultra-low emission congestion charge. Just ban everything except cabs and electric cars from central London, says Monica. Well, I don't have to pay it. I don't have to pay it. But all the people who've got cars which are on the way out, they're going to be emitting, and they're going to have to pay the congestion charge, plus this, what is it, 11.50 or something? 21 quid in total, 21 quid a day. Oh, God in heaven. I don't know how people consider, you know, actually even driving in London. It's ridiculous, isn't it? Steve, listening in Oxford, says Bunny. Just woken up, so I've missed 2/3 of the show. I woke up to hear you saying get rid of pigeons by rattling your teeth and squirting your water gun. Water gun. Yeah, rattled your keys, dear. Rattled your key. Yeah, water works fine. But also the other thing, shh. That's another thing. I rattled the keys, shh, and that works equally as well. You train them like you train, you know, a dog or a bunny rabbit or whatever it is. Would you ever consider Robin Asquith, says John, for In Conversation? Although he lives in Gozo, he does come to the UK occasionally for some one night with appearances and is due back in October. I think we've talked to Robin Asquith. I'm pretty certain. You know, over the years, you do end up talking to an awful... I have to ask now, because sometimes I can't remember, but luckily we do sort of check the archives, because we go back a few years, and it's you know, when you consider 2 a week, 8 a month, it's a lot of people over the course of the year. 8 a month, 96 people a year. Sometimes more, because sometimes we have 2 people in on one of the interviews. Bunny says, that's one of my claims to fame. It was my cousin who was the starter in the false start in 1993 Grand National. There you go. We live and learn. We live and learn. What have we got here? Moving house is regarded as more stressful than having a baby. I thought it was basically up there with sort of bereavement. It was as stressful. More on Lauren Goodman. This is the thieving so-and-so who's got money. They should have sent her to prison. They really should have done. What's the deterrent for people? You can nick all this money and then you don't go to prison. No, send them to prison. Really make them suffer. That's what I think. Looking back briefly, you know me in my little tiny world, and looking at at Lauren Goodman, who's avoided jail, and she describes herself as a social media influencer. We just put you down as a crook, Lauren. Nice to know that your sister called Chloe, apparently, never heard of her either, was in court to support her, knowing that she was obviously on some sort of fiddle, because she took advantage of the trip to Las Vegas and a skiing trip. Really, what a vile family, dreadful. Faye, if you are listening, I don't actually. I will take it on Monday morning, if that's all right. That's something between me and Faye. Nobody will ever know, actually. Nobody will ever know. Oh, by the way, Jack and Danny, you know, there are currently no pairings from the hit ITV2 dating show still together. Of course not. It's all fake. It's all fake. They were never a relationship, Danny and Jack. He was just the naff coke-taking pen salesman, and she was a barmaid. That was it, which she'll end up going back to. Gemma Collins, soaking up the sun with James Argent, and then eating a load of food. Really, I don't know what you can do about poor Gemma Collins. And I still think, if you look at the picture of Georgia Kasulu, she's in Tower, you won't know who she is, wearing this suit. She looks like she's just about ready to be pushed into the oven, to be honest with you. You know, not having a turkey this year. And Jacqueline Josser, again, you might not know who she is. She's in EastEnders, I think. She did go out with Dan the Thug Osborne. I don't know if you're aware of that. But apparently they're now sleeping in separate beds. Hilarious. And that's apparently a relationship. Right. Daily Star, and they're off. Going's good for the Aintree Fillies. Some really badly dressed people. I mean, seriously, it is Chav Central up there. It really is. It looks dreadful, you know, when the sun's out. They look even worse when it's raining. Perhaps they stand in front of the mirror and think they look good. They don't. 100,000 thank yous, front page of the Express today. And this is the people calling for cystic fibrosis drugs to be made available on the NHS. And we think the money's coming from where? Because it's not good, is it really? The top insurance story I've already done for you, so now you know. And the Daily Mirror. You get a free £1 bet, which is nice. They were saying, what was it? Was it Betfred was sort of doing, if you go for a place, you get up to number 6 or something. So which seems like quite a good idea. I don't know how it works. I'm serious. I just know I write on a bit of paper, you know, £10 each way. And I take, do you want the price? What do they say? Do you want the price on the book or something like that? And I always go, oh, whatever. I never care about it. It doesn't bother me. Barbara Windsor on the front. She's still fun, and we laugh a lot, says Scott, her husband. But she suffers blackouts as well now. But he's still in there for it. They're hoping that she's going to go to the end of the marathon that he's doing at the end of this month. Front page of the Telegraph. Here's a picture of Harry and William and David Attenborough and Prince Charles. And they were at the premiere of the Netflix series Our Planet at the Natural History Museum. And it's an opportunity, I mean, because they don't have anything else to do, do they? They don't have anything else to do, so best that you get Harry down there, in between staying in very expensive hotels. The crackdown, according to The Guardian, on tech firms over harmful web content. Also the $36 billion divorce, Mackenzie and Jeff Bezos, the world's most expensive split. But they're still smiling, sort of. Mind you, when you've got that much money, it doesn't make any difference, does it? You're not going to sort of worry about that sort of thing. The Times, the row over nuclear weapons celebration at Westminster Abbey. Senior clergy calling on Westminster Abbey to cancel a ceremony that it's hosting to honour Trident submarine crews because it appears to celebrate nuclear weapons. More than 20 priests and 2 bishops have criticised the Abbey, although it's an invitation-only ceremony. Attended by Gavin Williamson, the Defence Secretary, was out of keeping with church teachings. To celebrate a device that is designed to indiscriminately kill and destroy thousands of innocent civilians is totally incompatible with the gospel of Jesus Christ. Oh dear. Rows. That's what we get all the time, isn't it, really? Steve, reality stars should be referred to as game show contestants, says Grace. They're not even that clever. You couldn't put any of them on a programme. You've seen Lydia Dim when she went on the other thick one was Vogue. I mean, 2 of the most stupid people. Seriously, you just began to wonder whether or not they'd ever been through the education system, and if they did, single-digit scores on Mastermind. They were that thick, really. And then Lydia Dim and her mother go, oh, and we want to stop knife crime. Wake up and smell the coffee, girls. Seriously, you're too stupid for words. One of the couples from the first series of Love Island are married and have a baby, says Aaron. Yeah. And whatever. We're not talking about that. We're talking about this latest series. God, blimey, honestly, wake up. God, it's the truth. Steve said Nick Abbott said this ultra-low emission zone is the most useless policy ever. Well, you know why? Because he has to pay for it. Because he's got an old car, so he will be paying it. So it's going to cost... It's at 21 quid a day. You need to take out a mortgage, don't you? So that's why. I mean, he says it's just the mayor trying to look cool and progressive. Sadly, he doesn't. Steve, says John, should I tip black cab London taxi drivers? They all seem to claim they're having a hard time, but hang on, if they're stuck in traffic and the meter's still running, they're covered. Is it me or a London taxi driver's actually making a very good living? We'll never know. We'll never know. And the reason I say we'll never know, because I've been asking for years, how much does an average cabbie make? Not a word. And I know lots of cab drivers. Not a peep. Not a peep. I would imagine the majority of cab drivers, should we take a rough guess? This always gets it going. Take a rough guess. 40 to 50 grand a year. Conservative estimate. 40 to 50 grand. I would think so. Otherwise, why would you want to do it? Some of them are really old now, but they'll never tell you. They'll never tell you, because it's almost like you're in a closed off world. I don't want the House of Commons to ask Dottie Uri Geller for the money to repair the damage he says he caused and for the inconvenience. I want him to cough up the money to show that he has an iota of integrity, says Holly. We can live in hope. Poor Kevin the Milkman says, if they ban everything except cabs and buses from London, can somebody explain to me how I get 1,000 pints of milk on the number 48 to Farringdon? Well, you could get it on there. You just have to sort of make people get off the seat. I'm putting the crate on there. Grand National Day, worse for punters. Bookies hang a load of balloons outside the shop, put a load of stale crisp custard creams on the tables and make out they're doing you a favour, says Matthew. I know. Never find a poor bookmaker, do you? Oh, a bookmaker that's closed down. I think not. I think they're doing very, very well. So today, says Jenna, I'm going to venture to Romford for a medical assessment Friday afternoon on the M25. What joy. But with pain comes pleasure, and it will enable me to start my new job next week. Actually, I hope the weather for all of us is really good this weekend. I would like to think that we're going to have some nice weather, but I have a horrible feeling it's going to be a bit of a... When are we going to get the sunshine? When does that arrive? When do we get the sunshine and sort of the warm bit? I can undo an extra button on the shirt. Stop it. You made me say that. I wouldn't do that anyway, actually. I'm all in one, covered over. So much easier that way. And what am I doing today? I'm being lazy. It's been a busy week this week, you know. We've had a few little traumas, but nothing that we can't deal with. So I thought I'll have a lazy Friday. I might end up going to see my friend Dean. I'm hoping I'm actually going to get a nice phone call from him to say that some goods that I've ordered have actually arrived in. Steve, what do we earn? Not as much now. It's hard since Uber came in. No way is that much, Steve. And cycle lanes have caused traffic as well as Uber, and you'd rather do more jobs than sit in traffic. Well, it's all right if you sit in traffic and you've got somebody in the back. That's how it works. Because we had a taxi driver who came on somebody else's programme saying he was doing really well because he subscribed to all the apps and everything else. He didn't just rely. Halo, there's all these things where you can pick up work from that. But that's it for this week. Black cabs, 300 to 350 a day. I would think that's a very conservative estimate, wasn't it? Although I was speaking to my driver this morning, and he said it was quieter on a Saturday. He works on a Saturday. Quieter on a Saturday is during the week, because during the week you've got all the office staff. Anyway, we're not here to discuss that. We're here to say have a great weekend.